Woodson, Chair of the Board of Review. We're now formally opening today's hearing, the License and Inspections Board of Review for today, March 22nd, 2022. We will begin by having the board members introduce themselves so you know with whom you're speaking as your case is called. I ask everyone participating to please mute yourself until your case is called. We will then hear you because of all the background noise, etc. That's very disruptive when everyone is open. Also, procedurally, we will begin after we have introduced ourselves with calling on each attorney representing the city of Philadelphia so they may put on the record any case that has a withdrawal, a continuance request, or otherwise resolved. And so we'll hear from every the attorney representing the city, and then we'll go to calling cases. If you have a question, please wait until there's a break so that we can get to you. Attorneys representing particular interests who was representing the client, the city will be asked to speak first. And so please do not interrupt. And so we can get things going and we will get to everybody as long as we take who's here. Thank you. So let's begin by introducing them, the individuals participating today, representing the board itself and LNI staff. I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Steve Pettit, board member.
Ed?
Jefferson, counsel for the board. It was frozen out there for a second.
Jarrell Alford, board administrator.
Deborah Richardson, board's administration.
Thank you. Okay, now what I'll do is call on the various representatives for the city of Philadelphia so that in fact we can hear if anything has been resolved or their withdrawal. So just give me a moment as I scroll through the list. There's a very long list today. I'll call on Miss Alexandra Athanasiadis. And I begin as usual by messing up your name. So I apologize, Alexandra.
Not a problem, Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of the city for the following case numbers. Case number 1, HJ 2021-004530, appellant Stephanie Bennett, property address 5315 Jackson Street.
Okay.
The city's prepared to move forward on that matter.
Okay. You would only necessarily to list those matters that require a decision by the board right now, such as a continuance or withdrawal or otherwise moot. Okay.
Okay. Case number 10, HA 2020-001456, appellant Wali Udin S. Abdullah, property address 2451 North 19th Street. That has been withdrawn.
Withdrawn, thank you.
Case number 11, HA 2020-001553, Philadelphia Lotus 8 LLC is the appellant, Zachary Arrest, property address 2140 West Susquehanna Avenue. I was informed, Chairman, earlier today that has been requested for a continuance. So I defer to the board.
Is this the first continuance of this matter?
It is the first listing.
Is anyone here representing this matter? Is there legal counsel representing the appellant? I guess not. Okay. If this is the first time, then unless is there a health and safety matter? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge, no, Chairman.
Okay, we'll continue the matter then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. And case number 12, HA 2020-001874, appellant Morgan Wampler, property address 4576 Fleming Street. That matter has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Case number 13, HA 2020-001881, appellant Jerome Carroll, property address 4578 Fleming Street. That case has also been withdrawn.
Thank you.
And those complete, there are 3 other cases listed, Chairman, for which the city's prepared to move forward, numbers 14 through 16.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see who else is here. Mr. Johnson, do you have anything that's withdrawn continued or otherwise resolved? You're muted, Mr. Johnson.
I apologize for that. I have one case on the list that is, hold on, number 23, Harry Gibbs, regarding 250 South 52nd Street.
Yes.
And Mr. Gibbs had emailed notifying the board his intent to withdraw the appeal.
Okay. So we noted it's withdrawn. Thank you. Alrighty. Amy Skills.
Can I just interrupt? Has the
Yes.
board received, has the administrative staff received the notice of withdrawal?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Skills.
Yes, good afternoon. I know I was informed 2 of my matters have been withdrawn by the appellant. They're numbers 8 and 9.
Okay.
Number 8 is HA 2021-002666. And that's RD Mini Market. That's been withdrawn. And number 9, HA 2021-002668. I&W2 Inc. The appellant also withdrew that matter.
Okay, thank you. Both of them noted. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's see who else we have here. Let's see here. Ms. Dejanay Davis.
Good afternoon, Board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the City of Philadelphia. I have several matters that I would like to address. First, matter number 17, I believe that is a continuance request by the appellant in which the city has no objection.
Okay, do we know if this is the first continuance of this matter?
Is my understanding that it is the first continuance.
Okay, thank you. I see Mr. Orphanides listed today. Mr. Orphanides, is that, are you present on this matter?
What was the case number again?
Number 17, HA 2021-002840. West South 23rd JFK Market location.
That's a request for continuance. I'm fine with that. So we can try to lock down about the dimensions of the overall dimensions of the cart. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right, consider that continued.
Thank you.
Dave, do you have anything else?
Yes, number 18, case number 18, appeal number HA 2021-002841. That case is marked moot complied.
Moot complied? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Orphanides is noted as well as counsel. So you're aware of that, Mr. Orphanides?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Is
Case
that it?
No, it's not, Chairman.
Okay.
Case number 19, appeal number HA 2021-002842. I believe that is another continuous request in which the city has no objection.
Okay, continuous. Is this the first continuous for this matter?
It is
It is.
my understanding that it is.
Okay. And Mr. Orphanides, I assume that's your voice that says you concur with that.
Yeah, I thought that might have been moot complied, but we can continue it and we can work that out with counsel for the city just to confirm that.
Okay, all
So
right.
we'll take the continuance just to make sure.
Okay, please note it as continued. Thank you.
Case number 20, appeal number HA 2021-002843. That case has been marked moot complied.
Okay.
Moot complied. Thank you. All righty.
And case number 24 on the list.
Let me just
I'm sorry.
back up. Number 20, Mr. Orphanides, good afternoon, is listed as counsel in that case. Is that your understanding as well?
Mr. Board Member Pincus, that is my understanding. Thank you for confirming that with me. I appreciate it.
Okay.
And lastly, board, appeal number HA 2022-000581. That case has been withdrawn. I believe
Okay, which number
counsel
is that?
on the line regarding that matter that can concur.
Which number is that? I mean, which case number is that?
Case number 24,
24? Okay,
Caleb
And-
Townsend.
this is withdrawn and there's counsel for the appellant in this matter?
Yes, Kay Green, good afternoon, everyone. Kay Greenberg for Mr. Townsend.
Okay.
Just to,
I'm sorry, just one moment. Kay Greenberg?
yeah, Green, Green, Enenberg.
Okay, thank you. Your name was not listed on our list today, so thank you. Okay,
So that case is withdrawn. The attorney for the property owner slash landlord had asked me to ask when the cease would be put back in place. I don't know if that would be an appropriate question at this time, but I did tell him I would ask.
you'll need to connect with the attorney representing the city in this matter, Ms.
All right,
Davis.
thank you. Ms. Davis
Okay.
will send you an email then. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Davis, is that your last matter that needs to be announced for the moment?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Let's see who's next here. This screen is jumping around a bit. Let's go to Nakia Clark.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm just here today observing.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Maggie White.
Good afternoon. I'm here observing as well.
Okay, so I would assume that any city lawyer who does not have the image showing is just observing, so I'll skip you. If anyone objects, please let me know. Okay, Mr. Rotter.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I believe there was a continuance requested by Ms. Westfall. The property is 4320 Main Street.
Just one moment. Which number is that?
Number 3.
Number 3? Yes, there was a continuance request for that one.
Yes, she apparently changed counsel. I spoke with her previous counsel, William O'Brien, and he did confirm that he's no longer able to represent her, so the city does not object to the continuance.
Okay, do you know if this is the first time? Because this seems to have been before us before.
It might have been, but I'm not 100% sure. However, she had, this apparently is very recent that that Mr. O'Brien indicated that he could no longer represent her. So I think we probably have to agree to the continuance here.
Okay. Okay, we'll continue the case then.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And also, I have 1704 Frankfurt. Right.
Number 4.
Thank you. And I believe Jared Klein is here for that matter. We can indicate for the record that is there were a couple violations, sets of violations that were written. They actually only appealed one. That one can be marked moot complied, so that the appeal before you today is moot complied.
Moot complied? Okay.
Yes, they've obtained those permits.
Okay, now, counsel noted on the record is Ann Querns. Is that the same legal counsel representation is being used?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair. It's the same firm. This is Jared Klein from Blank Row.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so noted.
Is your agreement, Mr. Klein, that this is moot complied?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. I believe, let's see. Just give me a moment. Have I missed anyone else from the city of Philadelphia legal law department that needs to speak on behalf of a matter that's being on today's list? Do I have everyone? Okay, I guess I have. Oh, yep. Okay, if there's no one else that needs to present any preliminary matters, then we will go to the list and start working from the top down. Okay, so I'm reading the first case, starting with number 1.
Sure. Case number 1, appeal number HA-2021-004530, Philadelphia Water Department, Stephanie Bennett, 5315 Jackson Street.
Okay, who's representing the city on this?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city.
Thank you. Is Ms. Bennett present?
He was.
This matter was continued from last hearing, so I know she's anxious to get this resolved. I don't see her image anywhere.
I thought I saw her clear.
Let's do this. Let's move on to the next matter, because I know this is one we've been going over and over again about. And I want to try to resolve this today. So let's go on to the next matter, and maybe there's some technical difficulty that's delayed Ms. Bennett. So I don't want to make a decision just yet. Okay, so let's go to case number 2. Call that one in.
Sure. Case number 2, appeal number 38889, Norwalk Lots LLC, 1226 Norwalk Road.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
I believe that's Mr. Reuter's case.
Okay. He was here with us a moment ago. Do you?
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. All right, we're on case number 2, Norwalk Lots, Mr. Reuter.
Yes, this is kind of an unusual appeal. It's an appeal, ostensibly, it's an appeal from the denial of a certificate of occupancy or the failure to issue a certificate of occupancy. And the reason why that occurred is because the property owner did have zoning permits and did have construction permits. However, upon inspection, it was determined that they had exceeded the scope of those permits. Since that time, there have been some applications submitted, zoning application and construction permits to clarify some of the issues. I believe some of those permit applications are still under review. I am also here with Inspector Salim Mohammed, and he is present. I can see him, who can further explain, because the problem is we can't issue the CO as long as there's outstanding violations, and particularly when those relate to what had been approved and what still needs to be approved building and construction wise.
Okay. Well, let's just get the appellant just on record as to make sure they're here. Who's representing Norwalk Lots LLC?
Good afternoon, Andrew Miller for the appellant.
Okay, your legal counsel, sir, for Norwalk Lots?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any witnesses with you today, just so we know who they are, and et cetera?
I do. I have the project architect, David Palatnik.
Okay.
And I have the property owner, Mr. Alone, but I see how busy the board is, and I would suggest that we postpone the matter while we prosecute these revised permit applications, and it may moot any proceedings before the board.
Mr. Reuter, is this a matter that should be reserved for negotiations between the parties rather than a hearing today?
I think that's probably likely. I would like to just ask Mr. Mohammed just to put on the record whether he believes there's any health or safety concerns with the construction work or the.
Okay, is Mr. Mohammed present? I don't see his image at the moment.
I see him. He's here. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Yes, I need to swear him in, so I'll need him to raise. Sir, if you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, before you begin, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Miller, will you require cross-examination? I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement. This is a limited testimony by Mr. Mohammed, so we aren't getting into a full-blown hearing.
Well, if Mr. Mohammed doesn't have any health or safety issues, I don't have any questions for him today.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Reuter, please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Mohammed, just for the record, then, could you state your name?
Yes, Salim H. Mohammed.
Okay, thank you. And you're an inspector with the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
Yes, I'm an inspector, and I'm also the court administrator for the construction inspections unit.
Okay, and as a result of that work, are you familiar with the property at 1226 Norwalk?
Yes, I have reviewed the record.
Okay. Do you believe that there's any health or safety concerns that would make it difficult or make it perhaps not warranted to continue the matter?
Well, as in any new construction project, a certificate of occupancy would have been issued upon completion and submission of all relevant data. And the health concerns, of course, would come into play if there haven't been a final inspection. So in this case, a CO hasn't been issued because the inspection process has not been completed.
Okay, but other than that, though, do you believe there was no unsafe or dangerous building violations that have been issued to have there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question, Mr. Muhammad. Is the work site properly secured from public access, and is there any issues for the casual passerby to be affected at all?
From the documents that I've researched and the pictures that I've observed, the site seems to be safe.
Okay, thank you.
I think in this instance, we can continue the matter because I believe, again, just recently there were some permit applications that were submitted. Again, we've indicated to council for the appellant that those, even if those permits are issued, that's still not going to resolve everything, although it does resolve a fair number of things. We can continue to talk with them and notify Mr. Miller and his architect what additional things need to be done. And then, of course, once that's completed and that work is completed, then they would apply for the CO inspection. And then if that passes inspection, then they can apply for the CO itself. Because again, getting a CO is a two-step process. You have to ask for the inspection first and then apply for the actual certificate. So that's kind of a long-winded way of saying that we will agree to one more continuance. I do believe that all the permit applications necessary should be submitted within the next 30 days. So perhaps we can get like a 30 days. I don't want to push it out too far.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the only concern I have is that the new date should give L&I sufficient time to dispose of the permit applications that are pending. If we have a 30-day date and we don't have a response back from the plans examiner, then we're just spinning our wheels.
No, okay. I agree. 30 days, that would probably be too short, but I think maybe 60 to 90 would do it. And again, once that's all taken care of, I mean, I think that we can, if the permits are issued, I think at that point we can do, city affirmed with, X number of days stay of enforcement. So we wouldn't have to come back a third time. So
I ask for a 90-day date, and I'm confident that within that time we'll have substantially narrowed the issues, or they'll all be moot.
I think that's fine, because again, I don't think I agree. I don't think the permits would be fully issued, and certainly the work wouldn't be completed within the 90 days.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I do have one general preliminary question, though. It's listed as a property maintenance violation. I'm not certain. Why is that the case?
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I was checking with Mr. Ryder to see if he could give me a sense of that.
Well, again, I think that's what I meant, is that the appeal was somewhat unusual, and it is a case that, theoretically could have actually gone to the Board of Building Standards. But in this instance, I believe Mr. Miller can, clarify that the appeal was an appeal from the non-issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And they attached the violations, but the violations themselves were not directly appealed, is my recollection. I'd have to pull up the whole thing, but.
Okay. All right. I just want to make certain that it appears that it is a very innocuous kind of violation, but it isn't. It's much more impactful to the owner, appellant, as well as the city. So that's an issue.
Right. I mean, it's a construction of a very, very large single family dwelling. And it's just, again, city's position is that they added on a bunch of stuff that wasn't on the actual original permits. And so that just kind of what led to, they were expecting to be able to get the CO, but because they had gone off of the designs. That's why we couldn't do that. So,
Okay, all right, thank you. But I just want to note it for the record that it isn't simple a matter of overgrown weeds or something like that.
No.
It's
No.
something else. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. We'll continue this matter.
thank you.
Let's go on to the next issue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
I'll still
Have a
watch.
good
but
afternoon.
Thank you.
I think we're at number
And case
5.
Yes, I was just going to ask you that. Okay. Case number 5, appeal number HA-2021-000096, Craig Rogers, 243 Harvey Street.
Okay. Who's representing the appellant? It says here Craig Rogers Esquire, and who's representing the city? I assume someone is muted, otherwise I can't imagine the city's not present. Okay, I'm not getting a response from anyone.
Well, perhaps Miss White or someone else who's just sitting in, who's a supervisor, can respond to us regarding this case, number 5. It's a rental license case. Is there someone in the solicitor's office who can address case number 5?
Okay, all of you are muted, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
I'm sorry, board. Can you give us 1 second to look into this? This is Caroline Curley from the city. We'll look. We'll look.
Thank you. Chairman.
Okay.
This is Kristen Bright from the city of Philadelphia. Give us 1 moment, Your Honor, Mr. Woodson. If you can have a brief continuance, we'll find an answer for you.
Okay, all right, what we'll attempt to do then is move on to the next matter while you're researching that.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go down then to case number 14.
Number 6, 14?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Case number 6.
That's
6
okay.
and 7,
Unless
interpreters are
you want
required.
to unless you would like to go do the water cases now.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's go down to number 14.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Okay, this is case number 14, appeal number HA-2021-005002, Philadelphia Water Department, Cheryl Jacobs, 4013 Lansing Street.
Okay, who's representing the city on this matter?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson. This is Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city. And the city's witness is also on the line, Mr. Robert Chatelain.
Okay, thank you. And who's representing the appellant, Cheryl Jacobs? Cheryl Jacobs not present today? Okay, let's check with the administrator. When was this Jacobs matter scheduled to proceed today?
Today. Let me.
Do we know if there was adequate notice?
Yes.
Yes, adequate notice was sent, Chairman.
Okay, and just want to make one additional call. Ms. Cheryl Jacobs, 4013 Lansing Street, Philadelphia. Anyone present representing Cheryl Jacobs?
She was notified by mail.
Chairman?
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yes.
All right, Chairman Woodson?
Yes.
Yes, this is Cheryl Jacobs.
Okay, Ms. Jacobs, can you we need to see your face.
I don't have my computer. I do have a notice here that says if I wanted to, if I couldn't access Zoom, that I could call the hearing.
Okay, you don't have access to video on your phone?
I don't. I have a flip phone.
Okay, well, we'll need to make sure we need to swear you in. So I need to swear you in and also have you confirm that you are who you say you are. Okay, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you are in fact Cheryl Jacobs residing at 4013 Lansing Street? And you will be truthful in your testimony in today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jacobs, are you the only person on the deed at that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're the owner.
Yes.
And do you reside at that location?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. The city of Philadelphia will proceed first and place the case on the record.
Yes, and Chairman, just I guess by way of housekeeping, Ms. Jacobs, the deed that I have lists as Cheryl Viscomi, is that you?
I was that's my married name, but I'm divorced.
You're
So I go
divorced.
by Cheryl Jacobs.
Okay, but the deed still reflects Viscomi, just to be clear for the record.
All right, yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Just before we proceed, though, I just want to check with legal counsel. Do we have any issues? You're muted, sir.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's proceed.
On September 13th, 2021, Philadelphia Water Department was on site on the 4000 block of Lansing Street as a result of notification of cave-ins. Sewer maintenance conducted a dye test at a cave-in located at 4013 Lansing Street, and dye was shown in the vent pipe and curb trap. Notice of plumbing defect was issued on that day. Appellant Cheryl Jacobs is appealing that notice, and as of 12/21/2021, the most recent date of reinspection, no repairs had been made to the vent pipe and curb trap, which are the responsibility of property owner to maintain. The city will be calling Mr. Robert Chatelain, who was present on site on the date of inspection.
Okay, Mr. Chatelain, I need to swear him in. So if he's present.
Robert
I don't see
Chapman,
his-
I'm present.
Okay, thank you. Raise your right hand, sir. You swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God.
I do.
Would you state your name fully and spell your last name, because a different name is showing on the screen?
Robert Chaitlin, Chatelain.
Okay, Chaitlin. Thank you very much.
My apologies, Robert, for mispronouncing your name.
That's okay.
Mr. Chaitlin, by whom are you employed?
The Philadelphia Water Department.
And how long have you been working for the Philadelphia Water Department?
About 12 years.
And what is your current job title?
It's sewer maintenance crew chief 1.
And how long have you been a sewer maintenance crew chief 1?
For the last 6 months.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities as a sewer maintenance crew chief?
We go out and we inspect sewers and do sewer lateral exams and dye test cave-ins and things of that nature.
And what was your prior position before you became a crew chief?
I was a driver to EO1 and I drove for the crew chief. I drove for the same crew that I replaced, the crew chief.
Okay. And did you have similar responsibilities regarding dye testing and things of that nature?
I just have responsibilities of keeping the certain tools in the trucks, but it was the same crew, so I worked hand in hand with my foreman that I replaced.
Okay. And back in September 2021, what was your job title?
I was a foreman, a crew chief foreman.
Okay. I'm just going to pull something up for you. Give me a quick second, sir.
I don't see them. I don't see them.
Jump off and jump back in.
Okay, I'll look for them, but they're not in there now. Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to share the screen. Give me 1 second. Okay. Do you see a document on my screen Mr. Chaitlin?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell us what this is?
This is a notice of defect.
Okay.
It's a notice stating a defect at a residence.
Okay. And what is the service address for this notice?
4013 Lansing Street.
Okay. And I'm showing you page 1 of exhibit 1. We're going to go now to page 2. Okay. Do you see my cursor?
I do.
Okay. Is this your name to the right of crew chief / inspector?
Yes,
Okay. And can you tell the board what the date of this notice is? And if you need me to flip back to page 1, let me know that.
9/13/21.
Okay. And property owner is listed as Cheryl Viscomi, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to the middle of the page. It's a little blurry here, but there seems to be a check mark or an X in the middle of the page next to vent pipe and curb trap. Is that correct?
Yes, the X is marked underneath where it says defective. And
Okay.
it's marked where it says vent pipe and curb trap.
Okay. And it also indicates that dye was placed in, can you read what's written there?
Yes, it's a cave in.
Okay.
And die showed in vent trap,
Okay.
abbreviated for vent pipe and curb trap.
Okay. And can you tell the board, what is a cave-in?
It's anything that, like a cavity in the street, lawn, it could be a sidewalk. We dye test these cave-ins to determine if there is a defect or if there's not a defect.
Okay. And can you explain how the dye test works?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. You first put some water in there to see if it even takes. And then once it does take the water, then you know you put some dye in there. And then we just go around and check the vicinities, we check the sewers, if there's vent boxes, anything that we could think where this dye could show, we check. And if the hole is continuously taking water, we keep feeding it until we get a result, either if it's fills up and holds the water, or if we can see that dye coming through a defective sewer or a defective curb trap or vent pipe in this manner.
Okay. And when you say we put water in there, are you referring to the cave-in, like the?
Yes, we're referring to a defective cave-in industry, or yes.
Okay. And what is a vent pipe?
So a vent pipe is part of your drainage system in your house. So it sits on top of the curb trap. It allows air to get in the system when you flush or do laundry.
Okay. And what is a curb trap?
But the curb trap is a curb trap that's connected. It separates your main house drain and your lateral to the street. And it holds water in there, which stops sewer gases from coming up into your house.
Okay. And when this dye test was performed, you were present on site, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And dye was shown in both the vent pipe and the curb trap, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, whose responsibility is it to maintain their vent pipes?
That would be the homeowner.
And whose responsibility is it to maintain their curb traps?
That would also be the homeowner
Okay.
responsibility.
And is that the reason why this notice of plumbing defect was sent to property owner, Ms. Cheryl Ruscomi?
Yes, well, I didn't send it. I knock, and if nobody answers, I leave it in their mailbox.
Okay. And is that typically what you do when you're on site?
Yes,
So you leave it at the property, correct?
Okay, someone should mute who isn't participating, please mute. Thank you.
And do you recall leaving such a notice out on site at the property of 4013 Lansing Street?
Yes,
Okay. And then I'll just go back to page 1 of Exhibit 1. Now you can see in this document, everything seems to be typed in. Is that correct? Do you see that?
yes.
Okay. Is that something you do?
This is not something I do. This is something my supervisor would do. We work in the field, so we don't have access to computers.
Okay. And do you know if this notice also gets mailed out to property owners?
I do not know.
Okay.
I'm fairly new, so.
Okay. But you do leave a copy of the notice
Correct.
on site? Okay. Now, did you perform any re-inspections of 4013 Lansing Street after you issued the notice?
No,
Okay. Let me just pull up again. Okay, I'm sharing another document with you. Let me know when you can see it. Okay, do you see the document I have in front of you?
I do.
Okay, now I'll represent to you, obviously, this indicates Supervisor Ernest Kinkle, Inspector Kevin M. Daniels / or Pennell, and that is not you, correct?
No,
Okay. And this is a document that's kept by the Philadelphia Water Department in its normal course and scope, to your knowledge? Reinspection reports?
could you repeat the question?
This type of document, a reinspection report, to your knowledge, is this a document that the Philadelphia Water Department keeps in its normal course and scope of business?
Objection.
Okay, madam,
That's
what is your
hearsay.
objection?
Hearsay.
Ma'am, that's hearsay is permitted in administrative hearings. So objection overruled. Please proceed and answer the question.
All right, all right, I want to preserve it for the record.
Okay, I'm not sure. This looks like, I'm not familiar with this document.
Okay, you're not familiar with the reinspection reports?
Yeah, I haven't done a reinspection report.
Okay. To your knowledge, as you sit here today, have any repairs been made to the vent pipe or curb trap at 4013
No, not to my-
Lansing Street?
They have not, no.
Okay. I have no further questions of Mr. Chaitlin.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cheryl Jacobs, do you have any cross-examination based on?
Yes,
wait,
yes,
let me-
yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
You have to let me finish my question of you. Okay, my question of you, do you have any cross-examination of the witness based only on his testimony? A general statement, you can make at a later point, but do you have any direct questions based on his testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what are those?
All right. So, Mr. Chatlane, are you familiar with the Philadelphia Code Section A 502.4 regarding service of defects or violations?
I am not.
You're not. All right. Do you understand that leaving a violation at a house is not acceptable service under the section of that code?
I am not familiar with the code.
Well, okay, thank you.
All right.
He
So-
answered, that's okay. Please answer, yeah.
Answer again, I'm not familiar with the code she speaks of.
All right, Mr. Chadlane, where is the curb trap located? Isn't it generally like 8 to 10 feet below the surface, below the ground?
Yes,
All right. And how can you please tell me, because this is what I've been trying to get answered, how do you see a curb trap? How do you know if it is leaking if it is below the ground under the street?
So the curb trap is connected to your vent pipe, and your vent pipe has a vent box on top of it. And you can take that vent box off and you can see straight down to your curb trap, which it needs to be a continuous one pipe all the way to the curb trap. And this is where I seen dye come in at, where the curb and the trap meet. You could use a flashlight, you could use a mirror with the sun, and you could be able to see the food coloring, the dye.
Now, I've had a couple plumbers out to this site, and they said that would be impossible to do. So this is what I'm questioning. Did you have a camera on the 13th of September?
No, I've physically seen it with my own eyes come through the vent curb trap.
So you didn't have a camera that goes down to the trap itself.
No,
All right.
ma'am.
So the thing is this: when that notice was, when you now I know it's you who left the notice. When you left that notice, and so if you didn't have a camera with you, and then why not? Because I was asking for pictures or a video, and no one could provide anything.
Miss Jacobs, ask
Yes.
him questions based on his testimony only. You can make a general statement
Okay.
later.
All right. So the thing is this. One moment, please. One moment. All right. So, all right. I'm sorry about that. So you were able to see 10 feet underground without a camera. Yes.
He answered that already, Miss Jacobs.
I'm going to object as to the characterization of his testimony.
Okay.
Well, all right. Well,
Thank you.
first
So
of all,
noted.
I would like to remind you, Mr. Chairman, and the distinguished board that the Philadelphia Water Department has the burden of proof to demonstrate there was an actual defect.
Miss Jacobs,
Yes.
we're fully aware of responsibilities in these matters.
All right.
Please complete your cross-examination, then we can get on to you presenting your case.
All right. So again, do you have pictures of this alleged cave-in, Mr. Chelling?
I myself do not.
Okay. All right. So all right. So we don't have any proof of cave-in as such. All right. So the
Ms.
thing
Jacobs,
is, the notice was left.
Ms. Jacobs, I think the testimony of the proof of the leak has been the dye in the that was witnessed in the curb trap. That was that was the witness's testimony.
And your question was, did he have photographs? And he said, no, he didn't have photographs. That didn't say he didn't have any proof. It just said he didn't have any photographs. He has already stated in testimony that he said that he put dye in through the curb vent, and that he was able to determine that there was a leak at 4013 Lansing Street. Now, do you have further questions?
Well, I just feel it's impossible to see down 10 feet below the ground if you don't have a camera to lower into it.
Okay, let's move on. Ms. Jacobs, if you don't have any further questions, I'm going to ask the city to continue its presentation, then we'll get back to you.
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman.
Any additional questions? Any additional witnesses from the city?
No additional witnesses, just two brief follow-up questions for Mr. Chaitlin.
Yes.
Mr. Chaitlin, what is the danger or hazard of having a defective vent pipe and curb trap?
It could be a very dangerous. We don't know how bad of a cave-in it could cause underneath. It could, you could have a sewer there. You could have gas lines. It could be numerous things that could happen and continuously happen if you don't repair the cave-in or the defect.
And are there any potential hazards to the property owners from having like a the defective vent pipe and curb trap.
Yes, so as I stated earlier, with that curb trap, it keeps sewer gases out. And if you don't want to be living in a house with sewer gases, this, you're breathing them in, and it's probably not healthy.
That's all I have for Mr. Caitlin, Chairman Woodson. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have
Mr.
a question. I do have
Just a cross question. Mr. Chadlane, did you determine that this site in particular had immediate danger? And did you know that the city did give me a continuance?
Actually, I'm going to ask him not to answer that question, sir, so that we can move on. Overruling that. Ms. Jacobs, we're going to move to you presenting whatever facts you want to present. And I think I may have there was a question from Mr. Pincus, I think, before we do that.
I was just trying to confirm the violation was September 13th of 2021. I don't believe it was Mr. Caitlin's testimony that he made a subsequent inspection, but am I correct? One of the documents reflected an inspection in December and no repairs had been made. Is that correct, Ms. Athanasiadis?
That is correct, Mr. Pincus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, you have information you'd like to present to the board?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Woodson. All right, so the notice was put into my mailbox on that September 13th. I had just gone out to the store. I was back within an hour. There was my neighbor next door told me, when I saw the notice, my neighbor next door happened to come out, and he said to me he saw the men out front, but they weren't doing anything. I said, was there a test, or did they die or do something? And because I know, I've lived in the city for 40 years, in this house in particular, and I do know people who work for the water department, and I do know what some of these tests are. And in turn, he said they didn't do anything. And so, of course, because I'm looking at the street was completely dry. My sidewalk was completely dry. There was no evidence that anyone had even been at the property except for the note in my mailbox, the notation. Now, it was scribbled out a little bit at the top. I was a little shocked. The next day I called the water department to ask, because of course the form says if you have any questions, please call. So I said, okay. I said, is it possible? Can you give me a number to call? And the gentleman said to me, what is the work number you have there? So I read the number off the top, and he said, 4011 Lansing Street. And I said, oh, no, sir. I said, I'm 4013. He said, well, let me give you the correct work order number. So he gave me that number, and with that, the notice that was written, I called the number for questions. I don't believe I heard from anyone, and I called back a second time. I was put through to Mr. Kinkle. I hope I have that correct. And in turn, he handed me off to another woman. I think her name was Miss Walker. And she, in turn, started yelling at me, telling me that I was harassing the water department and badgering the water department. And she's yelling at me. So in turn, I said to her, I said, all I want to know, I said, all I'm asking for from whoever I was talking to along the way, I said, all I'm asking for is a supervisor to please come out to my property and tell me what I'm looking at, because I know that I'm the one who's going to pay the bill. I don't believe the city of Philadelphia is going to pick up this bill. I said, and so all I'm asking is that a supervisor come out and explain to me what's going on down there, so that when I call a plumber, because this is totally new for me, so that when I call a plumber, I understand exactly what I'm looking at, and that I know that they're going to be doing the right job for me, that it's not going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. I said, that's all. And she was yelling at me. In turn, I did call L&I, and I explained the situation, because I have no proof here that this trap is broken. There's no camera work, there's no video, there's nothing. And there was no remnants of any dye or anything else being dropped down there.
Okay.
In turn, the city, the L&I department gave me the continuance. And of course, through the winter, they gave the continuance. So this has all been done through the city of Philadelphia. There was nothing done. And
Ms. Jacobs,
so
I have a question
Yes.
for you. You say they gave
Go
you a
ahead.
continuance. How was that done? Did they give you something in writing?
Yes, I have the papers that were saying that this would be, that this, Miss Curry in the law department. I spoke with.
Said that your case had been continued?
Yes, that's how I
Okay.
got to this hearing.
Okay, Ms. Athanasiadis, is that the case? Ms. Curry is an attorney with the law department. You have that notice or that correspondence in your file?
I do not have any such correspondence, Chairman. This is the
Okay.
first I'm
Okay, well,
hearing of, this is the first I'm hearing of any such correspondence, but even if there was a continuance given, I would just state that that's irrelevant for the purposes of what we're here for today as to whether or not a notice was issued, whether it was rightfully issued.
Okay. Ms. Jacobs, have you had a plumber take a look at your property based on the violation notice?
I did. I had a couple plumbers come out, and they told me that you couldn't see down to the bottom unless you had a camera dropped in it.
Did they do any investigation to determine if, let me finish, I have to
No,
finish my question
no.
for you. I haven't finished my
No.
question. You can't answer until I finish my question. What I want to know is that the plumbers that you've asked to come to your house, have they done any investigation to determine if you have a broken trap or not?
They said they wouldn't know that unless they could drop a camera down. I think I just answered that for you.
Did they have a camera to do that themselves, to investigate?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Alrighty. So now as the homeowner, you understand that you're responsible for correcting any violations.
Well,
Right.
what I'm asking for here, sir, I've kept this property for 40 years. I don't think you have any violations for me with the city. I do drive around and I see what the city looks like.
Ms. Jacobs,
I know
Ms.
you don't.
Jacobs,
I know
Ms.
the city
Jacobs,
doesn't have any.
Ms.
I've
Jacobs,
been here
Ms.
for 40
Jacobs,
years.
Ms.
Taxes are
Jacobs,
paid. Water bill is paid.
Ms.
No,
Jacobs,
now it's
Ms.
my.
Jacobs,
I thought it was
Ms.
for me to
Jacobs,
speak.
No, it is not. You have to follow the
Okay.
rules that we established for these proceedings. We have
All
a
right.
lot of cases to hear today, and we're trying to be fair
Yes,
to
I'm
you
sure. I'm sure.
to make sure that your case is heard
And you
properly.
have been. And you
And
have
so,
been.
well, listen to me then. Listen.
I'm sorry, can one person talk at a time? Please let the chairman finish before before you answer anything, please.
These proceedings, I'll say this to everyone, these proceedings are being recorded by Zoom as well as a court reporter. So we all have to speak in turn. And I'm also, please be aware to everyone who will have a case before us today, you will not be allowed to speak continually. You will be asked very specific questions and be asked to respond likewise. Long soliloquies will not be allowed because we don't have the time. We want to get all the facts on the record as quickly as we can. And so, Ms. Jacobs, the issue is you've had plumbers and none of the plumbers have been able to determine if your curb trap is broken or not. Is that correct?
That's correct because they did not have a camera.
Okay. Now, do we have any other questions from anyone else? Any other board members
Yes.
or the city of Philadelphia? No, I'm asking the board members if they have questions of you.
I do just want to observe, Ms. Jacobs, you've answered some of the questions. If the city said there's a defective curb trap at your property and you had plumbers come out, but you didn't ask them specifically to determine if the curb trap was defective. Each of the plumbers you spoke with, you don't have any reports to provide to us, didn't make a further inspection to determine if the curb trap was or was not defective. Or did you get a report from any one of these plumbers that you had come out that in fact states that the curb trap is not defective? Because as of the moment, the testimony we've received is the city has said there's a defective curb trap. You've said you had plumbers come out, but you've not provided any evidence that in fact your curb trap was not defective. Is that correct?
The plumbers that did come out to look for me said that they could not see to the bottom since they didn't have a camera. And I, in turn, told them what I'm telling you. That I told them.
I'm speaking. Was it not your obligation?
Excuse me, I was speaking. I was speaking. Thank you. So what I was saying to them and what the plumbers both said to me was the city could put a camera down and show you. And this was all I was asking. I did not say I would not fix the problem if there is a problem. All I was asking was for the water department to send someone out to put a camera down or to show me the dye test and explain to me what was going on. That is all I asked.
Okay.
And it has come to all of this.
Okay, now I do have a question, Mr. Pincus, just for a moment. I want to go back to Mr. Chaitlin, the supervisor. Is there any reason why, in this instance, you didn't have a crawler in the sewer and or a camera?
Okay, so I'm a foreman for the record, not a supervisor. And on this reason, even though the sewer does seem like it's big enough for him to go for a crawl to go down there, this dye test took place on the curb. So you seen it directly into the curb trap. And if the man was in the sewer, he couldn't determine the curb trap. from
Okay,
the sewer. He can
I
only
know,
determine.
I know there are occasions when you do use cameras to film things. Any particular reason why that wasn't done in this instance?
Well, in this instance, wouldn't be a case that we would need any camera because I can physically see with my own eyes from out front at the curb line that it's defective with green dye. And if the
Okay.
plumber, okay.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have anything? Ms. Jacobs, do you have any additional information that you'd like to offer before we get to the point of making a decision?
No, yes, my final statement is the ask is this. I'm asking that someone, a supervisor or whoever is in charge or whoever is designated to please come out to my property and just explain to me or show me what I'm looking at so that when I have to pay a plumber for this job, that I know what I'm in for. Because I know it's going to be thousands and thousands of dollars. I am older now and I am on a fixed income. And I feel that I have just, that's it. I just need that help. I'm just asking for someone from the water department to come out and show me what I'm looking at.
Okay.
What's going on. That's all I asked for. And I
Okay.
was yelled at and screamed at, and it's just been terrible.
Okay, any closing comments? Then I will have something to say so we can move on. Ms. Athanasiadis.
Chairman, I would just ask that you take into consideration Mr. Chaitlin's testimony. A dye test was performed. He explained the process. He also explained why there was not a camera used and what he saw himself visually on site present. And I would just ask that you affirm this notice of defect. There doesn't seem to be a challenge as to the issuance of this notice by the property owner. There just seems to be, I guess, lack of understanding as to why this notice was issued. So I don't think that warrants any type of change to the notice that's been provided. And I just ask that you find city affirmed in this case.
This would be to the property owner and anyone else. Most routinely, the violation notices are generally sufficient for plumbers to read and decide how to investigate. They generally, based on the violation notice, can investigate, determine what level of repair is required. Now, I would encourage, and this is a statement before I call for the vote, that there always be a meeting of the minds in terms of what a citizen is encountering from the city. And there should be a way for Ms. Jacobs, if you have a plumber, your plumber can certainly schedule an opportunity with the city's inspector to meet him on the job. And that may be a way to resolve and get your case expedited in a way that makes sense to you. So that would be a potential solution, but for today, we have to make a decision based on the case that's before us. And so, excuse me, before we bring this matter to a vote, any additional questions or statements from the board itself?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Well, all right. So my only comment to this is these plumbers told me that the water department could have easily accomplished my request.
Okay, they may.
And I also have. All right. And the other thing is this: I've already received last week a shut-off notice for tomorrow. So before you vote, please, another shut-off notice. This. I need time because I have to find the plumbers that are going to do this. Plus the fact I know that they told me the plumbers who would come out with a camera were going to cost me several $100s. I don't have all this money to throw around. So people have to understand at the city and the distinguished board there has to understand that people don't have all the money that they might have.
Okay,
especially
we
in a
understand.
last minute situation.
Well, this isn't last minute. This has been going on since 2021. And so let us move forward. With
Well,
regard
again,
to
I went through all the procedures.
Ma'am,
And to
ma'am,
answer that
please.
lawyer's question, there are many
please,
emails
please.
between me and Miss Curry. All right.
Ms. Jacobs, please.
Yes, sir.
You have to refrain from trying to speak over us, okay? We have to move through this in a way that's fair to you and getting the things resolved.
Thank you.
So please do not do that. Let us move on then to a decision for HA-2021-005002 Cheryl Jacobs at 4013 Lansing Street. I will begin the vote. City affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement to provide for an opportunity for all the parties to meet at the site to determine the level of repair.
City affirmed 90-day stay.
City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement.
Ms. Jacobs, what we did was to affirm the violation notice from the city, but also said to them they cannot take any additional action for 90 days. It gives you enough time to speak with a plumber, to arrange for a meeting, ask for a meeting between your plumber and with the city inspector at that site to determine exactly what's going to be done. You understand what we just said?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you very much for your courtesy, Chairman Woodson, and the distinguished staff.
Okay,
Thank
and
you
I'd
very
ask the city to please, the attorney representing the city is to be available to encourage the staff to take this in the direction that's been given today and move in that direction.
Thank you all very much for
Okay,
listening.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. All right. God bless you all.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
May I excuse Mr. Chaitlin?
Yes, yes, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Let's go to number 15, unless we have something else that's come up.
could we read it into the record number 5? I got a chat from Mr. Reuter, Leonard Reuter, the city attorney, said that he would like me to read that into the record again. He has a.
Please.
Leonard, are you? Okay, very good. So it's case number 5, appeal number HA-2021-000096, Craig Rogers, 243 Harvey Street.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leonard F. Reuter, Senior Attorney for the City of Philadelphia. I apologize I was fiddling around with something and didn't have the headset on at the moment. It was called, this was actually moot complied. I just neglected to put that on the initial when we went through the cases to determine status. So this is moot complied. It was just a rental license that has long since been obtained, actually. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So noted.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for being distracted. Thank you.
Okay, all righty. So noted. Okay, let's move on then to number 15.
Yes. Case number 15, appeal number HA-2021-004644, Philadelphia Water Department, Jillian Miskell, 1035 Daly Street. I apologize if I didn't pronounce your last name correctly.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon again, Chairman Woodson, Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city, and Tamika Warren will be my witness for this matter.
Okay, who's representing Jillian Miskell?
Myself.
Okay, Jillian, do you have the ability to put your image on the screen?
Yes, I am in a hospital though, so is it okay if I just turn it on for the swearing in? For
Yeah,
patient
we'd like to see
privacy?
you. Yeah, we like to see your face.
Hi.
Oh, I thought are you a patient at the moment?
My mother is. Yeah.
Okay, can you step out and for us to complete the hearing or not?
No. But I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay. I need to swear you in. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you would give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty. Let's now proceed then with the city.
Yes. Chairman, this case is before the board. Ms. Miskell is appealing a notice of defect that was served on October 20, 2021 for the property located at 1035 Daly Street. The deed lists appellant Jillian Miskell and Robert Miskell as owners of the property. In October 2021, the Philadelphia Water Department was on site on the 1000 block of Daly Street as a result of alleged sinking on the block to perform examination. And it was noted that 1035 Daly Street was a home of concern. On October 20, 2021, a dye test was placed in a borehole and dye was shown in the sewer through a defective lateral. A notice of plumbing defect was issued on that date. And as of the date of the most recent reinspection, which I believe Ms. Warren performed yesterday, March 21st, 2022, no repairs had been made. And the city will be calling Tamika Warren as its witness.
Okay, before we do that, I just want to confirm you noted that the name on the deed was not Miss Jillian Miskell. Who else was noted?
Oh, no, it was Jillian Miskell and Robert Miskell.
And who is Robert Miskell?
My husband.
Your husband? Okay, thank you. Alrighty. All right, so your witness is Ms. Tamika Warren. Ms. Warren, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Place your hand down.
Ms. Warren, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Tamika Warren, TAMIKAWARREN,
And by whom are you employed?
the Philadelphia Water Department.
And how long have you been working for the Philadelphia Water Department?
26 and a half years.
Okay. And what is your current job title?
I am a water conveyance systems assistant superintendent
Okay. And how long have you been in this position?
for 5 months.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
We deal with the operations, repairs, and maintenance of sewers, the sanitary and storm sewers.
Okay. And what was your prior position?
Water conveyance supervisor
And how long did you hold that position as supervisor?
for 14 and a half years.
Okay. And can you tell me what your duties and responsibilities were as a supervisor?
As a supervisor, I had 5 crews, and 2 of the crews were to do sewer laterals. The other one were to clean the sewers. We did certain sections of the city. The city is broke up into 6 sections, and you get a section. Right now I have the first and second section, which is South Philly and West Philly. And we maintain those sewers and we clean the sewers in South Philly and West Philly.
And do you supervise any people below you?
Yes, right now I have approximately 40 people below me.
Okay. Now, Ms. Warren, I'm going to be showing you some documents and I'll represent to you and the board that you were not the crew chief or the inspector that issued the plumbing defect for the document I'm about to show you. Is it fair to say that you previously, you know what a notice of defect looks like?
Yes,
And have you yourself, during your tenure with the Philadelphia Water Department, issued notices of plumbing defects?
yes.
Okay. So I'm just gonna pull up, give me 1 second. Okay. Ms. Warren, I'm taking you to page 2 of what's been marked City 1. Can you tell us what you're looking at here?
A notice of plumbing defect.
Okay. Now, I previously indicated you are not listed here as the crew chief or inspector, is that correct?
Correct.
But you are familiar, you testified with issuing defect notices.
Yes,
Okay. And you reviewed this document as well as others, including a video for 1035 Daly Street, correct?
yes,
And is this notice type of notice that's normally kept in the ordinary course and scope of Philadelphia Water Department business?
Yes, we keep, it's 3 copies to a notice. It's the white copy, a pink copy, and a yellow copy. We keep the pink copy. The other copies go to customer service.
Okay, and then does customer service either fill them out or send them out to property owners?
Customer service writes the property owner on there, they type it up and they mail it to the homeowner.
And when is a plumbing defect created? When is this type of notice created?
Once the exam crew completes the job, if it's a defect on the street at the time, the crew chief will go in the truck and write out a notice and they'll put the white copy in the homeowner's door and they'll take the other 2 pieces back to the yard.
And in this case, C. Alexander and K. Gray were the chief and inspector for this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm showing you page 2 of what's been marked as City 1. And can you tell the board the date of this notice?
Can you move it over a little? It says October the 20th, 2021.
Okay. And property owner?
Jillian Miskill.
Okay, and now I'll go to the middle of the page. And in the middle section, it appears to be checked off, or a line is through defective lateral. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And next to that, combined system is marked off. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And it says dye placed in borehole and dye shown in sewer through DEF lateral. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what a borehole is?
We take a compressor and a jackhammer with a special bit on it and bore a hole in the street. We bore a hole about 4 feet down, maybe 3 feet down. And we put water in it to see if it takes water. If it takes water, then we put dye in it and continue to do an exam to look for the dye in the sewer or a vent or through a lateral or utility boxes. We look all around for where the dye may have went.
Okay. And why is a borehole created?
Because it must have been a depression in front of the address and we had no way to dye test it without a hole. We need a hole or a cave in. And it must have was just a depression in the street.
And then does the water department, after they create these boreholes, do they go back and repair them?
Before we leave, we repair them, we plug them.
And in this particular case, the notice indicates that dye was shown in the lateral. Can you
Right.
tell us what is a lateral?
The lateral is the last pipe. The lateral and the slant is the last pipe before your waste goes into the sewer.
And why is it important that a lateral function properly?
Because if it doesn't function properly, the wastewater wouldn't be able to get out your home.
And can you just quickly go over how the dye test works for the board?
Okay, if it's a borehole, like they said it was, if it's a borehole, we bore the hole into the street. We put water into it. We open manholes on both ends of the borehole to see if we see the dye coming in. We put the dye in the water in. We open 2 manholes, one above and one below, to see if dye enters the sewer. And we take the top off of the vent pipe. We look down in the vent to see if the vent is shifted or if the dye is in a curb trap. If it's not, we look in the sewer to see if the dye is in the sewer. If it's in the sewer, an inspector, which was Carrie Gray, suits up and he crawls up to in the sewer. He enters the sewer and crawls up to where he sees the dye. and it was 10:35. He'll say he's at 10:35 or Porter dye-in, which is another different color dye. We usually start with green dye. So the other color would be red or blue. So he'll say Porter dye-in, and we'll Porter dye-in from the vent at 10:35 or 10:33 or 10:37. So he can ID who the lateral that the property belongs to.
And in this particular case, was the lateral belonging to 1035?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna quickly show you, ma'am. Give me a second. I'm going to show you, this is a customer responsibility diagram that's available online. And if you could just direct me as to where the lateral is located in this photograph and whose responsibility it is to maintain.
The lateral is D, and it's the property owner's responsibility to maintain. The city is only responsible for the sewers.
Okay. And do I have my cursor under the letter D showing where the lateral is situated?
Yes.
And what I previously showed you on City 1, because it's property owner's responsibility, is that why the notice of defect was issued to Ms. Jillian Miskell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Warren, you also had the opportunity, I believe, to review a video yesterday that had been provided by Ms. Miskell, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the board what that video showed?
It showed I guess it was a sea snake going through down through the vent into the lateral, but it looks like it has another pipe connected to the lateral, which is illegal at 43 feet.
Okay. And after reviewing that video, does that in any way change or invalidate the notice of defect that was issued by the Philadelphia Water Department?
No.
Okay.
That's like another violation on top of the one she has, because it's illegal to have two connections in one pipe.
Okay. And you also went to the property yesterday of 1035 Daly Street, didn't you?
Yes.
And what did you observe? Did you observe any repairs made?
No.
Okay. So as of yesterday, March 21st, 2022, the lateral remains defective?
Yes.
I have no further questions for Ms. Warren at this time, Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Miskell, do you have any questions of Ms. Warren based solely on her testimony?
Yes. Ms. Warren, so you were not actually present at the original time of the notice being filed?
I was present.
You were present. Okay. And I know that you mentioned that the water department was there because of sinking and that we were notified as a home of concern. What does that mean exactly? And why else were you guys there? What flagged you guys to the location of our block?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah. So at the beginning, it was stated that the water department was there because of sinking, and we were notified as a home of concern. What was the initial reason for you guys to come out for sinking?
Someone had to call 311 or sanitation department to give us the concern of sinking on your block.
Right, and that was for further up on the block, is that correct? It was not our location.
We had the 1000 block, it was the whole block.
Okay. Earlier, sorry, let me review my notes. So yesterday you guys made a visit to the house, and I'm curious what happened during that visit?
I made the visit. It was just me to see if any repairs were made.
And how did you do that?
Your footway is still defective.
How did you determine that?
I looked at it.
Can you maybe provide more info? I don't necessarily understand all the terms and lingo that you guys use. I don't know what a footway is.
Your pavement, your walkway.
And what's wrong with the walkway that you can tell visually?
It's sinking.
Okay. And in terms of the video that I submitted, so that was provided by Zoom Drain. I know that you mentioned the other pipe, but you didn't say anything about the cracking or, you know, whatever you guys think is happening to the lateral pipe. You didn't mention anything regarding that. You just mentioned this other pipe. So from the video, were you able to see any damage to the pipe? Because when we had Zoom Drain come out and look at it, they confirmed that there's no damage to the pipe. That was, you know, the purpose of them coming out.
Sorry, what was the question?
So Ms. Warren reviewed the video provided by Zoom Drain. And I'm curious, she didn't mention anything. When you reviewed, were you able to see any visual damage or cracking?
The video, the video was dark. You can't see the top of the pipe in the video. And the person that did the video didn't do a dye test. The dye test is the key thing to determine whether the lateral is defective. We could look at a pipe, they're like a male and female, they're inside each other. And it could be an opening that we can't see with the naked eye. That's why we put water and dye in it to see if it's defective. You could video it, but without the dye test, it's nothing we could do. We just saw a video of a pipe without a dye test. We need a dye test.
So Zoom Drain, when they, you know, they offer a service to run the cameras through the pipes, and, you know, that's their whole business, is being able to tell if there's damage to a pipe. So I feel like there's a disconnect there, which I'd like, you know, to be considered. You know, that's their entire business, is to identify.
Well, Ms. Go, you
damages to
can,
pipes.
Ms. Go, you can put that on the record once the city completes its presentation, if you'd like. Okay.
Okay, sure. I don't know if this is for later, but she said that the borehole was covered up. I'm pretty sure it's still out there. I'm pretty sure it's been there ever since they conducted the first.
She said they were
test.
plugged. Ms. Warren, do you have any evidence that the boreholes have been plugged?
We plug them before we leave. I didn't take a picture or anything of us plugging them, but we have asphalt plugs that we put back in the street once we do dye tests, because homeowners were complaining and they made it mandatory for us to plug boreholes once we made them.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I'm just saying that that's not the case. It's been
I'm
out
gonna
there.
object as to the relevance, as to the borehole versus the
Okay.
notice, the issue.
Sure. So noted. Okay. Let's do this. Ms. Good, do you have any further questions of Ms. Warren? If you don't, we can go. I believe the city has completed its case unless Ms. Anthony has any additional questions. I had it right and I missed it.
Just one follow-up. Ms. Warren, what are the dangers if you have a defective lateral for a property?
It could cause your drainage to back up into your house. It can cause a dangerous situation out in the street because the footway or the roadway is the last thing to go. Everything is slowly feeding into the lateral. The dirt under the ground slowly feeds into the lateral and washes away in the sewer every time you flush the toilet or you wash your clothes or anything like that. So if it washes away, and then the street caves in. But the street is the last thing to go. You could park your car on that where her lateral is, and it could be voided under there, and we don't know it because it didn't wash fully away or the concrete didn't give in. There could be a big hole under the street and we don't know because it's washing away through the pipe, the opening in the pipe.
I have no further questions of Ms. Warren, and I would just mark the city exhibit 1 and the customer responsibility chart into the record, Chairman.
Okay, so noted. We'll put them in the record. Okay, Ms. Misko, do you have any additional information you'd like to share with us regarding your case?
I have a question for Ms. Warren, because there was
Yeah.
some testimony she gave and I wasn't clear on it. Did you say there's 2 connections into the water main, not just one? Or with something about 2 connections, and I'm not sure I understood what that was about.
On the video that I watched, it's a connection into the lateral. And it's like a wide connection, and that's illegal. It's one pipe, one house. It shouldn't be another connection in the lateral. So
have a
that's another
question.
violation on top of the violation that she already had.
Okay, Ms. Misko, let's hear from you in terms of information that you would have to share with us in terms of what you've done to determine how to correct this problem.
Sure. I do have maybe one more question. For Miss Warren, when you watched the video, did you see one process, or did you see one continuous line, or did you see 2? Because in the notes from Zoom Drain, that video contains 2 separate videos. So I just want to make sure we're not getting anything confused or lost in translation. So the first section of the video should be back into the house 45 feet. And then the second part of the video should be the trap out to the city main. So I just want to make sure that we're not confusing anything.
I saw one video that wasn't that long, and it went at 43 feet, you could see another pipe coming in.
Do you think we went in the wrong direction? That may be confusion, Ms.
Unless you see the
Misko?
wrong video.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know fully. I just want to make sure that we at least have time to clear that up. I mean,
I have a question too, because you keep mentioning this video, and I noticed from the exhibits that the Zoom video has a date, I believe, of February 2020, or an invoice that's dated February 8th, 2020, and it appears that the city's violation or defective lateral notice is over a year later, in October of 2021. So
That's
the
correct.
video was taken or made more than a year before the actual defect was identified by the water department. Is that?
That's correct.
That's okay. Thank you.
And Chairman Woodson, did you want me to proceed with additional comments?
Well,
from my
if
side?
what was your response? I missed it. Was this video done before the violation notice was written?
Yes, that's correct.
So have you had any videos done subsequent to the violation notice is written?
No, we haven't had any done subsequently, but I did have a question for you guys. I wanted to hold off on getting one done after the fact because I wanted to see if it would be like permissible and for you guys to agree as that to,
Well, I
before
mean,
I
the
spend the
videos.
$500.
Yeah, well, the video before the fact, before the violation was written, has limited relevancy because the passage of time. Something could have happened in your sewer after the video was run that created the problem that generated the violation notice. It's always better to run the video after the violation notice so you can have a better sense of what the conditions are around that time. What I would suggest to you is that you would want to have a plumber do an appropriate investigation or just pay someone to repair the sewer line. If you, and I ask the city can respond to this, if a homeowner has a plumber excavate the area and find that the pipes are not defective, will the city cover that cost? Or can they reclaim the cost for paying for a plumber to do that?
If they dig up the street or excavate the street and her pipes could be attached, but they might be open, and that's the purpose for the water and die.
No, that's not my question. My question is that if a homeowner, this Ms. Misko or anyone else has a plumber to excavate the pipes and they determine based on that excavation and someone from the city coming out and confirming that the pipe is not defective, will the city pay the cost of that excavation?
I'm not aware of that, Chairman, so I don't want to give you
Okay.
any information one way or the other. I could look into that and let you know, but
I know we've had that issue before. If someone does that and if they determine that it's not bad, then there was a mistake made. And mistakes happen, but who should pay for it?
no,
That's
I understand what you're saying.
Ms. Warren, are you aware of that?
No, that would be a customer service issue.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And so Chairman Woodson, who would I contact? You know, if that was the case, if it comes to that where we have to actually dig up, I would obviously love to have that question answered ahead of time before having someone dig up my street. How could I get this question resolved? Who should I contact?
Well, I'm asking the city, who should she call if in fact she needs that, wants to make that phone call?
That would be, as Ms. Warren said, customer field service team to direct that to. But
Okay,
at this point, I would just ask that we move forward
sure.
with the
Okay,
violation from October 2021.
okay. Ms. Bisco, have you had a plumber come take a look to determine what repairs required?
No.
Okay, as a homeowner, you're responsible for doing that, so you should do that.
Yes, I was waiting for this hearing. I thought it was appropriate to wait until I had this time.
Any other questions?
I just am curious. I think you made in your appeal, you said that you only lived in this house for a year or two, I guess, before the violation. Why? Normally, when people buy a home, they don't get a camera inspection of the sewer line. Why did you have a camera inspection performed in February of 2020?
Because I'm a thorough person and I wanted to avoid a situation exactly like this before purchasing a home. You know, it's a big purchase, first purchase, and I wanted to be thorough in the house that I was buying, which is why I'm very, surprised and questioning of this violation, because I thought we did a lot of good due diligence before buying our home.
Thank you.
Okay, was there a depression in the street when you bought the property?
No, not to my knowledge, and nothing that I think the, inspection had found either.
Okay, so it happened later. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. So in fact, you're prepared to move forward to get someone to come out and take a look then? Okay.
I'm sorry, do I have a moment for just kind of final questions or?
Yes, you have
statements?
anything else? The statements you'd like to put on the record?
Yeah, I would really like if I'd be able to contact, who actually did the inspection that day. I guess Carrie, I'm sorry, I couldn't get the name down fast enough. But, I'd be interested to hear what they have to say on this as well. I know
I don't know if that's possible, given the record, and Ms. Warren is one of the deputy superintendents, so she's responsible for responding. That you can call and find out if that's a possibility, but that won't affect our decision today.
Okay. And is it possible, I know that someone else in an earlier case had a reinspection report. Is it possible for me to request a reinspection?
I believe there was a reinspection today. I'm not
That
sure
was
if
just-
that counts.
Well, that's just verifying that there was no work done, which I could have told you that we didn't do anything until.
That's what a
but I-
reinspection would do. There wouldn't be any additional dye tests. It would just be to determine to see if there's any work done.
But there was paperwork that was shown on the screen. I haven't gotten anything from a reinspection. I haven't seen anything. I don't know what that is.
Well, let me ask the city, is there a formal written reinspection report?
Well, Miss Warren, when you went yesterday, I can pull up the one that was done. If you give me a second, I can see which one was done prior to Miss Warren going out. But again, the reinspection report would only indicate someone going out and seeing if repairs were made. Another dye test isn't done. No other testing is done to see if the problem persists, because it's perceived to persist until repairs are made. So that would be the only thing a reinspection report would show. But give me a second.
Can I answer that?
Only if your attorney wants you to.
Sure, Ms. Warren.
The re-inspections report comes from customer service. And like you said, they come out to see if the repairs were done. If the repairs weren't done, that's when they issue those shut-off notices. That's what the reinspection report are for. Customer service, they do not do dye tests or do the test over again.
I guess one other thing I just wanted to note, this whole process has been pretty difficult in terms of working with the water department. I've notified them that we were doing this appeal and, they confirmed that they wouldn't shut off. We got the water shut off notice, right after the initial one saying, if we didn't have a plumber out. I notified them that I was going through this appeal process. They shut off our water anyways. My husband and I were without water for several days. Then they corrected it. They came out, turned it back on because they realized we were in the appeal process. And then it happened again. So I hope you guys can understand that it really kind of deteriorates my confidence in the water department if they can't even get the communication on the water turn off.
I'm gonna
correct.
object as to,
So noted, but that's for the record and it never should have happened. So
Yeah.
please accept our
if
apologies.
it in fact did, I do apologize on behalf of the water department, Chairman, but I have no documentation to indicate that occurred. So if it did happen, I apologize to the property owner. But again, that's neither.
Okay.
Yeah. I have email exchanges if you'd like to see them about the whole incident.
Okay, I would encourage you to share that with the city law department if you would, through LNI, so they can be part of the record. Is there anything else before we vote?
None for me.
Okay, anything else? Okay, with regard to HA 2021-004644, Jillian Misko, 1035 Daly Street, city affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 60-day stay.
City affirmed 60-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you. Ms. Misko, we affirmed the city, but we also added no additional enforcement for 60 days. That should, if noted in the record, should prevent anyone from taking any action against your property for at least 60 days.
Okay, and in that time, am I able to work with the water department and a plumber for them to maybe come out together and do another dye test? Maybe on the plumber side, they do a dye test and then.
Well, the additional dye test may not be appropriate, but what you can call your plumber and ask your plumber to do one. And at the same time, call the city, the inspector that was noted on your records, tell them what you're doing. But I would start with your own personal plumber to get them started with determining what repairs needed.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's. I think we have some interpreter cases we need to go back to. So
Yes,
let's go back up
Chairman.
to case 6.
Okay, the interpreter is here.
Okay.
She's on the second page. Oh, no, he is. Hi. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is Cornell Beasley, Spanish interpreter.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Let's bring everybody in, call the case in, and then we'll get to the preliminaries.
Okay, very good. Case number 6, appeal number HA-2021-002600. Dario A. Aguala Pena, 82 East Walnut Lane. Sorry if I didn't say that right.
Okay. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Dario A. Aguilar Pena present?
Señor Dario Aguilar Peña, ¿está usted presente? Estamos llamando su caso. Dario Aguilar Peña.
Okay, nobody's responding for Mr. Pena.
Okay, no hay respuesta.
DJ Contractors LLC.
No, we're not doing the contractor case yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pena, anyone present? Mr. Pena. Ms. Davis, did you have any correspondence at all from Mr. Pena or his representative?
No, I didn't receive any correspondence with his representative or with the appellant, actually.
Okay. Ms. Davis, do you know if this is an individually owned company, store, or is it corporately owned business?
It is a corporation.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, so we may have the additional complication of having to require legal counsel. Okay, let's do this. No one's responded yet. At what time was Mr. Pena scheduled to be present?
1:15, sir.
What was the nature of the service in this matter?
Apologize, this stuff's in the back. They were mailed a notice by mail. And then and several notices. This has been continued several times.
Oh, it has? Okay.
Yes.
All
and
right.
then there was email.
Okay, when did, do you have any correspondence regarding the request that was made for an interpreter?
I'm sorry.
When was the interpreter requested? Was that on the original appeal?
That was on the original file when they filed the appeal. We put a sticker.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. I propose that we dispose of this matter now, given that we've had several continuance prior to this. I don't want to continue to do that. This moment, check here.
I'm
Just
sorry,
one moment.
Go ahead.
Okay. Also, they will need an attorney. And this has been going on for a while.
Yes, and there's an email in here from Michelle Rand telling them that they needed an attorney representation.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's do this. Ms. Davis, what is your pleasure?
The city will be requesting city affirm due to failure to appear.
Okay. Mr. Pincus, what time do we have?
3:25 p.m.
3:25 p.m. Okay. With regard then to HA-2021-002600, Dario A. Aguilar Pina, 82 East Walnut Lane, city affirmed lack of appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you. That's resolved. Thank you very much.
Case
Let's
number
move on to the
7.
next. Let's move on.
May it please the board, could I just bring one matter to your attention for a second?
Okay.
Mr. Carbajal, who is the owner of JC Construction, had spoken when he heard the interpreter come on, and I'm wondering if he needs an interpreter. It's the contractor case. It's case number 31. And I would ask that the board call any other cases that require Spanish interpreter at this point, so we can get the interpreter out.
Okay, is Mr. Carbajal present?
It's DJ Contractors.
Sorry. DJ Contractors.
Yes, my name is Anton. I'm speaking on behalf of DJ Contractors. I do not need an interpreter, but I believe there's other parties on the phone that do.
Well, the individual who's the appellant is the only one we're concerned with. And the other, DJ Contractors is an incorporation, correct?
Correct.
Are you an attorney?
No, I'm not.
You need an attorney. So if you don't have an attorney with you today, we aren't going to hear your case.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we had a problem appealing this case. We spoke, and I can bring up.
At the moment, you're interfering with another case that I'm trying to proceed with.
Okay, so then
you're going to have to hold all that until we call you.
Sure.
We're going to hold all that until you call you. So, Mr. Johnson, we're going to hold that until we get to his case. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's go back to number 14.
Number
Number
7.
7. Yes,
Okay.
number 7.
Case number 7, appeal number HA-2021-002608, Parmenio Almonte, 905 North 11th Street is a tobacco case.
Okay, who's representing the city? Whoever's representing the city, you probably muted.
Yes, that was me. I'm sorry, Chairman. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, and who's representing Parmenio Almonte on 905 North 11th Street?
Good afternoon, Joseph Vaccaro. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Vaccaro, are you is that your client?
Yes, Mr. Almonte is sitting right next to me, even though he's not on screen.
Oh, okay. I'll need him to be on screen when we swear him in.
Sure. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
And if I could also participate by phone, since that way with the phone, he can hear both of us.
Okay, understood.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that will eliminate that echo in the line.
Mr.
In the
Chairman?
meantime, we do have an interpreter, correct?
Yes, we have the interpreter until 4 PM. Is that what you said, sir?
That's correct.
Well, let's hopefully we can get it done before then. We're going to, if not,
He's-
we'll need to raise your hand if there's a crisis 5 minutes of, I need to know that so we can make a decision on what to do. Actually, I need to swear you in, sir, as the interpreter. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate between Spanish and English to Spanish for this matter that's before us regarding Parmenio Almonte, 905 North 11th Street?
Yes, Chair Whitson.
Okay, thank you. Now, what we have done in the past, we've asked that the interpreter have a direct phone link with the appellant so that you can interpret simultaneously as we're proceeding. It makes things so much faster. Is that possible?
Yes, that would be possible. I guess I would need Mr. Parmenio to be just a little bit farther away from this connection. That way there isn't that much echo. I think his attorney just mentioned that he has a phone line already connected.
Well, let's see. Mr. Vaccaro, is that the case? I can't hear you, Mr. Caro. You aren't coming through. We can't hear you. You aren't coming through at all.
I'm not coming through. Hold on. 6. It's the number ending in 0887. It just appeared.
I think what we would prefer, Mr. Vaccaro, is if on your screen, on your computer, you use the audio on your computer to speak to us, and then your cell phone would be given to your client, and he can speak through the cell phone to the interpreter.
Okay, fine. Mira, usa este teléfono, mas llega por allá que haga un echo, okay?
Okay.
All right, I would need the cell phone number to call.
So, Mr. Vaccaro, can you share the cell phone number?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, can you share the cell phone number for the interpreter so we can call that number?
Maybe you can chat it privately to the interpreter.
Okay.
Sí, escucho.
Okay. Señor Almonte, va a tener que colgar y yo le voy a llamar ahí.
Okay, pues está bien.
Okay, cuelgue, yo le llamo.
Okay.
Now, just for general instructions, Mr. Almonte, all of your communications with us, with the board during this case must be through the interpreter. The interpreter will speak on your behalf. And so any correspondence, any response to a question, any statements you need to make will be made by the interpreter on your behalf. You understand? Mr. Interpreter, would you please share that?
I apologize. The line that my client was on was accidentally disconnected. I'm going to reconnect him. I apologize.
No, I think there's a misunderstanding. I believe that your client should be speaking through the interpreter should call and be speaking directly to him using that number. So let the interpreter, give the interpreter that phone number so he
Understood. It's 215 527 0887.
All right.
Okay.
Dialing now.
Yep, I'm waiting for the call.
Ringing.
Mr. Interpreter, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, here you go.
So, sir, if you would share with Mr. Almonte my statement.
Okay.
I think you have to repeat it.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. You're muted, sir. So I'll need you to unmute, an interpreter unmute so that we can hear you. Okay, I need to swear Mr. Almonte in.
Muy bien. Vamos a juramentar primero al señor Almonte.
So if you raise your right hands, Mr. Almonte.
Entonces, señor Almonte, levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you give today be the truth, so help you God? Didn't hear you. You muted. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Davis, let's get started.
Yes, the city would like to call Jody Wilkins.
Okay, Ms. Wilkins, You present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's see here. You must be on a different screen. I don't see you.
Well, I'm here.
Okay,
that
there you
fine?
are. Okay, now I see you. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be true so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and occupation for the record?
Jody Wilkins, sanitarian supervisor with the City of Philadelphia Health Department.
And Ms. Wilkins, how long have you been in that position?
Over 10 years.
Can you describe to the board your roles and duties?
I oversee the sale of tobacco sales to minors, as well as oversee the issuing of tobacco retailer permits for the sale of tobacco and e-cigarettes in the City of Philadelphia.
And Ms. Wilkins, are you familiar with the property, the business at 905 North 11th Street?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that business?
The business was denied a tobacco permit for year 2020 due to sales of tobacco to minors.
And did you have an opportunity to review the public health records regarding the business at 905 North 11th Street?
Objection,
Yes, I
I
have.
haven't, objection, I haven't been provided with any public health records in this matter. I've only been provided with the code violation notices.
Ms. Davis, you want to rephrase that?
Yes, Ms. Wilkins, have you gotten an opportunity to review the records, the public records regarding the violations at 905 North 11th Street?
Yes, I have.
Would you recognize those documents if I were to show you here today?
Yes, I would.
Permission to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Ms. Wilkins, can you see my screen?
I see your name, but I don't see any documents.
Okay, give me a second. I think Zoom is having some difficulties. My apologies, it seemed that my screen has froze.
Okay. You may want to go back and try redoing it. Is anything working, Ms. Davis?
No, I can't even.
Let's do this. I'm going to ask the administrator to take you out completely. So leave the
Yes.
meeting and then come back in.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Everyone else, please sit tight wherever you are and we'll resume it shortly.
Mr. Chairman, I meeting room. Do you want me to put her all the way out? You're muted.
We just need to reestablish our connection. So this,
Okay.
does that require taking her out completely? Whatever it requires to
Yeah, I'm not
reestablish.
sure. Oh. I think she took herself out,
Okay.
unless she got booted out. All right.
Has she come back in yet?
No. When they enter the waiting room, it pops up.
Okay,
I haven't seen anything.
Board, this is Caroline Curley with the Law Department. I'm in communication with Ms. Davis. She is attempting to log back on, but is having some computer issues. If this does continue, we will think of a plan B, but she is working diligently to resolve this.
okay, thank you.
Someone else. Mr. Vaquero, while we're waiting, may I have your mailing address and your phone number?
Sure. My phone number is I'm sorry. My phone number is 215-527-0887. My mailing address is 5918 Torresdale Avenue, Philadelphia, 19135.
Thank you. Is there a suite
Thank
or
you.
anything?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, any success?
No one's in the waiting room, sir.
Okay, Ms. Curley, what's plan B on this?
Ms. Davis is attempting to restart her computer. Unfortunately, it did freeze. She is going to, as soon as she is able, she is going to send me the exhibits, and if I need to, I can step in for her.
Okay,
Just
but
if
she
you
can't.
could just have 1 or 2 more minutes to work on this.
Okay, if her computer is frozen, still able to send you the exhibits?
She's using her phone.
Okay. Because we're gonna run up against another deadline with the interpreter.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay, board, can everyone see and hear me? I'm going to step in for Miss Davis at this point.
Okay, would you introduce yourself there for
Yes,
the record?
Caroline Curley, Curley, Deputy City Solicitor for the City of Philadelphia.
Okay, all right, let's go back on the record. And you were proceeding with the, you were sharing, there was attempt to share screen to go through the documents.
We are going to try that one more time, and now I will request to share my screen.
Okay.
Everyone wish me lots of luck. Okay, can everyone see my screen now?
Yes.
I can't see it. I
Great.
can see a screen, but not the document.
All right, let me know when you can see it, Ms. Wilkins.
Okay.
You see Exhibit 1?
Ms. Wilkins, you're muted. Ms.
No,
Wilkins, you're muted.
Can you hear him?
I can.
No, Ms. Wilkins is muted.
No.
Ms. Wilkins?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, the screen
Can you
for
hear
Ms.
me?
Wilkins is showing that you're muted.
Oops.
Oh,
Okay,
I might be having some,
hold on. Okay. This is not our day.
I'm sorry.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The internet is not that good in this room. I'm sorry.
Okay, Ms. Curley, would you proceed, please?
And Ms. Wilkins, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is pre-marked as Government Exhibit 1. I'm going to scroll down. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe for the board what this is?
This is the denial letter for VNS Supermarket Inc. 901 North 11th Street, I'm sorry, 905 North 11th Street, dated for December 27, 2019, for their permit denial for 2020. That's the 3 violations stated on the letter as for the decision of the denial.
Okay, and can you explain to the board why was this particular supermarket, why was their license denied?
They were denied because they had 3 sales of tobacco to minors in 2 years.
And those are the marked in the middle there, the 6/28/2018, 6/17/2019, and 6/18/2019, or I'm sorry, 3/18/2019.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the supermarket pay, once those violations were received, did the supermarket submit payment for those violations?
Objection.
Yes.
Objection.
So no, what's the objection, sir?
The defense has never been provided with any documentary evidence to demonstrate whether payment has been made or not.
You have an opportunity to inquire on cross-examination. So overruled. Please answer the question. Ms. Wilkins,
Yes,
please answer.
they were all paid.
All 3 were paid. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. And once an individual store receives these violations, what happens in terms of reprocessing their license?
I'm sorry, give me the question again.
What happens once there are 3 violations of sale to a minor? What will happen to a license?
Oh, they're denied for the year from that they renew from the 2 years from the time it was renewed. So in this case, the 3 occurred in 18 and 19, and the permit for 2020 was denied.
Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry, I think I neglected this. This notice was sent out December 27th, 2019.
Yeah.
And what's the process for sending out notice in these cases?
It was emailed based on the email address, clientdoc@comcast.net, their accountant. And it was also mailed on the 27th as well.
Okay.
To
And
the
that email
business.
address is provided by the applicant, correct?
Correct.
We didn't hear that response from Ms. Wilkins.
May I ask a question before we move from exhibit number 1?
That's correct.
Okay.
The name of the permit holder, I'm trying to read it, is VNS Supermarket Inc. And the appellant's name that we are hearing and Mr. Vaquero is representing, I believe, is a Mr. Parmenio Almonte. Is there a connection? I don't know whether you know the answer to that, Ms. Wilkins, between the name on the letter that was sent and the appellant, Mr. Almonte?
He's the sole owner.
I don't know the relationship.
Is Mr.
I do not know the relationship between it, but the permit holder and is the corporation. So I don't know the principles of the corporation. And so that he may be a principal.
maybe Mr. Vaccaro can briefly
He's the
provide.
principal. He's the principal.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Curley?
Just going to move down to City Exhibit 2. Ms. Wilkins, do you recognize this?
Yes, it's a tobacco sale to minor. They dated 6/28/18.
And this is the CVN issued in this case?
Yes.
As part of the department's as part of the department's records?
Yes.
Okay, similar to this document dated 6/28/2018?
Yes, that's a tobacco sale without ID.
Got it. And these two, which a little hard to see, but it looks like 6/17/19 for both.
Yes, six. Yeah, I think that is 6/17/19.
Oh, wait.
Is it possible? Yeah.
Sorry, that should help.
Yeah, 6/17.
Okay, and again, one for sale without an ID and one to sale for a minor.
Correct.
Okay. And last, identical 3/18, but for 3/18/2019, and again, for tobacco sale to a minor and tobacco sale without ID.
Correct.
And lastly, I'm sorry. Believe that will be, just ask that city exhibits 1 and 2 be entered into evidence, nothing further for Ms. Wilkins.
So,
I would-
Mr. Carroll, do you have any cross-examination?
I certainly do, but I also object to the introduction of the tickets. They were not authored by the witness.
These are Department of Health business records.
Well, let me respond to the objections. So noted, overruled. Let's move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wilkins, I do have some brief questions for you. Isn't it true that you personally did not issue any of these tickets, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, you were not present at the store on June 28th of 2018 when the store had allegedly sold tobacco to minor as well as sold tobacco without ID. Is that correct?
Right.
Correct. And in fact, there was how much of a delay was there between the date of the alleged violation, 6/28 of 18, and the date July 11th of 18 that's indicated on the bottom? How much of a delay was that?
That was about at least 12 days, 13 days.
Okay. And these two tickets were issued by M. Davis. Who is M. Davis?
She's one of my employees.
Do you know who the minor is to whom these tobacco products were allegedly sold?
Can I object to the evidence of this?
Please repeat the objection, please.
My apologies for relevance.
Well, in this matter, we want to hear the answer to that, so overruled. Thank you. Please answer.
No.
You don't know who that minor is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then moving on to the second pair of tickets issued on June 17 of 19.
Yep.
Again, it's Agent Pruitt. Am I reading the name correctly?
Pruitt?
Pruitt? That issued those two tickets? And who is Agent Pruitt?
She's an employee of mine.
And again, here, you were not present at the store on June 17 of 2019 when my client allegedly sold tobacco products to a minor, or in the alternative, sold tobacco products without an ID, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I take it neither was Agent Pruitt present at the store during those two alleged violations, correct?
Correct.
Do you know the name of the minor to whom these tobacco products were sold allegedly on June 17 of 2019?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, that was my response to the objection is that was asked and answered with respect to the first set of tickets.
Right,
I'm
absolutely.
asking about.
Yeah, my corrections overruled. I stand corrected.
So I'm
Ms.
going to
Wilkins?
Can you
repeat,
repeat the question?
The
certainly,
department will
gladly.
stipulate that Ms. Wilkins does not know the identity of the minor for all three of these tickets.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so stipulated. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we'll move on to March 18 of 2019. Those two tickets were also issued by the same agent, Agent Prowitt, correct?
Correct.
And you were not present on March 18 of 2019 during either of those sales at the store, correct?
Correct.
And neither was Agent Prowitt physically present at the store during those alleged sales, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I have no further questions. Thank you. At this time, I have no further questions of of Ms. Wilkins, but I do reserve the right to call her in my case in chief as
Sure.
a hostile witness. Thank you.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
I have a question of Ms. Wilkins.
Yes, sir.
Do those tickets provide a procedure where the recipient of the ticket has a right to appeal those tickets to some part of the city for a hearing?
Yes, they have the right to appeal through the Office of Administrative Review. It's on the back of every ticket that's given. There's a check box that they can check and then mail to the city of Philadelphia address that OAR will receive them. And then they will process them for a schedule of an appeal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Curley, do you have anything else?
I would call the defendant, but I will leave it. If Mr. Vaccaro is going to call him, I can reserve that for cross.
Okay.
No, I will be calling him.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vaccaro, it's your turn.
Thank you. Mr. Almonte, can you hear me?
Sure. Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. What is your relationship to the store, Mr. Almonte?
I am the owner.
You're the owner of VNS?
Yes.
And how long have you owned VNS?
For 5 years.
Were you at the store
Just now.
on June 28th of 2018? The first date that the city's alleging that the store sold tobacco products to minors?
Correct.
And does the store have a video camera system for security purposes?
Yes.
And how long does the store do audio and video recording or just video?
Well, they only do video.
And what parts of the store are recorded under as part of the surveillance system?
All of it. It has about 16 cameras in total. Since the outside, the inside, and all areas of the store.
And does that camera system also focus on the cash register area?
Yes, correct.
And the cash register area, that's the location where the tobacco sales and any other sale would take place at the store, correct?
Correct.
And do you have any video recordings of June 28th, 2018? The date on the first tickets?
No, I don't have any recordings for that video because that ticket was given to me on 6/28.
I'm going to object to the relevance of this. This is beyond the scope of what we're here for. Moreover, there's no there has been no video.
Mr.
I'll-
Vaccaro, has
I'll
that
give an
video-
offer.
But let me respond, Mr. Vaccaro, have you introduced that video at all?
No, because it doesn't exist.
But if it doesn't exist, what's the relevance?
Well, the relevance is this. The offer of proof is that the store is under constant video surveillance. My client is ready, willing, and able to testify and prepared to testify that he keeps these recordings for during that time for approximately a week. This delay between the alleged violation of 628 of 18 and 711 of 18, by the time he was issued this ticket in July of 18, that recording was already taped over.
What would that recording show?
Well, we would have focused in on the date and time in question that this sale took place. And we would have.
What would that show? Would that prove that the sale did not occur?
Correct. That would have been.
Okay, well, is it relevant to the extent that it's your client's responsibility to set up his system any way he chooses? It is not relevant to our decision as to whether it taped over or not.
Well, it's by way of argument, and that was the extent of my examination of my client.
Okay.
With respect to the incidents of June 28th of 18, because and the argument and the legal theory goes that if we can get the June 28th of 18 violation knocked off, so to speak, then there would have only been a record of only 2 violations, not 3, issued as referenced in the city's letter of December 27
Okay,
of
but
19.
in this instance, you don't have any evidence that the violation of 628 did not exist. So
Well,
let's move on.
we would have had
Possibly, but you don't. So if it isn't here, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't test it. We can't cross-examine against it. So let's move on. That argument is not going to fly. So let's move on to the next matter.
And Mr. Woods, I would just, if I could, Chair, I would just remind the board that we are not here to adjudicate whether these tickets actually, whether these violations actually occurred. That is the proper forum for OAR. We are here to determine whether the proper procedural notice was provided in this case.
Yes.
This entire line is irrelevant.
Okay.
And again, if I may respond here, by way of argument, these are circumstances, and again, I'm focusing on the first tickets of June of 18. That's a circumstance that was created by the city in its long delay between the date of the alleged violation and its actual issuance of the ticket.
Okay. Where we are now, and certainly you can argue the point, but I would say to you that if the time period between the actual issuance and the notice of the violation is issued, that is that is not necessarily a delay. It's just a standard processing matter. And if your client did not retain his records, that's your client's responsibility. So let's move on to the next matter.
Although we respectfully disagree.
You can disagree, but let's move on.
Well, at this point, I had no other questions of my client.
Okay. Is that you finished with examining him for all 3 tickets, or you want to come back? I'd like you to present your whole case before we have any cross.
No, I did present my case. We were focusing on the June.
Okay.
On that first ticket of June of 18. Thank you.
Ms. Curley, do you have any cross?
Just very briefly, Mr. Vaccaro, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Oh, your client. I'm sorry, your client. My apologies. Sir, did you pay the city fine for all 3 of these tickets?
Well, I paid them. The first one, I had to pay it no matter what, because I didn't have the proof to show that there was no basis for the ticket.
And you also paid the second.
So and the problem is that without proof, you can't win anything.
Okay, and you also paid the second and the third ticket, correct?
I'm sorry, there's a little bit more testimony because there was a delay, it was late, and the cameras already overrode. Please repeat your question.
And you also paid the second and the third ticket?
Hold on. So the second one, I went to court for that. I didn't know I had to record the business regardless. So
okay, I'm going to object as non-responsive.
Officer at that time, I was only told that I had to take the video. Even though
Mr.
I
Al,
did take my video. Oh, a moment. I'm sorry, there was an objection, Your Honor.
yes, I just need Mr. Altamonte to answer yes or no. Did he pay the second ticket?
I paid $250.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
I don't really have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess where we are now is that we've had both sides. Any closing argument from Mr. Vaccaro, then we'll go to Ms. Curley.
I think the board has sufficient evidence to warrant an overrule of the first ticket. And we'll leave the second and third tickets alone.
Thank you. Ms. Curley?
Thank you. We would ask for a city affirm in this case. All three of these tickets were paid, which indicates an admission by the city's standards and by the policy set forth by the health department. Since there have been 3 violations, the city's revocation should be affirmed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With regard then to HA-2021-002608, Parmenio Almonte, 905 North 11th Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Mr. Vaccaro, the unanimous decision is city affirmed. Thank you very much. And of course, you can appeal this decision if you choose, and you will familiar with how to do that if you choose to do that.
Thank you.
very much. Okay.
Have a good day.
Have a good day. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's move on then, I believe, to case number 16.
I apologize. Is interpreter needed for anything else?
No, I think that we are okay at this moment.
Okay,
sir.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your participation.
A pleasure. Have a great day.
Okay,
Thank you. Bye-bye.
let's move on to 16.
16, yes. Case number 16, appeal number HA-2021-005144, Philadelphia Water Department, Robert L. Miller, 434 West Elliott Street.
Okay,
Sorry.
I apologize. I'm jumping the gun. Good afternoon,
Yep.
Chairman. Alexandra Athanasiadis on behalf of the city in this matter. And the city also has a witness, Mr. Anthony Verano, regarding this matter.
okay, thank you. Is Mr. Robert Miller present? Anyone
Yes, I am.
representing? Okay, Mr. Miller, is it possible to see your face?
Yeah, I may
Okay.
freeze up, but you can see me.
Okay, thank you. Before we begin, Mr. Miller, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller, before we begin, are you the sole owner of this property?
ma'am, my brother and I.
Is your brother present with you today?
No, we're part of an LLC. I'm the president.
Okay, LLCs have to be represented by legal counsel.
I think this is pretty simple.
It may be a simple matter, but legally, I think we need you to be represented by a lawyer. That's what, unfortunately, when you create an LLC, it requires a burden of an attorney.
The only reason why I'm requesting this is just to get some contact, some information with the city.
Okay,
So
but
I
we
can
can't-
so I can proceed and know what to do.
Okay, if contact with the city is what you need, then what I would recommend is that you have a conversation offline with the attorney representing the city today, or the inspector. But we can't proceed with this matter if you aren't represented by legal counsel. That's what we've been advised by our own counsel. And so as you have more violations or other business matters relating to this property, you're gonna have to have a lawyer represent you.
Well,
so
how about if it was just me and my brother here? I mean, we're the whole company.
if both of you are, well, I believe is your brother present today?
Well, I can probably get him, but
Well, we're under a time
I
restraint, so
know.
we may not be able to wait. Let me just quickly get a check-in from my legal counsel. If both parties to the LLC present, would they still need counsel?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
But if they swear or affirm that they are the only two people involved in the LLC and they were present, then foreseeably they would be able to move forward. But they need a
Okay.
counsel because LLC is a fictional type of ownership.
Yeah, okay. Well, Mr. Miller, the problem that you have right now is that you have a violation. It needs to be corrected. You put in an appeal. We cannot hear your case today because you don't have a lawyer or your brother present with you. And so I believe the most appropriate thing to do, well, before I say that, let me ask a question of Ms. Athanasiadis. Ms. Athanasiadis.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes. Is there a health safety matter here? And what is the level of, what's the type of violation that we're working with?
This is regarding a sewer backup. There was a clogged main drain.
It's not a sewer though.
Oh, sorry,
Rainwater.
no, sir, you're speaking out of turn.
I'm sorry.
There's a blocked main house drain,
Okay.
Chairman.
And
That's what the notice was for, the violation.
Okay, and occupied property.
Yes, to my knowledge, the
No.
property,
No.
Sir, you can't say anything. Ma'am, please. The
Yes.
law department. Yeah, I'm sorry.
yes, I apologize, Chairman. It's unknown if the property is occupied or not.
Okay, let's do this. Mr. Miller, I cut you off because we can't start putting things on the record if we aren't going to hear the case. Okay, and we cannot hear the case without your brother or a lawyer. And so if you only need to talk to someone, then call Ms. Athanasiadis. And you have another recommendation, ma'am?
No, I was gonna put my email address in the chat, Chairman. That way, Mr.
Yeah,
Miller
please do
can
that.
reach out to me.
Yep. And what I will do to give you that authority, I'm going to take it upon myself to continue this case for 2 weeks until the next hearing date, if the city has no objection.
I have no objection, Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to continue this to 2 weeks. And in the meantime, Ms. Athanasiadis has put her email address in the chat. Look at that, contact her. And if this is, okay, if this is rescheduled, you need to bring a lawyer and or your brother, or otherwise we will probably have an adverse decision.
I don't see her number in the chat yet.
1 second.
Just give her a second.
Okay.
The next hearing date would be April 5th, sir.
Okay, April 5th, okay.
And your email?
Yes, I put my email and my phone number. Did you get that?
I see it now.
Okay.
That's all I wanted. That's all.
Okay,
Someone I can.
thank you very much.
speak with.
Have a good day.
May
Thank
I,
you so much.
may
That
I
was quick.
dismiss Mr. Verano, who?
Yes,
was my
please.
witness? Mr.
Yes.
Verano, you can log off, sir.
Hey, thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Miller,
you.
have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
And
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
before we proceed, case number 1 involved a continuance that we've had several hearings on with Ms. Bennett.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I'm just wondering if anyone's heard from her or,
How would you like to
Has,
proceed? She's not in here at all.
okay, read it in again and we will dispose of it.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just need you to confirm the level of correspondence we've had regarding today's hearing.
Notice was done the day of the last hearing, and sent in the mail, and she also received an email.
Okay, just read it in and then we'll proceed.
Okay, thank you. Case number 1, appeal number HA-2021-004530, Philadelphia Water Department, Stephanie Bennett, 5315 Jackson Street.
Is anyone present representing Miss 5315 Jackson Street or Miss Stephanie Bennett? Anyone present? Okay, thank you. No one has responded. Ms. Athanasiadis, what is your pleasure?
Chairman, the city respectfully requests that this be city affirmed, failure to appear by appellant.
Thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do we have?
4:13 p.m.
4:13 p.m. With regard to HA-2021-004530, Stephanie Bennett, 5315 Jackson Street, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Please note the record, city affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you, Chairman. And may I dismiss Ms. Warren, who was my slated witness for this matter?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. And if I may, Chairman, that concludes my business in front of the board, if I may be excused.
You may be excused, Ms. Athanasiadis.
Thank you, Chairman Woodson.
I'm
Everyone
getting
have a good
close.
afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
afternoon.
You too.
Okay,
All right,
okay, I guess we're on 21.
21, very good. Case number 21, appeal number HA-2022-000723. Scott Chang, 2731 Kensington Avenue. I'm not.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Ms. Skiles, who's representing the appellant?
Myself, Scott, right here.
Okay, your full name, sir?
Scott Chen or Genjing Chen.
Okay, what's your formal legal name?
Genjing Chen.
Okay, and are you the sole owner of the property in question?
Yes,
Is there a corporate entity that owns it, or is you personally?
me only.
Okay, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony today will be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The city will start by offering facts for the record.
Yes, this is an appeal from an intent to cease involving multiple zoning and use permit violations. My only witness is Inspector Anthony Williams.
Okay. All righty. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, Inspector Williams. Can you tell me where you're currently employed?
Code enforcement, license and inspections, North Central.
Okay, and how long have you been employed by license and inspection?
3 years.
3 years. And what are your current duties in that role?
As of right now, I'm a fire safety inspector, and that is numerous things with regard to fire safety and as well as zoning, which this case fell under.
Okay, and so are you familiar with the property at 2731 Kensington Avenue?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that property?
Well, I was called there for a case that was for the tenant on the first floor, and I had also a complaint that there were multiple apartments there too. So we combined the two complaints together, and I went out to go do the inspection. And when we saw the apartments, we saw that there were 4 apartments instead of just 2, which the zoning said.
Okay, so you have had the opportunity to visit this property?
Multiple times.
Okay, and what was the date of your first inspection of the property?
I believe it was January 21st.
Okay, and if I may share my screen.
What year is that? January 21st, what year?
22.
22, thank you.
All right. Okay, and so when you visited the property on January 21st of 2022, can you describe the condition of the property?
We were there, we went into the one apartment and we verified that there were some violations in there, which we wrote for that apartment. While we were there, we observed that there were 4 apartments. And so we kind of asked, we actually reached out to the owner and asked him what was going on with the other apartments. And he said that they were studios and not apartments. So we were only able to verify the one apartment, but we saw 4 doors and 4 entranceways.
So I'm now showing you, can you see the document that I'm currently sharing?
Yes.
And what is this document?
That's the notice of violation.
And so was this issued to Mr. Chan based on what you observed on January 21st, 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And what violations are contained in this initial notice of violation?
Okay, so we have the must obtain zoning for the current use. The art studio on the first floor, 2 apartments on the second floor, 2 apartments on the third floor. We have must provide the current certification for the fire alarm system that he has. There was one that must provide pole station signage. I'm trying to look at the other ones. I can't see the other ones.
I can scroll down.
Yeah, scroll down.
There you go.
The fire extinguisher must be mounted, and there were a couple property maintenance violations that were pertaining to the first floor apartment. I mean, second.
Okay. Okay. And so this page contains the property maintenance violations.
Yes, most of them, yes.
Okay.
Before you keep scrolling, is that clear that there's a need to provide water to the second floor apartment?
Yeah, see,
Water service, what is that?
at the time that we were there was no water to that second floor apartment.
How did you know that?
Well, we had the tenant run the water, and there was no water coming out of the sink.
So you gained access to the second floor apartment?
To the second floor front apartment, yes.
And so that was that on the same day that you initial inspection? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So how many apartments did you actually get into then?
That day, I only got into one.
And that was a second floor front apartment?
Second floor front.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll now move on to the city's exhibit 2. Can you see this document, Inspector Williams?
Yes.
And what is this document?
That's a notice of intent to cease operations.
And what violations were present at your inspection that caused you to issue this intent to cease?
Well, the zoning, that was mainly the one that we wrote that for, being that he wasn't operating according to his zoning, because the zoning said that there should only be 2 apartments and there were 4.
Okay, so the current,
actually, Mr. Scott, because we talked to him.
Oh, and so you spoke to
spoke
the
to
owner
him
of
the
the
day we
property.
were out there. Yes.
And did you explain to him what would need to be done in order to lift the cease or in order to not cease the property?
Yes, there was some confusion about from Mr. Scott about what they were, but after mutual, couple conversations, he understood that the zoning needed to be zoning and the certificate of occupancy needed to be obtained for what he's currently has there.
Okay.
Before you move off that, I just want to get some dates straight. I noted that the initial inspection was on the 21st and the notice of violation was on the 25th, but this notice of cease is on the 24th. So the notice of cease went out before the notice of violation?
Well, I send all the notice of violations to research, so they may have taken a couple of days to get it out.
Okay.
That's the intent to cease. We get that out quick.
Okay. All right. I just want for the record. I just want to understand. Okay.
And I guess I need a little clarity. The only apartment you actually inspected was the front floor second. And when you say apartment, did that have a bathroom, a kitchen?
Yes.
All of the amenities of an apartment?
Yes, that is correct.
But no running water?
No running water.
And I think you also indicated fire code violations?
Just for the fire alarm cert, there was no certification on file. The alarm wasn't reading trouble, so that's why I didn't write that it was in trouble, but I just wrote for the fire alarm certification.
And so as of now, what is permitted at this premises right now, 2731 Kensington Avenue?
He does have zoning for the art studio downstairs and 2 single-family apartments, one on the second floor, one on the third floor.
Okay. And so is this the zoning permit that is active at this address currently?
I think you gotta pull it down a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, there's the studio on the first floor and then a single apartment on the second floor and a single apartment on the third floor.
We didn't hear you, Mr. Williams.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's the appropriate use, but Mr. Chan has 4 apartments in total instead of the 2 that he is permitted to have.
That is correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had been to the property multiple times. When was your most recent inspection of the property?
I have to look at my notes real quick. I'm sorry, I can't get the screen to close. Can you give me a second? I'm trying to get my screen to close so I can look at the case file. Oh, yeah, I can't do that with you on share view. It's taking up my whole screen.
Okay, well, was it as recent as last week?
Yes.
Okay.
I was out there last week. I spoke with Mr. Scott, and we were able to access all 4 apartments.
Okay, all 4 apartments. And so now I'm just going to show some of the exhibits, some of the photographs of the premises. What are we looking at here, Inspector Williams?
That is the first floor art gallery, and the door to the right, the white door.
I'm in LIRB court.
The apartments.
Okay. And then again, this is just a photograph of the first floor art gallery?
Yes.
Okay. And what is this photograph depicting?
Right now, nothing. I don't even know what time I'm getting out of here.
Excuse me, someone should put themselves on mute because we're hearing your telephone conversation.
Well, that was the heater that was written up the first time that we were out there on January 21st.
Okay. I'll move on. And then this, what does this photograph depict?
That's his fire alarm that was reading that it was in normal status.
Okay, but that there's been no certificate for that fire alarm provided to you yet?
I have not provided, I've been provided with one, and after January 1st, they're supposed to provide it, to the Eclipse system, Eclipse portal.
Okay. And then what is this photograph depicting?
Okay, so this is the first floor front apartment. This is when I returned last week, and we were able to gain access to the first floor front apartment, which is now vacant.
Okay.
We were there the first time it was occupied.
Okay, and the date on this photograph was March 17th, 2022. Was that the date of your last inspection?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then what is does this photograph show?
That is the bedroom from the first floor apartment. First floor apartment. I mean, second floor front apartment, sorry.
Okay. And then what about this photograph?
This is the second floor rear apartment.
Okay. And is this also the second floor rear apartment?
Yes, that is correct. And that is the second floor rear bathroom.
What about this photograph?
This is the third floor front apartment.
Okay. And this photograph?
This is third floor rear apartment. There should be another photograph along with that.
I don't think. Okay, so based on your last inspection, you were able to confirm that there are 4 apartments at 2731 Kensington Avenue.
Yes, I was able to confirm that. And I also told the owner that, we both came to the conclusion that there are 4 apartments and that he needed to obtain zoning for 4 apartments.
And why is that important to have the appropriate zoning for those apartments?
Well, the zoning dictates the fire safety requirements for the different parcels. So, they want to know what's going on in there because that dictates the fire safety.
Okay. Okay. So at this time, we wouldn't know if there is appropriate fire safety measures being taken for 4 apartments.
That is correct.
Okay. And what about a certificate of occupancy? Is there an appropriate certificate of occupancy at this premises?
No.
And
Because,
why would that be?
It's not because he's not operating according to what the zoning was. So he would need a new certificate of occupancy, which will require someone to come out and, inspect it and, tell him what he needs with regards to fire safety for people to occupy it in the way that he's doing it.
Okay. And as of today, have any of the violations that you initially observed, have they been corrected?
The property maintenance ones have been corrected. We were not allowed to touch it because of an appeal on it, but the fire safety violations have not.
Okay, and the violations that warrant the cease operations, have they been corrected?
No.
Okay, so you'd still be asking to cease the property today?
Yes.
And so do you believe at this time those violations pose a danger to the health and safety of the occupants of the building?
Well, according to the zoning, yes. I mean, he has fire protection in there. I mean, he has a fire alarm, and those components are in every one of those apartments, but according to the zoning, you know, it's not operating according to what it should be.
I have no further questions for Inspector Williams at this time.
Okay, well, I do. Mr. Williams, the zoning here violation, that's still open?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Scott Chan, do you have any cross-examination of Inspector Williams based on his direct testimony?
I have one further question.
Oh, okay, just one moment. Mr. Pincus?
Inspector Williams, are you aware if there is any appeal or an application pending with respect to the zoning at the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
Well, the owner has informed me that he did put in some paperwork to try to obtain the zoning. I have not seen it.
But in any case, it hasn't been the subject of an appeal or a variance, if that's what's, or even an approval. Maybe 4 apartments are permitted under the zoning code.
Nothing has been given to me.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chan, do you have any specific cross-examination?
Yes, about the fire certification, which like after the day that he left, I got the person come in to do the fire inspection already, and I also sent all the.
Mr. Chan, you misunderstood me. If you don't have any specific questions, then we will ask you at a later time to tell us your side of everything, okay? But I'm asking you now if you have any specific questions of Mr. Williams as cross-examination. If you don't, that's okay. You aren't required to do that. Did you hear me, sir?
Kind of. All right, just let it go then.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Scales, do you have
Actually,
any... Wait. We can't talk over each other. I have to. You've answered it. I got to move on to Ms. Scales to ask her if she has any additional witnesses or anything.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I would just ask to move the exhibits into the record.
So move. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chan, now is your turn to tell us what you understand and what's going on with that property.
Yes. Okay. Like I said, I trying to admit there's like 4 apartments over there, and there's like about the fire inspection stuff. After when Mr. William Anthony left, right away next day I got it certified. Like in the next week, I got it certified already, and it's supposed to be in the system. And I did when I for the appeal today. I did last week. I did send all the documents to Miss Emmy. And Miss Emmy just told me this like an hour ago, before the meeting starts, she said she cannot open my files. So I tried it again. I don't know if she received it or not, but that is not, okay, this is another, but all the violations, like I said, I corrected what Anthony said over there. Only the violations I'm trying to appeal to or trying to ask for, it's about the 4 apartments instead of 2 apartments on the floor. Actually, when I applied the zoning on October last year, I went over there to the Miss Emmy just put up the piece of paper of zoning. Over there, I specifically put in 2 apartments and 2 studios and a gallery on the first floor. So when we were when I was in the city hall right there, trying to explain it to the lady, and we were talking about, oh, that's so nice to have something going on on Canceling Avenue with the gallery. So they were very happy about it. But the lady who in charge, I said, but if you look, if we go back to the exhibit, and we just put up over there, there is, on the paper over there still, I saw it. It's 2 apartments and 2 studios.
Okay,
but
was that well, before you finish, sir? Was that approved? Did you get a stamp of approval on that?
Well, if you look at the paper right now, they will have a stamp right there. I see it right now.
Okay, well, let's, Ms. Skiles, just a moment. Would you mind pulling it up again, share screen?
Okay, look, not this one.
Could you make that a little
Okay,
larger?
the one that the one that I put, the one that I put in, I put it in with my handwriting. Right there, stop there. You see that? Proposed to use 2 studios and 1 bedroom apartment. Right over
Okay.
here.
So that's 4 apartments.
Yes.
Okay.
But when we're talking about, look, man, this is the thing I'm going on in the Kensington area right now. The people, they were really
Now, let's
happy.
be clear. Let's restrict your comments to the building itself, okay? Just so we can get through this. You asked for 4 apartments, 4 living units in the building.
Yes.
Plus a studio. Okay, scroll down a bit more. That's your request. That's your zoning application. But it wasn't approved, though.
Well, okay, so maybe there's a little bit confusion over there. So then the lady told me that like 2 family, what about like 2, because like I think it's like the what I'm trying to explain is like efficiency or studio. I was like having a little bit understanding the meaning of it. So they put it, okay, just put 2 families. So I wasn't really like paying much attention to it. So that's like, well, okay, whatever they give me, then they give whatever they give me then.
Okay, let's
another
just do
thing,
this.
Another thing I want to say, it is like the building, when we get the building, it is the original layout is what it is.
Okay.
Because another thing, if you're gonna request me to do it like a
Mr. Williams, Mr. Chan, wait a minute. So in order we can get through this, we're going to ask you, I have some questions and other people may that will help us here, okay? Before we do that, I'd like to ask Mr. Williams to come back and keep the screen share up, please. Mr. Williams, that document that you have before you, what is that?
That was the zoning that we had on file.
That's the application, or is that an approved zoning?
I was under the impression that it was the approved zoning.
That's the approved zoning.
Yes.
And so the approved zoning is approved for what?
Is approved for the art studio and 2 family.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that's 2 living units plus an art studio.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chan, do you understand what?
Okay. Yes, I understand that, but like, okay, maybe a little bit understand it, but okay, I want to explain one more thing about the 2 families. Okay. I'm sure you guys all know Kensington area around here. If I make it into a 2 family.
Again, someone should mute themselves. Your background telephone conversation interfering. After you ask the administrator, whoever's not muted, please mute them.
Okay, so in the appeal form, I also wrote a letter to everybody to look at about, I don't know, should we put the letter up or no?
No. The only thing that matters is that what you've been approved for is 2 living units. If what you want is 4 living units, 4 family units, you have to put in a zoning, do a zoning appeal to change this the zoning designation. You didn't.
Okay,
you haven't done
that's
that.
okay. I went down there and asked them for 4 units, and somehow they referred it to me to somebody who speaks Chinese, a lady. So when I talked to that lady, the lady told me that because of the appeal, it's gonna take forever, take a long time. So she told me that maybe it's not worth to do it like that. But I switched another thinking. I tried to send in a letter and saying like, okay, I'm trying to explain is this. Okay, I'm not sure you guys know about the Kensington area. I'm sure you guys all know.
Yeah, but that's not relevant. The only thing relevant is whether
it's
no. Listen to me. Listen to me. We're going to decide whether or not that property is legally zoned to have more than 2 family units. That's all. The social issues in Kensington is irrelevant. If you want to have more than 2 family living units, you have to get a zoning variance. That's your responsibility as a property owner. At the moment, you don't have that. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. How long have you owned this building?
We got it for a while already.
Give me a date. What year did you buy it?
I think it's 05. I forgot. Maybe 05 or 07.
Okay,
No.
that's when you purchased it. How many?
Maybe-
And you purchased it by yourself or with someone else?
Myself. I forgot
Okay.
about the buying today. I'm sorry.
And how many apartments did it have when you bought it?
It's a hoarder. It's a guy who ordered.
I asked you a specific question. How many apartments were in the building when you
There
bought it?
was no idea. It was a boarding. Maybe it's just like a. It was, but like I said, in the pictures, they have like old sink, old bathtub, old.
So you
toilet.
renovated the building.
It's well, we clean it up. Yeah, make it a little bit. Yes.
So you made renovations to the building, and how many apartments did you create?
It's 4.
And
It's
did you
2
get building
studios.
permits? Did you get building permits for that renovation work?
It's just like it's like not a lot of like work.
That isn't what I asked you. Did you get permits for the renovation work that you did?
No.
Okay, alrighty. So you bought a building that was in bad shape that you created 4 units in, upstairs above the studio, correct?
Based on what the layout it is on itself.
Okay, based on the
Up there.
layout. Okay, alrighty. Are all the units occupied?
Not now. One is not.
So one is not occupied. Only one.
Right.
One
You mean
unit
right
is,
now? Yes.
One unit is
No.
vacant. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And so in order for you to comply, you have to also, you can't have more than 2 family units in there. That's at the moment, that's you're legally allowed. It's 2 family units. Now, why did that second floor front apartment not have water when it was inspected?
Well, because like I said, I try to make it as a community of artists around here. And so, it wasn't really good feeling with some people. So they called Anthony, come in to mess up the stuff. So something went wrong, so I said, I'm not going to fix anything in their place.
Okay. So that unit is now vacant?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. Any other questions from anyone?
I just want to point out that I did see your appeal, Mr. Chang, and I did read the statements about Kensington, and we understand and we're familiar. We are familiar with issues in the city, but as the chairman has asked you, he's asked you about when you bought the property, how many apartments there are, and the fact that you have a city use permit for an art studio and 2 household units, 2 family, household living, 2 family. You don't have approval for even 3 or 4.
Yeah, well, yeah,
and you've owned the property for more than 10 years.
It was it. I'm not really sure how long it was already. But like,
Okay. For
well,
an
but if you're
extended
talking
period.
about the social, like I just want to say something, because it like for real. Okay, I'm not from I'm from New York. So when I came down here, like I see something and I see something, and another thing, if I want to make it into like 2 families, it's gonna be like 3 bedrooms. If I'm gonna rent it to people, if I want to rent it people is gonna be have family, maybe have kids, and if anybody has some financial ability to pay, they will not be able to come to Kensington around here. So that means in 2 or 3 days, two a few months, that means they're gonna mess me up, right? If I'm gonna make it into a boarding room, it's gonna be more people coming in and drug addicts and all this. No, that's not what I want. But if I'm gonna make it into as an artist studios, right? The studios and people, I have like artists coming from another area, so they have to have a place for them to a little bit to hang out a little bit, so on their own. So I think it's really good it's a good fit instead of like, for real, if I'm making it in a 3 bedroom, the kid, the family, right? Gonna have family to move in.
Mr. Chan, you may be absolutely correct in terms of what makes the most sense for you as a landowner. We are not arguing that, but in Philadelphia, if you want to do that, you have to go through the proper procedures. And in this instance, you did not do that. You are now, that's why you are at the appeal hearings, because you didn't follow proper procedure. You have a property that is not occupied properly. So what I'd like to do, you stated your case, you presented your information. I think we have seen everything. I want to ask the city, you can take this screen share down. Ms. Skiles, where are we in terms of the cease if in fact one of the additional apartments is vacated?
Well, as you heard Inspector Williams testify, the reason that we have these, zoning and use permits is for the fire codes and to make sure everything
Listen,
is.
the fire.
Sir, you
fire
cannot
is-
speak while there's not, you spoke as long as, I'm
Okay.
asking the question of the city's attorney, so please
But
be
did you
quiet.
get my fire, Amy? Did you get my fire certification? I
Sir,
have. I
listen,
sent it to
listen, Mr. Chan, you have to understand, this doesn't work if everybody doesn't follow the procedure and acts appropriately. So
Okay,
you
can I
I'll give
ask
you a
Amy
moment.
again?
Let me give you a moment in a minute, okay? I'm talking to Ms. Skiles. I want her to respond.
So just Mr. Chan did try to send me some documents. I let him know the way he sent them to me. I wasn't able to open them. I haven't been able to see the fire certificates, but it still wouldn't solve the zoning issue. The fact
Yeah.
that he has 4 apartments in a space that's zoned at this time for 2 apartments, which causes a concern. We don't know if the appropriate fire protocols are in place at this premises at this time. So we would be asking today for a city affirm and to cease the property until the appropriate zoning is obtained or until the use is returned to the 2 apartments.
Okay, and so I guess the issue becomes has the city submitted the notices to all the occupants of the building? So everyone knows that the cease operations is scheduled?
Mr. Williams has,
Yes,
Inspector Williams.
we delivered 4 copies of the letter to the occupants.
Okay, and so Mr. Williams, just for my edification of the board, what would happen if one of the residential tenants moved out? Would that limit the need for the cease?
If we were just operating two apartments,
Yes.
then, I mean, we wouldn't have, grounds for the cease there. I mean, of course, if he moved another person in, which he would be able to do if it's still set up, but if he had 2, then, we wouldn't have grounds for the cease then.
Okay.
Inspector Williams, does he still need a certificate of occupancy? Even though there may only be two apartments occupied?
I wouldn't think so if he only has 2 apartments occupied.
Okay.
Gets that third, then,
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chan, before we make a decision, you have anything else to offer?
Well, guess not, I guess.
Mr. Chan, have you consulted an attorney?
When I went down to get the variance, right, to talk to the guy over there, and they give me a Chinese lady. So they told me to call the Chinese lady. So I called the Chinese lady and explained it to her, and she said it's not worth it to do it. So, but I said I want to do appeal. I told her, look, I really want to do it, but she said it's going to cost you like I forgot how much, at least like 6,000 just to get the appealing going, and then maybe more, like maybe like 20,000, something like that, to get through the whole thing. So I
Mr.
said
Chan,
I was.
This Chinese lady that you're referring to, was she an independent attorney or was she a city employee?
It's independent, probably. It's because the guy.
No, you aren't.
inside-
Listen to me. You didn't answer my question. Was this Chinese lady, was she a lawyer?
I think she is a lawyer.
You don't know. You aren't sure.
No, I want to talk to her for 2 or 3 times because she recommended to me that maybe it's not worth to go to do that.
Okay, that's your decision. All we can do is depend on. I'm only suggesting that you do get an attorney to represent your interests because the board has to make a decision today, and you will decide what to do. Okay. Anything else from anyone? Okay.
Nothing further from the city.
Okay. Alrighty. With regard to HA-2022-000723, 2731 Kensington Avenue, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chang, what we have done, we decided that the city's, to affirm the city's actions. Now, I'm not an attorney. I cannot represent you legally and wouldn't dare to try to do that. But I'm suggesting to you that if you want to appeal that decision, you can and you should. But I would suggest that you call an attorney to represent your interests because of the nature of your problem. I don't believe that you have the ability to resolve this on your own. So call a lawyer to help you.
And you
Okay.
have 30
What is
days
the
and you have 30 days to file an appeal of this decision.
Okay, so another thing, if I'm trying to follow through, so what happened to the people living inside there?
The people, if the city executes the cease operations, if you have not gone to court and got and to get the court to stop it, they will have to move. That's the status. That's why this is very serious. You need a lawyer. Okay. Thank you very much. That's the end of the case.
I got 30 days.
No. You got until the date of the cease operations, but you have 30 days to appeal. But the cease operations is whatever date that the city is working on. You need to call them and find out what date they're going to execute the cease.
Who do I need to call?
Mr. Williams or Ms. Giles, who should he be in touch with?
He currently has my email. He can reach out to me and I can confirm with Inspector Williams.
Okay, talk to Ms. Giles. Miss Amy Giles. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
Case number 22. Appeal number HA-2021 005460, Darlene Threet, 160 West Somerset Street. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your last name correctly.
Okay, Miss Darlene Threet, are you present?
Yes, I am present. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm not sure if your image is. Oh, yes, I see I don't see an active image. Can you put your image up, please, so we know who we're speaking with?
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Darlene Threet and Associates. I'm here with my client today, Mr. Dennis Ventura. He's sitting to the left of me.
Okay, well, okay, we have some preliminary matters. Your screen is not capturing your full image for some reason.
Okay, I was trying to get both of us on the screen, but I'll just put myself on the screen, and then when it's time for my client to talk, I'll put him on the screen.
Okay, let's do that. Are you an attorney, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because there was no attorney listed for this. That's why I'm asking. You were listed as the appellant. So let's do this. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, just so that we are clear, who is your client, Ms. Threet?
My client is Mr. Dennis Ventura, the owner of 160 West Somerset.
Okay, so Dennis, how are you spelling his last name?
Ventura.
Okay, and he is the owner of 160 West Somerset Street?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, will he be testifying today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you put him on screen so he can be sworn in?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Put your hand down. Now, what we will do is proceed. We will have the city start, and then Ms. Threet, you will then be asked to put your case on. Okay. Ms. Davis, do you have a witness?
Yes, the city would like to call Anthony Williams.
Okay.
May I proceed?
Yes, I don't see Mr. Williams' image for some reason. Maybe it's because there's lots of people. Oh, there he is. I see him. Mr. Williams, would you raise your right hand so it should be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be true so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Place hand down. Ms. Davis, please proceed.
Thank you. Inspector, can you please introduce yourself and your occupation for the record?
Inspector Anthony Williams, Code Enforcement Inspector, North Central.
And how long have you been employed with license and inspection?
3 years.
Can you explain some of your primary duties with license and inspection?
Well, as of right now, I'm a fire safety inspector, and that falls under the different things with regards to fire safety and zoning and unlicensed businesses.
Now, Inspector Williams, are you familiar with the property at 160 West Somerset Street?
Yes.
And can you tell the board how you're familiar with that property?
I was called out there for a complaint on December 2nd, 2021. And while I was there, I observed different bays of the parcel operating at different things. Upon my check of zoning for that parcel, I noted that it's not operating according to the zoning that it's listed as.
Now, did you have opportunity to observe the public as well as the LNI records regarding the property at 160 West Somerset Street?
Yes, with regards to the zoning, yes. I have looked at the zoning document that is on file.
And upon those documents you observed, did you also review a notice of violation and an intent to seize operations regarding this property?
Yes, the ones that I sent, yes.
Would you recognize a copy of those if I were to show you today?
Yes.
Permission to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's hope.
Before you proceed, I just want to confirm. These violation notices appear to be dated December the 4th. Is that correct?
Yes, well, those were dated that way because I had to confer with my supervisors for how we were going to write it. There was some confusion about what we were writing and what was required of them. And so I had to confer with my supervisors about what to write and what to, require them to get with regards to the violations.
I'm just trying to confirm when the actual appeal was filed to the Board of License and Inspection Review. Was it within 30 days?
The appeal, let me see.
Okay, well, I think Ms. Davis is putting up documents. So Ms. Davis, would you could do that? And if the violation notices and the appeal is there, would you display those as well?
I sure will. Are you guys seeing my screen? Maybe not. I think you're seeing the wrong screen.
Yes. So there are 8 cases? Yeah, we have 8 left. There are too many emergencies.
You guys see my screen?
Yeah, Ms. Alfred, we need you to mute yourself, please.
No, I'm sorry, 7, and the last one is
Miss Alfred, please
7.
mute yourself. Miss Alfred, please mute yourself. Miss Alfred, please mute yourself.
I am.
Not yet. Please mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Davis, please proceed.
Yes. So at this time, I'm showing Inspector Williams what has been previously marked as Cities Exhibit 1 and 2. I'm just doing a breeze through. Inspector Williams, do you recognize Cities Exhibits 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay, I just need to if you go back up to the content, I just want to get a sense of what the violation is. Of the violation. Okay, the violation is what?
Inspector Williams, could you explain to the board what violations you found during your December 2nd, 2021 inspection?
I wrote for the zoning for them to operate. At the time, they were operating a couple of different things there. There was a sheet metal place, there was a iron working place, there were 2 auto shops, and none of those were according to the zoning that was on file. So I wrote for the zoning, I wrote for the certificate of occupancy for them to obtain that for the use that they have. I wrote for the vegetation in the front lot that was in front. I wrote for the storage of the cars that were inoperable cars that were stored in front. And I believe that was it.
What's the current zoning classification?
It was zoned as a metal repair place. I can't look at the zoning. She has the full screen is up.
Okay, that's something that I'd like to have answered at some point before we conclude this matter. So, Ms. Davis, if you have that, that would be good. But in the meantime, please proceed with your questioning.
Now, with regards to the intent to cease, can you explain to the board the corrections that need to be, the reasoning behind the intent to cease?
Because at the time when I spoke with my supervisors, there was no fire safety apparatus there at all. No fire alarm that I saw in any of the bays. There was nothing on file, and they weren't operating according to what they were. So when I spoke to my supervisors, they were, very concerned about the fire safety of this parcel.
And can you explain why there is a concern regarding the fire safety regarding the property at 160 West Somerset Street?
Well, because there are a bunch of different things going on. As you see here, the NOV says sheet metal work, iron work, and car repair, and there was no fire safety, anything in there from what I saw. So that, that is a present danger in case something should happen. No way to warn the people or, any way to help anybody. And it's a high hazard with all the stuff that was going on.
During this inspection, did you take any photos of the property?
I took photos of the bays that I was able to access. When the garage doors were up, I was able to access a couple of them. I believe it was four the first time, three the second time.
Okay, now regarding the first time, would you recognize those photos if I were to show you today?
Yes.
At this time, I'm showing Inspector Williams what has been previously marked as city's exhibits 8 through 17. Give me a second. Inspector Williams, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Now I'm going to scroll as slow as I can. Please let me know if I'm moving too fast. I'm now showing you what has been marked as city's exhibits 8 through 17.
Yeah, actually, if you could go back, no, you're scrolling too fast. What I'd like him to do is to identify each photo so we know what we're looking at.
Inspector Williams, can you tell us what we are looking at here on exhibit 8?
We're looking at the corner is on Somerset Street. I'm familiar with which street that borders right there. But that is the first bay, how I did it in my case. That is the first bay that I was looking at. And this was the trash and the vegetation that was out in front of the property.
Mr. Williams, is that trash and vegetation on the appellant's property?
Some of both, some of the street and some of the property, yes.
Okay. So his property extends beyond those hedges then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Inspector Williams, could you explain what we see here in exhibit 9?
These are some of the cars that were stored on the lot. I believe at the time I was there the first time, it was approximately about 14 to 15 cars on that lot. And that is also the picture of the second bay right there.
And now looking at exhibit 10, can you tell us what we see here?
This was the operation of the sheet metal working that was going on in Bay 1. That was the first, that was in the first picture. So this was one of the ones that I was able to access.
And can you explain some of the concerns with needing a fire suppressant system in a property such as this one?
Well, one, as we already stated, is, with them working like that and the machinery that they're working with, it's a high hazard. So there's no fire protection at all. And so, that was a high concern.
Now, I'm now going to show you exhibit 11. Can you tell us what we see here?
Okay, so that was, I would believe, to be Bay 4, and they were doing iron metal work in there. And as, said before, there was no fire protection, and, that was a concern.
In exhibit 12, can you explain to the board what this is?
That is the fifth bay, and that was an auto repair shop.
And was there a fire suppression system in this?
No.
In the shop?
There was no fire suppression system in any of them, the ones that I was able to access.
I'm going to scroll down to, sorry, I'm trying to slow down here. Exhibit 13, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, that is the auto repair.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Williams, can you explain what would be required for a property such as 160 West Somerset Street to obtain a certificate of occupancy?
Well, the certificate of occupancy requires a building inspector to come out, and what they handle is the fire safety requirements for that building. And they would be able to tell them all the things that are needed to be provided for that building to operate the way they're doing it now.
Now, upon that inspection, is the fire suppression system part of that inspection as well?
If it's required, yes, that would be included in that certificate of occupancy.
Now, since, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, the need for it would be required by that certificate of occupancy. So, the inspector would come out and determine what fire safety things and fire suppression apparatus they need for that building.
In regards to 160 West Somerset Street, would this property need a fire suppression system to obtain a certificate of occupancy?
I am not 100% sure, but that would be determined by the building inspector.
Now, have you inspected this property since December 2nd, 2021?
Yes, I was there at, trying to look at my file notes. I was there March 15th. To just
And did you, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Confirm what was going on at the parcel.
And were there any photos taken at this second inspection?
Yes.
Would you recognize a copy of those photos today?
Yes.
Permission to share my screen?
Yeah, please.
Inspector Williams, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Can you magnify those a bit? It's
Yeah,
difficult
some of them are different sizes, so I'll
Okay.
adjust as I go. Inspector Williams, right now we are looking at what has been previously marked as City Exhibit 18. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're looking at right here?
That is the front Somerset Street side, and that is the first bay and the second bay and the cars that were on the lot.
And if you can recall, approximately how many cars were on the lot on
At
this
that
day?
time, it was approximately the same 14 to 15 cars on the lot.
I'm now showing you what has been marked as City Exhibit 19. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell the board what we're looking at right here?
Those are the first picture was the few of the cars that were on the right side of the lot. These are the cars on the left side of the lot.
I'm now showing you what has been marked as City Exhibit 20. And what are we looking at here?
This is the auto repair shop, which would be bay, I believe, number 5.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down to City Exhibit 21. Can you explain what we're looking at right here, Inspector Williams?
That is what I believe an iron metal or iron shop, and that is bay number 4.
And can you also explain the safety concerns that this lot would pose, not having a proper fire alarm system or fire suppression system?
Well, as we said before multiple times, it's hazardous, and it's a danger where if they have a fire, there's no way to alert the people and there's no way to suppress the fire. So with them working in these conditions, it's very dangerous.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Inspector Williams, to your knowledge, on this past visit, were there any fire alarms on 160 West Somerset Street?
No.
Has the property owner obtained the proper zoning permit for the current use of the property?
Not at this time.
To your knowledge, did the property owner return to using the property to its prior approved use?
No,
And to your knowledge, has the property owner obtained a certificate of occupancy?
no.
I have no further questions for Inspector Williams.
Thank you. Ms. Treat, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Inspector Williams. Inspector Williams, you testified that you did issue that order to cease on 12/2/22.
Yes,
The order is actually signed by Rashida Haynes or Panis. Who is that?
that is my supervisor.
So did you or your supervisor issue the order to cease?
It's issued by me, but we have to have our supervisor sign off on it.
Okay. Now, since December 2nd, 2022, did you issue any additional violations?
No,
How many additional times have you been out to the property since December 2nd, 2021?
just one time.
So there's no additional violations after the notice to cease, is that correct?
Yes, there were no additional violations after that.
And did you and I have a conversation in regards to filing the appeal and the notice to cease?
Yes,
And did I provide you with a copy of the LIRB appeal that I filed?
yes,
And did you have an opportunity to review the L&I records before you came to court today?
no,
Are you aware that a zoning appeal application has been filed, permit application has been filed, a refusal has been issued, and a hearing date for zoning has been scheduled for August 10, 22?
no, I was not aware until last week when the owners told me, but I didn't receive any documentation of that.
Mr. Williams, is there any way that the owner could get a zoning approved without going through the zoning process, which currently takes, let's say, maybe 5 to 6 months?
Ms. Treat, Mr. Williams is not a zoning inspector, and so it is not part of the cross on that matter. He didn't testify as to that.
Very well. Mr. Williams, would you agree that Mr. Ventura has made quite some effort in regard to trying to clean up this lot?
Yes,
Would you agree that there's a heavy and substantial dumping problem on Somerset and Mutter Streets?
yes,
Would you agree that there's dumping there just about every single day?
possibly, yes.
Mr. Williams, are you aware whether or not Mr. Ventura would be able to receive and or apply and get a certificate of occupancy without the requisite zoning?
No, I'm not aware of whether you would be able to do that.
Mr. Williams, are you aware that the owner of the property, Dennis Ventura, has applied for a conditional certificate of occupancy?
No, I was not aware of that.
Mr. Williams, when you visited the property on the 15th, did you have an opportunity to go into each bay?
I was only able to access three of them, not all of them.
Mr. Williams, were you able to observe any fire apparatus, that being fire extinguishers in each and every one of those facilities?
No, the only one I saw was the automotive repair shop, which was bay, I believe, 4 or 5, bay 5.
Did you go into the other operable four bays?
Objection
Five
absent,
bays, I'm
answered.
sorry.
Yeah, please move on, please.
I'd like to share my screen if I may.
Sure, please. And this is still within your cross-examination, correct?
Oh.
Because
Let me
you
finish
will have
my
an
course. I'll
opportunity
share my
once.
screen with my client.
Yeah,
Miss-
what we will
Miss-
do, as soon as Ms. Davis is, she may have other witnesses, I don't know. And so once she's finished, then you can put on your case.
Mr. Mr. Williams, would you consider repair of industrial equipment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I understand the question.
Well, when Mr. Williams testified, he testified to what the legal use was, or what the city L&I records review, the current use for the property was.
Yeah,
Correct?
but I'm saying I didn't understand your question to him. That's all. I'm asking you to repeat the question.
I'm sorry. Would you consider welding to encompass repair of industrial equipment?
It could possibly, yes.
And can we agree that there is currently zoning for repair of industrial equipment?
There is current zoning for it, but they weren't repairing industrial equipment.
What were they repairing?
It looked like fence work in there.
Well, I believe that's questionable whether we can consider that industrial equipment or not.
Well, I mean, he's answered, but you can put on your case when it's your turn.
Mr. Williams, how come it is that when you went out to the property on the additional occasions that you didn't issue any additional violations? Is it because the cleaning effort had been great?
No, it was because there was an appeal on there and we can't issue anything or touch it until it's heard.
Until
it's
I didn't
heard.
hear you, I'm sorry.
I said there was an appeal on the case and we can't touch it until it's heard.
That's all I have for Mr. Williams.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Davis, any additional witnesses?
No, but can I do a brief redirect of Inspector Williams?
Sure.
Inspector Williams, opposing counsel just questioned you regarding the fire extinguishers within the premises on 160 West Somerset Street. Were those efforts enough to cure the violations that brought us here today?
No, and I wouldn't be able to determine that. That would be for the building inspector because they would determine what fire safety apparatus will be required there.
And to your knowledge, has the property owner for 160 West Somerset Street contacted L&I to have the property inspected?
No, he has not.
No further questions for Inspector Williams.
Okay, Ms. Davis, you have any additional witnesses?
No, I do not.
Okay, Ms. Street, it's your turn to put on your case.
Yes, I'd like to present my client, Mr. Dennis Ventura.
Yes, please.
And I'm going to attempt to share my screen.
Okay.
Commissioner, I have some exhibits that I would like to present today. I'm not going to repeat the exhibits that Ms. Dejanay put on the screen. Basically,
Okay.
I'm going to fast forward. This will move
Okay.
to our I'm going to start by asking Mr. Ventura a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mr. Ventura, are you the owner of 160?
Before you do that, can you enlarge the screen, please? Because some of it is cut off. Can you enlarge the image?
Has Mr. Ventura been sworn in?
Yes, he has been.
Thank you.
Yeah, move it. Let's just see.
If you can't, you can't. It would be easier, but let's move on with the testimony.
That's about as large as I can make it.
Okay, let's move on with the testimony then.
Mr. Ventura, are you the owner of 160 West Somerset?
Yes,
And do you operate businesses there?
yes.
Yeah, actually, Ms. Street, if you could put the camera on him while he's answering, and then you
I
can.
can't really move the exhibits and put the camera on him. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right,
I can't do both at the same.
okay, all right.
Maybe I can move him.
Yeah, it's good. If you can move him, then that would be good. We'd like to see him respond to your questions so that we know we're talking to and about the same person.
Yeah, put it right here. That'd be better.
Okay, thank you.
That's about the best I can do, sir.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ventura, are you the owner of 160 West Somerset Street?
Yes,
And did you receive several violations on 12/2 given to you or mailed to you by the Department of License and Inspections and the inspector, Mr. Anthony Davis?
yes,
And did you speak with Mr. Davis about these violations?
yes,
And did Mr. Davis instruct you how to go about curing the violations?
yes,
And did you try and follow his actions in regard to getting the violations cured?
correct, yes,
And did you hire an attorney to file a zoning appeal for you?
yes,
And has a zoning appeal for the uses at your property been filed?
yes,
And this document here is a refusal indicating that zoning was applied for and it was that the zoning was applied for and it was refused. Mr. Ventura, did you instruct me to file an appeal?
yes,
And have I filed a zoning appeal?
yes, correct,
And do we currently have a zoning hearing listed for 8/10/22?
yes,
Mr. Ventura, did you also hire an architect engineer to consult with them about getting a certificate of occupancy?
yes,
And did you receive drawings in regard to for submission for a certificate of occupancy?
yes,
And is it your understanding that a certificate of occupancy, provisional one, has been submitted to the Department of License and Inspection with the application number of 2022-002364?
yes,
Mr. Ventura, did you attempt to clean your property immediately after the violations were issued?
yes.
Mr. Ventura, I have a picture up on the screen, and if you'll give me a minute, I'll tell you what exhibit it is. I apologize. Did you immediately try to follow
You want to identify the exhibit? Is exhibit 1, 2, 3? Which exhibit is this? So
this
that
exhibit? I need to go back to my.
okay, well, just give us a description rather than going back. Just tell us what we're looking at.
Mr. Ventura, do you see the picture that I have on the screen right now?
Yes.
Mr. Ventura, did you take this picture?
Yes.
And Mr. Ventura, when approximately did you take this picture and forward it to my attention?
Right after I got the violations, I cleaned it the last couple of days, like a week after that.
Would it be correct that you sent this picture to my attention on or about January 16th, 2022, excuse me?
Yes, brother.
Mr. Ventura, I'm going to show you a series of pictures. We're just going to scroll to the second picture here. Did you also take this picture on January 17th, 2021?
Yes.
Did you also take this picture here on January 17th, 2021?
Yes.
Sorry, is it 2021 or 2022?
I'm sorry, please, I apologize. It's 2022.
Okay.
Mr. Ventura, did you hire someone or engage in cleaning this lot at this time?
Yes.
And Mr. Ventura, would you agree that there's dumping on the lot continuously?
Yes.
Would you agree that there's a severe dumping drug and trash problem in your area, specifically on Mutter and Somerset Streets?
Yes, very serious.
Mr. Ventura, how often do you have to engage in cleaning this lot?
Every 3 or 4 days.
Mr. Ventura, do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
Is that also a picture that you sent to my attention after you had partaken in attempting to clean the lot?
yes,
Is that a similar picture that you took on 2017?
yes, correct.
Excuse me, January 17th, 2022?
Yes.
Mr. Ventura, I have a picture here. It looks like the same picture, but without the snow on the ground. Did you take this picture on or about March 16th, 2022?
Yes.
And what does that picture depict? What does the picture show?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's empty. Like I cleaned most of the area, but like the previous picture that they showed that all the trash on the sidewalk and everything, I cleaned all that up. And most of the time, like sometimes I break night and I watch people dump. Like I call the police and they'll be like, oh, we got to catch them in action. And it's hard for me, you know, to have control of that and not like, I just gotta, sometimes I stay over there and just watch them and take picture of the tag, go to the district, and they can't do nothing unless they catch them in action. But I cleaned it like it's back to back, it's needles there, like it's stuff that.
Thank you, sir. I think we've heard sufficient detail. Let's move on.
I'll move on. Mr. Ventura, I'm showing a picture here also. Can you tell the commission or the panelists what we're looking at here?
This is the back of the building of my property, which they're dumping a lot of trash there too.
And can you tell us?
I'm just going to object at the moment. The basis for the Cs is lack for the proper permit use and a certificate of occupancy. It is not really focused on the trash that has been cleaned up at 160 West.
So
Okay,
noted.
I'll move on. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Ventura, did you attempt to correct the fire code violations? Can you tell the panel here whether or not there is a fire suppression system in 160 West Somerset?
Yes, as you can see on the picture, these pipes that's going all the way up, those are sprinklers on the top. If we had a clearer picture, there's sprinklers on top.
Mr. Ventura, what efforts, if any, did you take in order to correct or repair your fire suppression system?
Yeah, there's our fire extinguishers on the building now. And as you can see on every unit that I got, there's still the fire extinguisher here, and on each unit, they still got the sprinkler system on top.
Mr. Ventura, did you actually hire a
Mr. I do have a question before you, or your client, Mr. Ventura, do you have a certification of that fire suppression system?
That I know, no.
Certification that is work.
Yes.
No,
you have a certification?
No, I'm sorry, I really don't understand, like.
Okay, because what showing us the pipes may or may not mean anything. Who knows what they're connected to? So that's why I'm asking you if you have it certified for the.
I had somebody.
Let me finish the question.
Sorry.
The issue is whether or not.
I understand what you're saying, sir. I'm going to move on. Mr. Ventura, did you hire a fire suppression company to come out to your facility?
Yes.
And did you get an estimate for the repair for the fire suppression system?
Yes.
Excuse me, someone called Galaxy Note 20 seems to be, needs to be muted. Could you make yourself mute, please? And before you go on, I had two questions.
Okay.
And I want to say good afternoon, Ms. Threat. It's been
Good afternoon. How are you?
We work together on zoning cases from time to time.
Yes.
I assume if you had that trash problem, I saw some posts. Have you looked into fencing your property to keep people from dumping on it? Mr.
Yes, as you
Ventura?
can see on the pictures we taken, we started to put the posts up there. It's just, it's a little hard with this parole and everything with the money wise, but I'm working on correcting everything.
All right, but a fence might help you solve the trash dumping problem, is that correct? You
Yeah.
might need a permit for the fence.
It'll help a little bit, but they still dump on the side, even on the sidewalk, as you can see.
All right, and as far as the fire suppression system, I guess until you have a certificate of occupancy, you don't know necessarily what would be in compliance with the code. Is that possible? Maybe
Yes.
And if you did have it installed, the fire suppression company would provide a certification that they did it, and they would send that into the city. Has that occurred?
I was just getting to that, Mr. Pincus. On the screen now, and you'll see we did hire a Borehole Safe Water to come out and to examine the fire suppression system that's existing there. If I may continue.
Yes, please.
Mr. Ventura, did you call several fire suppression system companies over the past 3 months in an effort to get them out to your location to examine your existing fire suppression system?
Yes.
Can you tell us what experience you had?
The guy told me it would take 6 to 12 months for an estimate. So I had to make multiple calls because he said it just like that. He said the city is
Won't object to hearsay for the record.
So no, that overruled. I want to hear the answer. Thank you. Please proceed.
I called and they said 6 to 12 months because they've been getting so many calls of estimates and everything to get fire sprinkler system.
Did you finally get an individual to come out to your establishment at 160 West Somerset and examine your fire suppression system?
Yes, correct.
And did you get an estimate for repair of that fire suppression system?
Yes, correct.
And I have a document on the screen right now from Bartle's Safe Water. Was it Bartle's Safe Water that came out to your premises to examine and give you an estimate of repair for the fire suppression system?
Yes.
And approximately when did you finally get Bartle's Safe Water to come out to your premises?
It was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
And did you did you get the resulting estimate?
Yes.
And overall, how long have you been trying to get someone to come out to your establishment to give you an estimate for repair?
Yes, 1 to 3 months.
Is it your intention to repair the fire suppression system?
Yes.
Mr. Ventura, did you hire an architect engineer to draft a preliminary plan for submission for a certificate of occupancy?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that preliminary application was just very, very recently filed?
Yes.
And is it, I don't have a copy of the application, I just could not obtain it, but I was able to obtain the application number, which reads as AP number 2022-002364.
Okay. Mr. Ventura, is the fire suppression system operable, the one you now have? Is it operating?
The sprinklers, I'm not sure because it's an old building, but
okay. All right, that's the answer. I just need to understand if it's operable. Thank you.
And currently, that's all I have for Mr. Williams. Wait, excuse me, for my client, Mr. Ventura.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Davis, do you have any cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Mr. Ventura, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it, please feel free to correct me. Mr. Ventura, you were informed on December 2nd that you were required to obtain a new use permit for your property, correct?
Yes.
And you were also required to obtain a certificate of occupancy.
Yes.
And in order to obtain a certificate of occupancy, you would have to have a working fire suppression system, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Now, you would agree that the installation of the fixing of your current fire suppression system would be essential to the safety of your property as well as the business owners at your property, correct?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
You would agree that a working fire fire suppression system would be essential to the safety of your, of the business owners at your property?
I believe my building, like, I got 2 exits on each unit. And I believe with fire extinguisher, we should be good, and it should be safe because not a lot of people go in the building, you know. Some people drop off their car to get their car fixed, and the iron work is just the iron workers, like no customer goes in there. They do estimate at the location.
Okay, I want to direct you back to my question. You would agree that having a working fire suppression system would be essential to the safety of the business owners at your property?
I'm gonna object. That question's been asked and answered.
He did, yes, he responded. He
Okay.
responded. Okay, let's move on.
Now, you will also agree that the current use of your property could pose some serious risk to the community?
No,
Well, currently you're running an auto body shop, correct?
no, it's a mechanic.
You have a mechanic shop.
Yes,
There's also a garage that's doing sheet work, metal sheet work, correct?
yes.
There's also a garage doing iron work.
No, they all do the same thing.
Okay, and in these garages, they are operating heavy machinery, correct?
The mechanic work, I don't believe that's heavy machinery, and welding, I don't think is heavy machinery because it's not a big machine they use on there. It doesn't, like, to me, it doesn't cause a hazard, like, or dangerous.
Well, you would agree working on a car is operating on heavy machinery, correct?
I'm gonna object. That question's been asked and answered.
Okay, let's move on.
Yes.
Let me ask a question related to that. The people doing these kinds of repairs, do they use propane gas tanks, torches, or any kinds of equipment that involves chemicals or gases that might be viewed as dangerous?
Yeah, they use the welding, like
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Davis, any more questions?
Yes. Now, Mr. Ventura, you would agree that if these things in these garages were to catch fire, that would pose a serious risk to the community?
I'm gonna object. That's just a speculative.
Overrule, please answer.
I believe no, because I never had a fire there, and I don't think it will be a crazy fire. Like, if there was a fire and we got fire extinguisher, and I believe that will take it off, turn it off, if anything would happen.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Ventura, as of today, you do not have a working fire suppressor system.
Yes.
Is that it?
Oh.
Yes to my question, you don't have a working fire suppressor system?
No.
And you also mentioned that you reached out to someone regarding fire suppressor system.
Yes.
You have not made any payments to that business to start working on your fire suppressor system?
No, I'm trying to apply for a loan right now.
So is that a no?
Yes, correct, no.
Okay. And you currently don't have a certificate of occupancy for your property at 160 West Somerset Street?
No.
And you are currently using the property and have been using the property since December 2nd against its permitted use, correct?
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple questions for Mr. Ventura. Mr. Ventura, when did you purchase this property?
2015.
Okay.
Inherited.
Okay, you became the owner in 2015.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Are you personally operating any of the businesses within the building?
No.
So you just own the building, you rent everything out to the tenants?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. What's the closest residential property to your building?
The closest one?
Yes.
There's only one house on that block.
You occupy a whole block. So around the whole building, how many residential properties are near your building?
None, just one across the street on the front building.
And everything else is vacant land?
Yes, there's a big warehouse across the street from me, bigger than mine. It's like taller, like 10 feet. 10 floors.
And what's in that building?
They're doing office space.
Office space, rental?
Yes, sir.
People have offices in that building?
They're currently working.
Yeah, they're currently working on it. He just purchased.
It's under construction?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner, I just have 2 follow-up questions.
Yes, please.
Mr. Ventura, is it correct that you inherited that business?
Yes,
And when you inherited that business, those uses that are currently operating there, they were operating at that time?
yes.
Okay.
Is
No,
it correct?
anything
Mr.
else?
Yeah, Mr.
Committee one?
Yes,
I
would
hear
just-
like 3 people at one time.
Okay, wait a minute, Miss Davis. I want Miss Street to complete her train of thought. Miss Street, is anything else?
I just have one more question, Commissioner.
Okay.
Mr. Ventura, so when did you receive that estimate for the repair of your fire suppression system?
Like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
And is it your intention to complete your zoning and to have the fire suppression system repaired?
Yes, if it's recommended for the sprinkler system, yes.
That's all I have.
And before we move on, Mr. Ventura, were those uses, those businesses in progress when you inherited property in 2015, or was it vacant?
No, it was in progress.
So those businesses have been there all along?
Yes, correct.
You have written leases with each one?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Davis, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, I would just like to address the mischaracterization of the area surrounding 160 West Somerset Street. If I can share my screen with the board.
Sure, please.
I'm sorry, can opposing counsel stop sharing? Won't let me share at the.
Yeah, Mr. If you could bring your photos down.
Okay.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ventura, it was your testimony that there were no houses surrounding your property at 160 West Somerset Street, correct?
Yes, I said the front, yes.
Well, the question was asked, was there any buildings surrounding, were there any houses surrounding your building? You mentioned just the property in the front. Is that the
Yes.
property you're referring to?
The front is over here towards your, no, that's the back.
This front, right here?
The front is towards the right.
This right here?
Yeah, that way. Yeah, that's the building. That's the front of the building.
Okay, and you would agree that it's also buildings right here, correct?
Yes, it's under construction right now.
And this is your property right here?
Yes,
And you would also agree that these are houses across from your property?
yes.
Okay, that appears to be at least 2 blocks worth of residential properties for the record. Thank you. Anything else before we get to summarize? Yes.
If I may, I just went to the LNI file, and Mr. Ventura says he became the owner in 2015. The record for the LNI file shows the last time any business permits were issued, and the only permits that were issued were for motor vehicle repair and retail mobile dispensing, and that was in April of 2009 was the last time any licenses were issued by LNI for business uses in the property. So it's been some time since anyone had any approvals for any of the activities that take place. Property is zoned ICMX, industrial commercial mixed use.
Okay. So this is based on the record. It appears that those businesses may be operating illegally.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do was have summarizing comments by both attorneys, then we will move to a vote. Ms. Street, I'll start with you and we'll end with Ms. Davis.
Thank you. Commissioners, although the portrayal of the violations are very severe, I believe that my client's actions have been quite responsive. He did get the violations in December. He immediately tried to clean those lots. He immediately hired an attorney who communicated with the inspector to find out what specific appeals needed to be filed. We hired architects or engineers. We had to wait for drawings to submit the zoning application. The zoning application was submitted in a short period of time, right after we received the drawings from the architect. He also hired a engineer and testified quite credibly as to how he tried to get a number of companies to come out to repair and or examine and give an estimate of his repairing of his existing fire suppression system. He has spent an inordinate amount of money in cleaning that lot, and he is the subject of a problem that's pervasive in that community over there. Extensive heavy dumping. If you look at those pictures that were presented by the council for the city of Philadelphia, you see household furniture in there, you see chairs in there. We know that garbage or that trash is not coming from my client's business. The initial violation said we need a CO, we applied for one. They said we need zoning, we applied for one. They said the trash needs to be cleared from the premises. We've cleaned the trash from the premises over and over again. You also see that there are poles up there and posts up there to further try to combat the dumping in the future by putting up a fence. Additionally, Inspector Williams testified himself that the current use on record is light industrial. I would submit to you at one time or another that did include the welding. And you see that there, he also testified, or Mr. Pincus just testified, excuse me, not testified. He just stated that there was a auto use there. I submit to you that the uses that are currently going on in that building at one time were germane to the zoning designation that it had previously been. That auto repair use had been taken out that ICMX zoning in the past few years, and that welding had been taken out of that zoning designation also. Mr. Ventura has made a valiant effort to try to move forward in a very, very short amount of time to correct all the violations that were issued to him. I would respectfully request that we give him an opportunity to get zoning. Mr. Pincus, you know as well as I do that you can't get zoning overnight. Zoning used to take 3 months. Now it takes 5, 6.
Ms. Threat, I have to intervene. We have a ton of cases after yours, and
I have one more thing to say and I'm done.
Yes.
And we also know you can't get a certificate of occupancy without the zoning. So therefore, Mr. Ventura has tried to correct these violations in an expedient fashion. I am respectfully requesting that the board give him time to go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and in that time, he can work with that estimate and getting his fire suppression system repaired. And as soon as we get the zoning, we can then finish our application, which we have already put in preliminarily for the certificate of occupancy. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, do you have any short closing comments?
Yes, I will try to keep it brief, Chairman. The facts and evidence presented.
Not close to mine.
Okay, we have someone who's should be muted. Please, thank you. Ms. Davis.
Thank you. The facts and evidence that was presented before you today demonstrate why you should affirm for the city and allow this intent to cease to happen. While the efforts can be appreciated, the efforts done by the appellant can be appreciated, we have rules and regulations in place, and that is to protect the community and ensure the safety of the community. And here that includes the business owners and those that are surrounding that community, that property, that passerbys, those that are driving, those that are walking past. Also like to note that while it is understandable that appellant is in the process of getting while he's in the process of getting the proper zoning permits to obtain the CO, the certificate of occupancy, it has to be noted that an effort and being in the process of obtaining these required permits is not the same as being in compliance. And for the safety of the community, as well as the safety of those that are operating these heavy machineries that are operating with chemicals and fire without a working fire suppression system, it is putting those business owners in grave danger. And for those reasons, we will be asking that you affirm for the city and allow us to go through with the intent to seize. The intent to seize will not hinder the appellant from obtaining the proper zoning permits to be able to use the property what it was appropriately zoned for, but allowing more time to allow the appellant to continue to operate these businesses the way they are is putting the community at grave risk. And for these reasons, I ask that you affirm.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner,
Alrighty.
excuse me, Commissioner, my client would like to say a word. If you would
Not at this
allow
time.
him.
We're at the point of decision.
Okay.
No additional comments. Okay, thank you very much. This is with regard to HA-2021-005460. The appellant is Dennis Ventura, represented by Ms. Darlene Treat, 160 West Somerset Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As you know, you can appeal this decision, and Ms. Street, I'm sure you're familiar with the process. Thank you very much to everyone for your patience and your cooperation. We do have several more cases to hear, but before we do that, I need a few minutes break. We're going to go off the record until 6. Be that 8 minutes. I apologize, but this has been a long day. So we're going to go off the record until 6 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who do we call? Who's
Case
next up?
number 25. Is that where we are? Yes.
Yes, case number 25.
Case number 25, appeal number HA-2022-000668. Dennis Murtagh, 1860 North 23rd Street.
Yep, how are you? Okay, good afternoon. Now, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Skiles. Okay. Mr. Murtagh, is your client, Mr. Murtagh, are you the appellant?
Yes.
Do you have an attorney representing you?
No,
Attorney Michael Williams is listed.
I can't afford it.
Okay, is the property at question is North 23rd Street? Are you the only sole owner of this property?
Yes, sir.
No, there's no corporations involved.
No, sir.
No LLCs involved.
No, sir.
Do you reside at that location?
I used to. I no longer do.
It's an investment property now.
It's rented. Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Mr. Murtagh, then would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Skiles, would you proceed, please?
Yes, this is an appeal from 3 property maintenance violations and 1 fire code violation. I'll be calling Inspector Michael Murphy.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, is he present?
Yes.
1860. Mr. Murphy?
I'm present, sir.
Okay, thank you. Would you raise your right hand so as you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Skiles?
Yes. Okay, good evening, Inspector Murphy. Where are you currently employed?
Philadelphia Department of License and Inspection. North
Okay, and how
Central.
long have you been employed there?
2 years.
And what are your current duties in that role?
I'm a code enforcement inspector.
And what does that entail?
Inspection of residential property, commercial property.
No, but I just stopped the video. Now I gotta
excuse
figure out
me.
how to turn the video back on. 'Cause it's
Excuse
like
me, I'm
having
not sure.
showing
Someone needs to be
ceiling.
muted. I think Mr. Ricky, would you mute yourself, please? Mr. Ricky, please mute yourself. The screen
think-
itself isn't Ricky.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I don't think it was him. I think it was Stuart Trail. And I muted him.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Ricky. Okay, thank you. Ms. Skiles, please.
Yes, okay. Inspector Murphy, please continue. You were saying what your responsibilities entail.
A property maintenance inspector for residential properties, commercial properties.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property at 1860 North 23rd Street?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I went to the property several times for several different complaints.
Okay, so let's begin. What was the first time you went to the property?
The first time I went to the property, the tenant submitted a complaint for no heat. When I gained access in the property, there was sufficient heat, but it was also several other property maintenance violations.
Okay, and so did you write a notice of violation based on the violations that you witnessed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and with the board's permission, I will share my screen. Okay, can you see what I'm currently displaying, Inspector Murphy?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this document that we're looking at?
A notice of violation for order to correct.
Okay, and was this this was written on this was based on your inspection from January 26, 2022?
That is correct.
Okay, and was that your first inspection of the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what violations are contained in this in this notice of violation?
The basement steps needed a handrail. The kitchen sink, it was clogged up. So I wrote the repair the plumbing for the kitchen sink, as well as the hazard for that. And the smoke detectors on the second and third floor of the property.
Okay, and now I will also show you a series of photographs. Did you take this photograph, Inspector Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this that we're looking at here?
It's a bucket of sink water. When the tenant turned the water on, I watched it fill up.
Okay. And this was taken on January 26, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what does this photograph show?
Steps leading to the basement.
Okay, and there's no handrail?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And this photograph, what does this show?
A missing smoke detector.
Okay. And then this photograph?
Just the front of the property.
Okay. Are there any violations that should be brought to the board's attention in this photograph?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And these photos were all taken January 26, 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to speak with the property owner about these violations?
Yes.
And did you notify him of these violations?
Well, he initially I sent the notice of violation out to the research department. The owners reached out to me when they received the violations and asked me what was going on, and I explained to them. I think it was Patrick Murtaugh that I spoke with at first, and then I spoke to Mr. Dennis, and I explained to Mr. Dennis what was going on with the violations, and he told me that he submitted an appeal for the violations.
Okay, but he is aware of these violations?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he let you know if he has any intention of correcting these violations?
From our conversation, no.
And why not? Did he tell you why he didn't plan on correcting them?
Well, he told me that the tenants are not paying him rent.
Okay. And so have you been able to re-inspect the property?
Well, once the appeal was submitted, we are instructed not to go back out there for any re-inspections on said property.
Okay, so you have.
I have been back out there because another complaint was submitted for no heat. So when the no heat complaint was submitted, I asked my supervisors, I explained to my supervisor that it was an appeal in on this property for, this violations that I wrote. And I asked that they want me to go out there, although the appeal was on, and I was instructed to go out there because it was a separate complaint. Not
Was that the
addressing
first
those.
complaint?
I'm sorry, sir. Please proceed.
I asked my supervisors, was it okay for me to go out there to address the complaint for the no heat? And my supervisor instructed me that I can go out there, but don't address the violations that you previously wrote because of the appeal. So I went out there and I explained to the tenant that I'm not here on the first violations because I can't touch that violation. I'm here strictly for the no heat.
Okay, and when was that second time that you visited the property?
That will be March 5th, March 3rd, I'm sorry.
Okay. And at that time, had any of the previous violations been corrected?
I wasn't there to look at any of those violations because of the appeal.
But to your knowledge, those violations have not been corrected as of today?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. But Mr. Murtaugh never reached out to you, letting you know to come do a re-inspection and the violations had been corrected?
Well, no, per our directive with the no heat, I did reach out to Mr. Murtaugh and explain to them that they didn't have heat in the property. And he told me he'll have someone fix it.
Okay. I have no further questions for Inspector Murphy at this time.
Okay, Mr. Murtaugh, but before I ask you to do if you have any cross-examination, who is Patrick Murtaugh?
He's my father.
And what is his role in this property?
Nothing.
Pardon me?
Nothing.
So, but he doesn't speak for you or interact with anybody on your behalf?
No, sir.
So he wasn't authorized to talk to the inspector?
No, sir.
Okay. Alrighty. Do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Murphy?
Yeah.
Based on his testimony?
Yeah, so the smoke detectors were intentionally removed.
Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murtaugh, rather, do you have a question, not a statement?
A question?
Yes. You can.
Okay, so if Mr. Murphy went out for the first inspection for the heat complaint and then filed the violations and then was requested again to go out for the heat a second time, why was he permitted to go out a second time when the first complaint was for the heat, in which he went out there and, like he said, there was adequate heat?
I think he answered it. He stated that, in fact, he was given that specific instruction because it was a new complaint.
It wasn't a new complaint.
Well, that was his testimony. And you can argue when you present your case, but that's what's his, okay? Anything else?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Scales, do you have anything else?
No further questions. I would just ask that my exhibits 1 and 2 be moved into the record.
Okay, so moved. Mr. Murtaugh, what is your understanding of what's going on here?
I have a question.
Oh, yeah, that's Ms. Pincus.
I just want to confirm, was there any the last time Inspector Murphy went out was March 3rd, or has there been any re-inspection between March 3rd and today's hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Murtaugh.
Yes, sir.
The violations, are they still in place, or have you made any repairs?
They've all been corrected. However.
Okay. You have any evidence of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that? Can you share that with us?
I have contractor invoices.
Did you submit those at all to the city or anyone else?
I was not aware of how to do that. The only email I received was this email saying to attend the Zoom hearing. And I was at work, and then I didn't realize, I thought at 1:15 that it would just be me. I didn't understand that it would be this many people. So I have not submitted anything to the city, no.
Okay.
I can.
Well, you can tell us what you've done, and we'll need to have proof of that. But tell us what you've done.
Okay, so I'll start with the tenant is intentionally drawing the violations by removing the smoke detectors. The smoke detectors have been replaced twice, and then I went back for an additional violation, which I filed an additional appeal for, and the smoke detectors were removed again. So they were replaced, and the sink was also repaired, and the banister was also repaired. But the banister, as you can see in the exhibits, was ripped out of the wall.
Well, there was no banister. So have you installed a new banister?
There was a banister.
I'm saying there was no banister on the photographs we saw. Has a new banister been installed?
Yes.
Okay. Already?
The smoke detectors were installed. I had a contractor go out there to fix the heat, and he said he took pictures. He went out there last Saturday, and he said the smoke detectors were removed again, and the sink was clogged again. So the sink is getting clogged because they're putting plastic and other things that are not supposed to be going down to the garbage disposal down there. And this has been corrected five or six times now. And I have all of the invoices to show that to whoever I need to. And it's every time I use this contract, it's $250. So I've spent close to $2,000 correcting the sink, and then just keep putting garbage down. They're putting diapers down it. I can't continue to correct the same problems when things are being shoved down the sink because the plumber doesn't want to go to the specific property anymore.
What action have you taken with the tenants? Are you issued an eviction notice?
My eviction court date is 4/11/2022 at 8:45 a.m.
Okay. You have that information handy.
Yes.
Have you submitted that?
Have I submitted what?
The eviction court notice to the city's law department.
I have, would my attorney do that or would I have to do that?
Well, if you're presenting that information as evidence that you're taking action, it's up to you to present it to the city so they understand what you've done.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking, have you done that? Have you shared that information with anyone?
I personally have not, but my attorney may have. I will have to follow up with him.
But you said you were not represented by an attorney.
So the attorney had told me that in order to be represented in this specific hearing would cost an additional $350. I am on the verge of declaring Chapter 7 bankruptcy, and I am borrowing money from friends and family just to get this resolved. And I am trying to not short sell the house and try to avoid bankruptcy, but I've already consulted an additional attorney on filing that. I know it's irrelevant to this specifically, but I would just like to share.
Yeah, well, the issue with though is that given this is a cease of operations, you understand what that means, correct? That's what the city is proposing. The city is proposing to.
Chairman, it's not a cease operations. It's just the property maintenance.
Oh, but my apologies. Okay. Please correct the record. I apologize. Okay.
A cease might help.
Yeah. But my list is continuous. So I'm looking too far down the list. So I apologize, Mr. Murtaugh. Okay. Anything else from anyone? Any questions?
I would just have a brief question for Mr. Murtaugh.
Sure.
So do you have Inspector Murphy's contact information?
I do, and I spoke to Inspector Murphy, and the tenant is playing the game, as they call it, and just trying to get them back out there and prolong this process. This has been going on since November. So my fear is that they're gonna plead that they had no heat. So I just want to be in touch with Inspector Murphy to show that there was adequate heat when he went out there for the first, I guess, complaint. Every time out, I will correct these property maintenance violations. They will be re-destroyed. Okay. So in order to correct the violation itself with the city, I would ask that I have the time to get them out so I can correct them, and then the property will be back in my possession, if that makes sense. Because if I go in and correct it, because I already have, and then I had to send another contractor out there because they complained about an additional violation, which I will have another appeal for. This was an emergency that I filed for. I want to get the violations cleared up, but I feel like the only way I could do that is if I went there with a contractor the same day Inspector Murphy would do it. And I've already taken so many days off of work dealing with this that I'm gonna lose my job soon. I've already been given a notice that because I'm missing so many days, it's like I took the day to do this. I thought I'd be able to go back in, but my concern is that the violations will be open for the court date, which will work against me. But the only way I can see correcting the violations is if I went there with a contractor the same day and he repaired it in tandem with Inspector Murphy being there, which is incredibly expensive and incredibly difficult to facilitate. But this is, I know you
Well,
guys.
so I think the facts are fairly clear. Ms. Giles, anything else?
No, nothing further.
Anything from anyone else? Okay, you said your date is April 11th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have in your possession right presently the invoices from the contractors on all those previous repairs?
Yes, sir.
Just hold them up. I want to see them.
I don't have them. I have them in my email.
Okay. So you don't have them. Okay.
I have one of them. It might take me a second.
No, we don't have the time. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. All right.
I didn't know what to bring to this. I apologize for being
Okay.
unprepared.
All right. So April 11th is the magic date, I think. So
Yes, sir.
today is the 23rd. So I'm proposing we're probably looking at around 30 days, you think, board?
Yes,
I would think.
30 days is fine.
Okay. Okay, so let's call the vote for,
He may be able to get a judgment in court. He won't be able to be successful in getting an eviction probably for maybe 60 or 90 days because of the execution process once you get a judgment.
okay, 90, okay, understood. Okay, thank you. With regard to HA-2022-00668, Dennis Murtaugh, 1860 North 23rd, City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement.
City of 90-day stay.
City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Murtaugh. What we've done is affirm the city's process and that in fact you the violation was properly issued, but you get 90 days from today to get everything done before any additional enforcement action.
Okay, and then what? Who do I guess what are the next steps?
Get it. You need to go to court. You need to stay in touch with Mr. Murphy. You need to collect all the data that you have from all the repair people that you've asked to go to that property. Have them printed out in hard copy so you have them in your pocket at all times, and make sure that you send it to the LNI so we have it in our record.
Who do I send it to?
The okay, Ms. Giles, who are we communicating with on this?
You can make sure you let Mr. Inspector Murphy know when you have complied those violations, but you can send additional paperwork to me if you would like.
And please share that with the LNI for the record. And if you could put your email address on the chat, then he can have that. Check the chat out, Mr. Murtaugh.
Should make copies of all of that documentation for the day when you go to court as well, for the eviction.
I have all of it. It's on an e-drive with my attorney. I just
need to have it with you. Whoever you're talking to needs to be able to see it.
Okay, I can just send it to somebody. Amy just sent me her email.
Yep. Okay, anything, let's go to the next case. Thank you very much. This one is done. What do we have next?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for taking
Case
this
number
time.
26. Case number 26, appeal number HA-2022-000671. Virginia Paseo, 3917 North Broad Street. I apologize if I didn't pronounce your last name correctly.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Friedman for Ms. Palacio.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, are you counsel of record for this matter?
No, I just was retained yesterday.
Oh, so you aren't prepared to proceed today? That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
You are prepared to proceed?
If the court requires it, I can.
Yes. Who's representing the city?
Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, let's do this then in order that we can clear up the preliminaries. Ms. Davis, you prepared to proceed, correct?
Yes, I am.
And this is an intent to cease at 3917 North Broad Street.
Yes.
Okay, what's the nature of this?
There's an issue regarding a auto repair license and a fire alarm system that needs to be installed due to the fact that the property is mixed use.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, we'd like to proceed today because of the substantial, significant health safety issues. You prepared to represent your client today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Davis, would you proceed then?
Yes, the city would like to call Francine Griffin.
Let me just confirm, am I right? This was an emergency appeal?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Francine Griffin? Okay, thank you. Mr. Griffin, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Ms. Davis?
Good afternoon, Inspector Griffin. Could you please restate your name and your occupation for the record?
Francine Griffin, Code Enforcement Inspector.
Okay, we're getting this really serious. So someone else has a line open, so they need to hang up.
Okay.
May
We're
I
good.
proceed?
Yes, please.
And Inspector Griffin, can you tell the board some of your primary duties with your employment with a license and inspection?
I enforce the property maintenance and fire code for the city of Philadelphia.
And are you familiar with the property at 3917 North Broad Street?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that property?
The case was assigned to me after Inspector Corley had initially did an inspection on November 15th of 2021.
Well, before you proceed, Ms. Griffin, whoever's near you, they ask them to turn the volume down or do something different.
I think she has an echo.
Yeah, that's the only way. That's why someone near her has an open mic or something.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, please.
You can continue, Inspector Griffin.
The inspection was initially conducted by Inspector Corley in November of 2021, and then it was assigned to me after that.
And did you get an opportunity to review the public and LNI records regarding the property at 3917 North Broad Street?
Yes.
Would you recognize, in reviewing those documents, did you review the notice of violation from that initial inspection in November 2021?
Yes.
And did you also review the intent to cease that was issued in February of 2022?
Yes.
Would you recognize those if I were to show you today?
Yes.
Permission to share my screen?
Yes, please.
Inspector Griffin, can you see my screen?
Yes.
I'm showing you now what has been previously marked as city exhibits, city exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the initial violation notice that was issued back in November of 2021 by Inspector Corley.
And can you explain the violations that were found back at that inspection in November of 2021?
The violations that were issued were to obtain an auto repair license, to update the fire extinguishers, and to install a fire alarm system for the mixed use.
And can you explain to the board the significance of having a fire alarm system installed and working fire extinguishers at this property?
Because it is a mixed use and it's an auto repair shop, you would need a fire alarm system because there's residential above as well.
Now I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the intent to cease notice for the property.
And can you inform the board the basis of this intent to cease?
The intent to cease was issued, I did a re-inspection on December, I think it was December 21st. And the fire alarm system or the auto repair license had not been obtained at that time. So then there was a 10-day intent to cease issued for that.
I'm sorry, can you state, you said that December? Or
December 21st, I did a re-inspection to see if the fire alarm system was installed and if the auto repair license had been obtained, and they had not. So then I issued a 10-day intent to cease.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Inspector Griffin, when was the last time you visited 3917 North Broad Street?
On March 21st.
And what were your findings after that visit, after that inspection?
Well, I checked the system and I did see that the owner had applied for the auto repair license. However, upon the inspection, I did notice that the fire alarm system still had not been installed.
And to your knowledge, that initial violation from November 2021, did the appellant appeal that violation notice?
No, they did not. They did not file the appeal, it looks like, until February 14th.
Now, was that appeal filed before or after they received the intent to cease notice?
After.
I have no further questions for Inspector Griffin.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, you have any cross-examination?
Yes, Inspector, you indicated that that the appeal was not filed until the 14th.
I believe February 14th.
All right. Now, is it possible that the date of the appeal is different than when the filing date is?
It could be possible, but I don't.
Isn't it in fact 2/7/22?
No, 2/7/22 is when the intent to cease, when I entered the intent to cease into the system. 2/14, I believe 2/14 is when the appeal was filed.
Mr. Chairman, I do have copies of papers in front of me dated 2/7/22 indicating requesting emergency hearing appeal and filed by the appellant.
Okay,
And it was filed
are they in the system? You want to share your screen and put them in for the record?
I would love to if I knew how to share my screen, sir.
Okay, well, that we can't admit it without unless we can see it. Ms. Davis, do you have the similar? Can you confirm that?
Yes, I can share my screen regarding the appeal. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Oh, wait.
There it goes.
That won't happen, Mr. Friedman. We have to, because we can't read it that way.
Well, I want to show the date more than anything else, sir.
Well, but I'm saying that's not adequate because we can't see the whole document to confirm it. Ms. Davis, you were attempting to share your screen, but I'm getting something. I'm not sure what I'm
is
seeing.
Mr. Friedman's screen that is being shared at the moment.
Oh,
If I may, Mr. Friedman, I'm not sure I see the relevance of the filing date of the appeal for the emergency hearing. The comments of Attorney Davis was that the original violations were written in November, and the first of any appeal to the L&I Department of Licenses and Inspections Review Board wasn't made until February 7th. So 30 days had passed before the violations, the original underlying violations, were appealed. It was several months, in fact, before any appeal, and that appeal was made timely on the cease order that was issued by the Department of Licenses and Inspections, but an appeal of the underlying violations was not timely made. And I'm not sure what where you're going with issues regarding the filing of the emergency appeal.
Well, we had hoped to show that they were making an effort to try to come into compliance with the notice of the order to correct.
Well, that order was issued in November.
the first violation. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Friedman of the inspector?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Davis, you have any additional information to point on the record?
No, not this time.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, you can put just your record, make your record, please.
Yes, sir. Ms. Palacio, would you please tell the court or tell the chairman and the board what efforts you made to come into compliance with the order to correct?
We need to swear her in. So Ms. Virginia Palacio, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. And could you address the screen just a little bit because we get difficulty seeing Miss Placio's face?
Let me get up here. Oh, my goodness.
How's that better?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Freeman, please proceed.
Yes. Ma'am, could you please tell the board the attempts that you made in order to come into compliance with the order to correct?
Yes, as soon as I received the thing about the license, I right away applied for it on Monday. I received the notice like on a Friday, and I made the appointment by the computer to be there Monday, which I did.
What
And I
date was
filed-
that? Give us a specific date.
Well, he came on the 17th, and then that Monday after the 17th was the 19th.
The 19th.
Yes.
Okay, I just need one voice because we're being recorded by a court reporter. What date were you talking about?
The 19th.
Of what year and what month?
February 22.
February 22nd of 2021.
2021.
Okay.
No, it was
right away?
in November.
Was it in November?
It was November, November 17th.
first-
Wait,
as soon as I received the first
wait a minute. Mr. Friedman, we can only have one voice at a time. And so if there's someone else in the room, that person cannot be speaking.
I've
for you.
requested.
Yeah.
Okay,
The first
so
time that the inspector came, Mr. Corey, he came, I think, on a Friday, and I made an appointment to go and get my license right away
and
on
the
a
only thing,
Monday.
all I asked was what date did you go in to make an application? And if someone knows that in the room, just write it out on a piece of paper and give it to you. I don't want to hear that voice.
Do you have my folder? I should have it right here. Let me see.
I know.
The 7th.
Of what year,
Origi-
what month?
Oh, no, that's the original appeal. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Mr. Friedman, let's do this. Mr. Friedman, do
Yes,
you
sir.
have this date? Do you have these dates? If you could put them on the record, that'd be helpful.
As best as I
Is that
can.
my paperwork there?
Yes. As best as I can tell you, it appears to me that she has dated the documents 2/7/22.
And that was the date of the application for a auto repair license.
I believe so.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do you have any additional questions of Ms.
Yes, I do. She's Virginia. Come on,
License and inspection. Oh,
come on, come on.
I know right away I did it, instantly, but where is my paper? Do you have the thing in
Ms. Palacio and Mr. Freeman? These are formal hearings and we have a number of cases after yours.
I
And so we can
understand.
end everything now and vote if you'd like.
Comply with your wishes. But it's taking me a little bit. As I told you, I was just retained the other day. And
Well,
you
but Mr.
hired me
Friedman, this is an
before.
emergency
I'm trying to-
hearing, so, and it was filed in February, so again, it may not be your fault, but there's been over a month now to retain counsel and be prepared for this emergency hearing.
Virginia, I need you here now.
Okay.
Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Freeman?
Hold on.
Right away.
Are
Oh,
you,
it's in November.
Virginia.
I'll do this and see what this is.
When you tried to file for the,
Oh, when I tried, is that it?
Yeah, November 29th.
The 29th of November, wait,
We made an appointment.
Philadelphia City of License and Inspection, yes, right here. I knew I had it.
You can't see it, just tell them the date.
It was Monday, see it exactly what I said, Monday, November 29th, 2021,
Thank you.
at 10:30 in the morning, 10:38.
Okay. Now, when you tried to apply for the mechanics license, what were you told?
Okay, that I had to go and get the fire alarm system for safetiness. When I go and get that, then I go back and he'll say they're okay after the inspection passes through. The inspector had to say yes.
All right, now, did you in fact attempt to get the fire protection system?
Yes, I did.
And what happened?
Was extremely very expensive, but a few people we called, they came over, but
Did anyone say that they could commence work immediately?
no.
And did they give you an indication of how long it might be until they could commence work?
About a month, right? 2 weeks to a month, about something like that.
So at least a month, is that
Yeah,
it?
about a month.
Is there anything else that you want to tell the panel? By the way, this is a mixed-use building, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the other use of the building besides the auto repair?
Well, we live upstairs. My family and I, my whole family lives upstairs. It's not, we don't rent the place or anything.
So it's owner occupied, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you'd like to tell the board that you think that they should know that might help them?
Yes, I just got the estimate from Friday, and we're thinking of, well,
In other words, that you're
we're
looking,
trying to I'm trying to convince them to go a little cheaper.
okay.
It's very expensive, so we're talking it back and forth.
So in other words, you'd like a stay of the proceedings so that you can attempt to correct the fire alarm system.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions. Ma'am, how long have you operated the auto repair business in that building?
About 7 years.
Okay, are you the owner of the auto repair business?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever had a working fire suppression system in the building?
Working suppression system? What do you mean by
Fire
that?
system. Have you ever?
Oh,
had
well,
a
we have extinguishers, always.
Okay,
had
but
Reverend
not
Jane
a
called
not
me
a,
just
not
now.
installed a fire suppression system though, right?
Not a fire, they're not what you're talking about. You're talking about the automatic fire alarm system?
yes,
We never,
yes.
I don't think we ever had one, no.
Okay. Have you ever had a license for auto repair business?
No.
No license? Okay.
What happened was
No,
that.
I don't need anything else. I just wanted to
okay.
answer that question. Okay. All right. Any other additional questions, Ms. Davis?
Yes, why didn't
No,
you
I
have
asked Ms.
the-
Davis, Mr. Friedman asked Ms. Davis if she had any cross
Sorry.
exam. Ms. Davis?
Yes, just two brief questions. Ms. Palacio, you currently don't have a working fire alarm system at your property, correct?
Yes, we do.
We do have fire extinguisher, but not the automatic manual one.
So that's a no, you do not have any working fire alarms in your property.
Oh,
We have smoke detectors.
I don't know if smoke detectors, is that considered one?
Ms. Davis, she's responding with a question to you.
No, do you have a fire alarm at 3917 North Broad Street? I'm not asking
No.
about a smoke detector or smoke or
I
fire
think
extinguisher.
she on the record,
Okay.
she says no to my previous question. So that's
Right,
on the,
okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Mr. Friedman, any follow-up questions before we get to the point of decision?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis, any closing comments before we decide?
Just briefly, again, regarding the regulations and codes that we have implemented here is to ensure the safety of the community. Here, we have a mixed-use property. There are individuals living on top of this auto repair shop where they're operating heavy machinery and putting those residents at risk. And for these reasons, we will ask that you grant city affirm and allow us to move forward with the cease.
Okay, thank you. I do have a follow-up to Ms. Griffin. Ms. Griffin, does it affect your decision if the residential portion is occupied by the owner of the building, who's also the operator of the repair shop?
No, according to the code, it doesn't matter if it's a rental property or they live there, they own it. It has to have.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Now,
All
I
right.
just have a question, and I guess maybe this is for Ms. Griffin. If I heard the testimony, it's a catch-22. She can't get the license for the automobile repair shop. At least that's what Ms. Palacio alleges, without first getting a fire suppression system approved.
Well, I don't believe that's true because when she applied for the auto repair license, I get information comes to me to go out and do an inspection for that. Once I do that inspection, she can get the license. So I've already done that. So she should be able to get the license.
Oh, so she said she applied on the 29th of November. I saw you nodding your head. So you're confirming that you have already gone out to inspect for purposes of authorizing that license?
Yes.
And are you saying today that that license is in the process of being issued?
Yeah, she should be able
So
to.
I can get the license if I want to right now.
Mr. Friedman, your client cannot speak up. This is.
I understand. I'm trying to quiet.
So that leaves open the issue of having a fire suppression system that is protective of the business and of the residential use, which in fact, she has herself and her family in that property.
Yes, a fire alarm system, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And is this building attached to any other buildings, Ms. Griffin?
It is attached to a church, yes.
Okay, and on both sides there are buildings or just one side?
On the left is the church and on the right, well, if you're facing it, on the right is the church and on the left is her auto repair, like the outside part of the auto repair shop.
So this mixed use is all on ground level, the residential as well as the auto repair?
Yes.
Okay. They're adjacent to one another. So on the other side of the auto repair, is there another building?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, while the hearing was going on, I looked up on Google Maps and the residential use is on, I believe, the second
and third floors.
Second and third floor above the automobile.
Yes, above. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did it indicate, Mr. Pincus, whether there was adjoining or attached buildings on both sides?
There is a building attached from the photograph that I looked at, which I assume now from the inspector is the church. So there's a church attached to the 3-story building. I don't remember whether the church was 3-story, but there's a building attached to Ms. Palacio's 3-story building.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and thank you. I think we've heard all the facts as they've been presented by counsel for the appellant as well as the city. So with regard to HA-2022-000671, Virginia Palacio, 3917 North Broad Street, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Friedman, the vote is city affirmed.
Thank
As you know, you can appeal this decision should you choose to. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman, may I ask for his information so I may mail him a notice, a decision notice, please?
Okay.
Mr. Friedman, may I have your mailing address, please, and your phone number?
Yes, 110 Harvest, Harvest Circle, Bala Kenwood, Pennsylvania, 19004, 215-901-6884.
Could you mention I'm sorry, I missed the town or the city?
Bala Kenwood, Pennsylvania. BALACYNWYD.
Oh, Bala Kenwood. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chairman, may I just ask for the record that the city's exhibits be moved into evidence?
So move.
And that concludes my business for today. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, what's next?
Next case is number 27. Case number 27, appeal number HA-2022-000102. Chris Stock 2234 Westmoreland Street.
Okay, thank you. Who's representing the city in this matter? Case number 27. 2234 Westmoreland Street. Who's representing the city? Okay, is a Chris Stock available? Okay, Mr. Stock, hold on a moment and we'll try to get the city's lawyer on the line. Okay. Is anyone present who can help me with this?
Mr. Chairman, there's also a Stewart Trail, which is the property owner of where I'm at. He should be on here. His name is Stewart Trail.
Okay, but I want to get the city's lawyer on before we do anything else.
Hi, this is Christopher Johnson. I believe Leonard Reuter was supposed to cover this case, and if you give us a moment, we'll try and locate him. He was on the call earlier.
Okay, thank you. Just take a moment, Mr. Stock, until we can get this train on the right tracks. Okay.
Sounds good. It's been a long train ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
My name is Daniel Wu. I just wanted to double check. Is my name in the list for today?
Yes.
Oh, I am. Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to confirm.
Yep, there's one more. There's one ahead of you at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we run. Is anyone else? Is Ms. Maggie White? Are you available?
Mr. Chairman, do I have to ask, do I have to wait to ask for continuance?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Reuter is in the process of trying to get back onto the Zoom at the moment. I apologize for asking everyone to wait even more, but would it be possible to hear another case prior to this one? Is there a case remaining on the list?
Oh, we have several cases remaining. That's the problem. We have about 4 or 5 cases remaining. I need everybody to be here.
Could we move on possibly to the next case and return to this one after when Mr. Reuter is able to get back on?
Okay, Mr. Stock, the city lawyer is trying to get back on Zoom, and so we can't start until he shows up anyway. And so we want to hear something else before we get to you. I apologize, but I want to get as many of these things done as we can today. Okay.
Yep. Sounds good.
So we're going to move on to the next case, and let's go to 28.
Okay. Case number 28, appeal number HA-2022-000534, Daniel Wu, 2544 Turner Street. Did I say your last name correctly, Daniel?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Wu, now who's representing the city in this matter?
Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wu, would you man raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Mr. Wu, I think you raised a matter of a continuation or something. Was that your voice?
Yes, so the issue is the zoning because it is listed as a single family house.
Okay, wait. Oh, but did you raise the issue of a continuance? That's what I'm trying to understand. If you did not,
that was Mr. Stock. That was
okay.
Mr. Stock.
It was okay. I'm sorry.
No,
okay.
I did not raise continuance.
Okay, so forget the continuous question. I just want to let's get started. Mr. Johnson, let's just get started. What we got?
So this is an appeal on an order to cease the property at 2544 Turner Street. The reason being zoning. It is currently being used as 3 units. It's zoned as a single family residence. It's a row house connected to one attached house.
And I'm going to call one witness in this case. It's Inspector Natasha Lee.
Okay, is she present?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, Ms. Lee, would you adjust your screen a bit because we can't see your face? Okay, thank you. All right, raise your right hand so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Lee, can you please tell us for the record, what is your position with the city?
I am a code enforcement inspector with the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
And are you familiar with the property at 2544 Turner Street?
I am.
Okay, and how did you become familiar with that property?
We received multiple complaints for this location, some complaints from the occupants, and then we started receiving multiple complaints from the owner, with the owner's information listed.
Now, did you have a chance to inspect the property?
I did. I actually went out on a few occasions. Initially, I was responding to a tenant complaint for no electricity and just general interior hazardous conditions. The tenant failed to respond or keep their appointment. At that point, I issued violations for exterior defects. I was able later again, we did receive additional complaints with the owner's information. I sent the owner, Mr. Wu, an email, and we were able to schedule an appointment for December 27th.
And so you performed an inspection on December 27th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this point in time, I'm going to ask, if it pleases the board, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
If I can figure out. Okay, so I have here what is marked as a city exhibits, and it's at page 1. Can you see this, Ms. Lee?
Yes, it's intent to cease operations in order.
Okay, so going back, just tell us
Mr.
what
Johnson,
happened in your inspection on the 27th of December, 2021.
Mr. Johnson, would you magnify that a bit? I can't read it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lee, can you tell us about your inspection on December 27th?
At that time, I did an inspection with the owner of the property, Mr. Wu, present. I found a single-family dwelling operating as a triplex without zoning use registration permits required. I also wrote for the certificate of occupancy due to the occupancy changing from one use group to another. I did reissue violations that were on my previous violation notice, which were exterior surface defects. I also wrote electrical defects and mechanical defects. There was a defective heater inside of one of the units.
So I'm going to scroll down to what is page 5 of the packet. Do you see this document?
Yes, the violation notice in order to correct.
And what was the date that the violations were issued?
The date of the inspection was the December 27th, 2021, but the date on the violation, it looks like the date of notice is 12/29. And that's usually because if we don't process the information the same day, it'll take about 24 hours for it to update in the system. So that's why you see some discrepancy with the dates.
And what happened after that? Was any appeal filed of that violation notice?
As far as I know, there was no appeal filed on the actual violation notice.
So when was your next inspection of the property?
My next inspection was actually March 7th to perform the cease.
Okay, and I'm I'm gonna go down and look at the pictures that I've marked as part of the city exhibits, and this is at page sorry. All right, this is the exhibits at page 15. Can you describe the picture that we're looking at?
So far, what we're looking at is the front exterior of the property. And if you can see at the bottom near the front entrance, there are 3 mailboxes, which was what initially piqued my interest about this single family dwelling.
If it were a single family dwelling, how many mailboxes would you expect?
Most likely 1.
I'm going on to the next picture that's marked as page 16. Can you tell us what we can see in this picture?
That's the side exterior of the property. You could tell that it wasn't properly stuccoed. You can see loose, crumbling, falling brick.
And is that sidewall, is that safe?
No, it is not safe. It'll continue.
Was any other unit from L&I ever asked to do an inspection of the property?
A while ago, it looks like yes, you may have been out to the property back in 2017, but I'm not aware of any current enforcement for that side exterior.
I'm going to scroll down and ask you about page 17. What is indicated on page 17?
So this is the first floor, and this view is from the front entrance. Which you can see right now is that's 1 dwelling unit in the rear. That's rear first floor. And then you can't really tell, but that door to the side, to your left side, that's that's the second unit that occupies the second and the third floor.
And how about page 18?
That's a closer look at it. Unit 1 and unit 2. Unit 1 for the first floor rear, and then unit 2, that's the side entrance that will lead you to that additional unit that occupies the second and third floor. You can also see the inoperable light fixture as well.
In page 18, you're indicating the lighting fixture at the top?
Correct.
What would be required to fix that?
So I do not know if it's a bad bulb or a defective light fixture, but the owner would have to repair that to establish means of egress illumination.
This is page 19. What are we looking at in page 19?
If you can lower it a little bit more. Okay, so this is the vacant unit that the owner of the property took me into. That's the bathroom, sink and toilet. Looks like this shower as well.
And what does this indicate for our evidentiary purposes? What are we indicating by this photograph?
That is the vacant first floor unit. That's the third unit. So there's I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, so would this be required for it to be considered a dwelling unit?
So there would need to be a stove, and there's a stove inside of this vacant unit.
So I'm going to page 20.
That's just general living space. That would be the living room, the vacant living room. There's a window there where you can see out, and it would show the front of the property. We're still on the first floor.
And how about 21?
And there it is. That's the stove. That's the kitchen of the vacant front unit on the first floor. It's not very large, but obviously it's everything that you need to create a dwelling unit.
And page 22, what did 22 indicate?
Kind of difficult to tell, but I attempted to take a picture of the occupants. They have like this I don't know, it was like a kind of a sheet up, and it was covering the handrail. There is no handrail. There's a guard, but there's no handrail.
Is this in the stairs?
That is between the first and second floor. So that's pretty much the entrance into the second dwelling unit's living space.
I'm scrolling down. This is what's marked as page 23. Can you tell us what this photograph indicates?
That's also the dwelling unit occupying second and third floor. That's their stairway. That's how they get from the first floor to the second floor, third floor. There's also fire protection. It was operable at time of inspection.
And finally, I'm going to show you 24. What's indicated by 24?
That's the upper level dwelling units. Their heater was inoperable. It's been inoperable for so long that they just store things on it. They use it as a shelf, apparently.
So are these pictures an accurate reflection of what you saw as indicated in your inspection on December 27th?
Yes, sir.
So when you went back, what was the date you did your reinspection?
So I did a follow-up inspection, I believe February 2nd, 2022. And this was to deliver the intent to cease notice for the lack of zoning and certificate of occupancy.
And when you did that inspection, were any of the conditions that you had indicated originally still present?
So the exterior violations, they did remain. I knocked on the door. There was no response. I took 3 envelopes with the intent to cease notices inside, and I placed them inside of the door, took a photograph. I have not been able to gain access since.
So were you able to tell from either your inspection or your conversations with the owner or the occupants whether the property is occupied at this time?
At this time, I don't think that we've had a conversation. As far as I know, from the last time we spoke, he did express concern regarding the intent to cease. He stated he didn't want to displace the remaining residents. So yes, I guess that would indicate that it was occupied still.
Does the owner have a rental license for this property?
Absolutely not. I checked today. There is still no active rental license on this property, and there hasn't been. I haven't no expired rental licenses visible, no inactive rental licenses visible. No one has ever maintained a rental license on this property.
So after considering the results of your inspection, what was the main determinations that led the department to seek an intent to cease the property?
So, zoning and certificate of occupancy, those are ceasable offenses. Due to the owner of the property converting the property from a single family to a multifamily, you would need the fire protection that goes with that. You would need a fire alarm system. The only thing that he has is a combination smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, which we appreciate, but he doesn't have the fire protection required to maintain that multifamily. He doesn't have the zoning. That's what pretty much justified the cease or intent to cease.
What would be required in order to comply the violations?
In order for him to comply the violations, he would need to legalize his triplex, or he would have to restore the property to a single family dwelling.
If it's configured as it is now, as a triplex, as you testified, but only one of the units is occupied, would the city be seeking to cease the property?
Yes, because at any time he can still reoccupy the property. So the way that it's laid out right now, even if we comply the violations and there's one person left, at any time, once we go away, he can just put more people inside and not install the fire protection that's required. So yes, it's still ceasable until he restores it.
So due to the lack of fire protection, does that property present a danger to the health, safety and well-being of the occupants and the public in the area?
Absolutely. You have three dwelling units, three stoves, three different families. Everybody can be cooking all at once. And again, he does not have sufficient fire protection to cover his single family dwelling that has been converted into a triplex. It's just not sufficient.
Are you aware whether the attached unit or whether the attached row home that is on the left, is that property occupied?
Yes.
Is that also a single family dwelling?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that the city's exhibits be admitted to the record at this time.
So move.
I have nothing further for Ms. Lee.
Okay, Mr. Wu, do you have any questions for Inspector Lee based on her testimony? You muted, sir, so we can't hear you.
Yes, I have many questions. Well, first of all, I never ever called LNI
Mr. Wu,
to comply
Mr. Wu,
violation. Yes.
Mr. Wu, what I'm asking you is, do you have a specific question of the Inspector Lee based on her testimony? You can make your general statement later, but this is cross-examination. Do you have any specific questions? Only on what she testified about, nothing else.
Okay, what kind of questions are you asking for? What kind of
Let's
questions
move
are
on,
you-
sir. If you don't, that's okay. Let's move on. Mr. Johnson, you have anything
No,
else?
I have a question. I spoke to Miss Lee. This is not the first time that I'm meeting her.
Okay.
I have called her many times.
Okay.
I told her what's happening. I told her. She knows.
What is
She
your
knows what's
question?
going on.
But I'm asking you for a question for the record.
I applied for the zoning. And she said this case, she's not gonna pursue the C's operation. Is that right, Miss Lee?
Mr. Wu,
yes,
you didn't ask a question.
That's my question. My question is, why are you, when we spoke over the phone, it was probably a couple weeks ago, she said, or she's not going to proceed to see the operation of C's because I proceeded with the zoning.
Let her answer. Let her answer.
Let's do that. Let's do that.
I said that we would stay with the enforcement. We would stay enforcement until your appeal was heard. You applied for an appeal. So we cannot proceed with enforcement until the completion of the appeal. I never at any point stated to you that because you applied for zoning, that made all the enforcement go away. The only reason
no, that's not what you said.
Well, you know what, Mr. Wu, we're not going to have a back and forth argument. But Mr. Wu, we're not going to have a back and forth. You asked a question, she answered it for the record. Let's do this. Mr. Johnson, do you have any other witnesses that you want to put on?
No, but I have one follow-up based on Mr. Wu's question to Ms. Lee. Have you verified, Mr. Wu says he has submitted application for zoning. Is that accurate?
Yes, I do see a zoning permit ZP 2022-001143 to legalize the triplex, which was denied. And due to it being denied, he has to now get, he now has to appeal it and have it heard in ZBA.
Are you aware, has any appeal been filed to the Zoning Board of Adjustment?
Yes, and it is scheduled.
When is it scheduled?
8/10/2022. So that's August 10th, 2022. And that's for the legalization of the triplex.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wu, I have a couple questions for you. How long have you owned the property?
About 3 to 4 years.
Give me a date that you purchased it.
That I don't have it.
You don't have a year that you purchased it? What year did you purchase it?
Well, it would be a guess. I'm thinking maybe
I looked it up.
2017 or 2018.
I looked it up on the LNI website. It was 2017. I forget the exact date. and the
Okay.
purchase price was $18,700. And I think it's also important to note that even though an appeal is pending before the zoning board of adjustment, that's no assurance, if any assurance, it's no assurance that that the board will in fact grant the requested variance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wu, did you know this was zoned as a single family house when you purchased it?
Yes, it was single family.
Okay, how long have you had multiple families living there?
I would say maybe 2 years.
Okay, and why didn't you get the proper zoning before you did that?
Well, I had I had a general contractor. I hire my contractor so he can convert the single family to triplex.
Okay,
And
but why didn't you get the proper zoning and permits to do that?
that was my contractor's job.
No,
And he
well,
didn't-
your owner is responsible. You're always responsible for getting the proper permits, not the contractor. Did you have an architect on this?
Yes, I did.
And the architect developed the drawings for the construction work that was done?
Yes, he did.
And did you get construction permits for the work that was done?
Yes, I did.
You got construction permits to convert from a single family to a multifamily?
Yeah, as far as I know, as far as all the information that I got from my general contractor, yes.
Okay, the record probably doesn't reflect that because in order to get a conversion, you would have to have zoning, et cetera. But does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, Mr. Wu, anything else you want to share with us before we vote?
Can I recall Ms. Lee for just one brief question?
Sure.
Ms. Lee, can you verify, were there any permits to do any work at the property ever obtained?
The only permit that I could find was an alteration permit. And this was a make safe permit in response to an unsafe case number 372317, and it was to comply a violation. Work was to include 6 roof rafters at the rear roof, 6 rear floor joists on the second floor, and 6 rear floor joists on the first floor. All of the repairs as described by engineer. Separate permits required for alteration, plumbing, electric, and HVAC. I could find no other permits on file, and this is dating back to 2017.
What was the date of that make safe permit?
This was issued on November 2nd, 2017.
Thank you.
I can give you the permit number if you need it.
No, that won't be necessary. Anything else from anyone?
Just a brief argument.
Yes, please.
This is a situation where the owner had purchased the property and converted it into a 3-unit rental property without making the proper permits, getting the proper zoning, and it presents a safety hazard because there's more people occupying the property without the proper fire protections that are required under the code. And for that reason, we're going to ask the board to respectfully affirm the city's decision to seize the property.
Okay, thank you very much. With regard to HA-22-000-534, Daniel Wu, 2544 Turner Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. The city's position has been affirmed. Mr. Wu, you may appeal our decision if you choose to, but at the moment, it's the city's violation stands. Thank you very much. Case is over. Let's move on. Let's move back to case number 27 if we can.
Yes. Mr. Leonard Reuter is in the room now. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay, so would you like me to read the case back into the record?
Yes.
Case number 27, appeal number HA-2022-00010, Chris Stock, 2234 Westmoreland Street.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Reuter, are you present?
Yes, I am. I apologize. I had to switch computers and I do not have a camera available right now. If I can just proceed on just as the
Okay.
attorney. There's a couple issues here. The city did agree to a stay pending the appeal in this matter. However, the problem is the underlying violations were not appealed. This is just an appeal from the notice of intent to cease. And the appellant is not the owner of the property. So we're going to need some clarification first about whether, first of all, who is actually leasing the property. I suspect it is a company and perhaps not Mr. Chris himself, in which case an attorney would be necessary to represent the lessee here. But I would just, and then also in addition to that, because the landlord has never appealed the underlying violations and it's now too late for that to happen, we would need to have some assurance, if the appeal can even proceed, we would need some assurance that Mr. Stock or whatever company is involved as a tenant actually has authority under the lease to even apply for the permits that they need to correct the violations. So if I could ask the board if I can question Mr. Stock just directly, very briefly, to get some of that into the record.
Well, we have to, Mr. Stock, we need to swear you in. So if you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rauter has a few questions for you.
Sure. Mr. Stock, what's your relationship to this property?
I'm the renter.
Okay. Is the lease in your name?
Yes.
It is actually, and have you been able to provide a copy of that lease to us?
No, no one has asked me for
Okay.
anything.
Okay, well, I mean, just for the record, there were previous emails where we raised the question of whether you were the tenant and whether the landlord had appealed anything, and I think you indicated no, and we don't have a record of any appeal, but let me just go on and ask a couple more questions.
Let me go back,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Reuter, before you proceed. When Mr. Stock answered your question and said the lease is in his name, do you have a corporation or is it in your name individually?
It's mine. It's a sole proprietorship.
Okay, so you're doing a sole proprietorship doing business as Philadelphia Salvage?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a fictitious name for you?
Yes. And also, just a small caveat. I'm not getting these emails. All these notices are going to the landlord, Stuart Trail, who I looked earlier was one of the participants here. I'm not sure if he's still there. Maybe if the admin can see that.
He is still here.
So he's the owner of the property. I am the leaser of the property.
Okay, the issue here though is that you submitted the appeal, correct, Mr. Stock?
That is correct.
Now, have you subpoenaed Mr. Trail as a witness?
I have not, no.
Okay, Mr. Rauter, let's let Mr. Rauter continue his questions and then we may get to this. We have to decide how we're going to proceed. Mr. Rauter?
Okay, so now with respect to the lease that you have, because we haven't seen it, are you able to produce a lease or to read lease language into the record that provides that you as a tenant have authority to obtain zoning permits, certificate of occupancy, electrical permits, etc.?
So I do not have the ability to do permitting for zoning. That's the owner's responsibility. I leased the property under the assumption that it was zoned for what I was doing. We're in an industrial zone. And I am allowed to do repairs, and I have been since Anthony, I'm spacing on his last name, Williams, the inspector, gave me the report. He mentioned X, Y, and Z, and I've started to address them and have been in communications with him.
Okay. I will indicate for the record to the board that of the violations, several of them aren't really going to need any permits to correct. There's use of extension cords. They just need to get rid of those. They need to put up exit signs. They don't need a permit to put the signs up. They need to remove, there's some obstructions to the means of egress. They need to remove those, but a couple of these things are likely going to need will need permits, securing and location of the compressed cylinders. And then, of course, some fueling equipment or equipment, I'm sorry, that uses fuel. And then also the main thing, of course, is that they will need a new use permit and will need to get a certificate of occupancy. And Inspector Williams is here, and if it's necessary, he can testify about the specific nature of the violations. But again, I think the initial problem that we have is whether, because, again, yes, you can clean up some of the stuff that's in the way and you can get rid of the extension cords. The main issues are the obtaining a zoning permit and then obtaining a certificate of occupancy. I don't think it will be difficult to get the zoning permit. This is an I-1 classified property, which is light industrial, which would allow for the sort of artisanal use, low level and artisanal use of what the property does. It's my understanding that what they do is that they salvage primarily furniture, but particularly restaurant and bar furniture and that, which is then salvaged and either repurposed or reused in other establishments. So I believe it would qualify as an artisanal or light industrial use. However, you still have to get that permit. And Mr. Stock, I think, has indicated that he does not have the authority to get that permit under the code, under his lease. Once that permit is obtained, then they would need to correct the other violations and then apply for a new certificate of occupancy. Because this building—
Mr. Router, though, I guess, may I cut in for a moment? The issue here, though, given what you just said and what Mr. Stock has just testified to, how do we get around the matter that the owner has never appealed? And should we even proceed any further today?
Well, again, the specific issue here is the intent to cease, because again, the violations at this point are not an issue. The only question is whether the cease should be imposed at the outcome of this hearing, or whether there's some
But and that's why
dispensation
since the owner never appealed the underlying violation, how do we even get to this point of having a hearing?
Well, that's kind of been our problem. I think a tenant has standing to take an appeal because they're immediately affected by. So we're not saying that Mr. Stock doesn't have the authority to take the appeal because they're immediately affected by what the outcome of the hearing is. But the problem is that they can't correct the main underlying violation. So the issue would be whether the board is going to give time, I guess, I think what Mr. Stock was asking for is additional time, I guess, to work with the landlord to get the landlord to submit the necessary permit applications.
Well, is that something that could be worked out with L&I administratively prior to being submitted for an emergency hearing before the board? Because the emergency hearing is triggered by the cease violations.
That's correct. Yes. And again, with the appeal from the violations acted as an automatic stay in this case. But again, because it was unclear whether Mr. Stock had the authority, well, the main issue is that it was unclear whether the landlord even intended to correct the violations.
Correct.
Because the landlord had received notice of the violations. And even if there were an issue about that, Mr. Stock, I believe, had been in contact with the owner about the violations, so they can't say they didn't know about them. But as of now, I'm not aware that there have been any permit applications to get the proper use permit, which is again, you can clean up the place without a permit. That's not the problem.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get to the core issue, which is the matter of the underlying violation. Just one moment, please. I'm going to invite Mr. Ed Jefferson, counsel to the board, to comment.
While Mr. Jefferson's being unmuted, if I understand it, I just want to make sure I understand it, because I'm looking at my screen and I see Stuart Trawl there with an arm his chin resting on his arm. And from what I understand, there were violations issued back in January of cease. No appeals were taken, and there's no appeal pending right now to obtain the necessary zoning approval for the use in this property. And if you've heard the prior cases that we've been listening to, were a zoning appeal to be filed, first of all, you have to file the application, get it reviewed, get it refused, and then you'll have an appeal before the zoning board in August. That's the earliest date available right now.
If I might,
We're talking 5, 6, 7 months from today. Mr.
Well-
Jeff,
Well, no, to the extent that the facts in the case, are revealed to the board from this person who is now aggrieved, he's aggrieved as a tenant. If, the board has the right, to hear the case and to make a decision with respect to the circumstances of the intent to cease. that
Okay.
would be
if I,
Department. And
Okay.
if- and how that will ultimately, that will affect the rights of the tenant relative to the owner of the property against whom the violations were written.
right, and I don't disagree with that. I think that the
Just a minute.
closest,
I'm sorry, Mr. Rod, I was indicating Mr. Stock, he had his hand up. You can place his hand down. Sir, we'll get to you. We got to
sure,
resolve this.
I think the analogy here would be when there's an intent to cease student housing and it's the middle of the semester and the students file an appeal. We've had several of those in the past. And the question is whether or not the board would be willing to, in effect, stay enforcement of the cease for a certain period of time to either until their lease expires or until, like in the case of students, usually to the end of the semester, or, if in fact, the proper permits are obtained. I did want to point out that again, while I can't say for certain until an application is actually submitted, it is very possible, if not likely, that the use permit needed here would not require a variance. It's an I1 property, which more than likely, I don't know exactly all the details of what's going on here, but certainly, it's likely that the use permit could be obtained. The occupancy permit, I have no opinion on, because that would depend upon things like firewalls and fire rated doors, which they do need incidentally in the property. I should note also that as far as I know, and Mr. Williams can confirm, there's no residential use at this property. It is basically a workshop where they, like I said, they fix furniture, but people, I believe, do come there to the property. The members of the public will go there and purchase, chairs or tables or bar stools and sinks. And so, that's kind of really the issue, I guess. So, again, if the owner is actually here, I think it would be simple enough to ask the owner if there's been any movement to try to obtain the zoning permit.
Okay, let's do this. We were, at least I was trying to determine whether we should proceed. I guess the question has been answered. Let's proceed. Mr. Rodder, do you have any additional information, facts to put on the record? If not, we will hear from Mr. Stock. And either of you will have the liberty, if you choose to ask Mr. Trail to stand for questioning.
Sure. Well, if I can just maybe have Inspector Williams testify just briefly.
Okay. And because of the lateness of the hour, I'd like everything to be as brief as necessary as possible.
Inspector Williams, just state your name for the record.
Inspector Anthony Williams.
I'll need to have him sworn. Mr. Williams, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, you're familiar with the property at 2234 West Westmoreland?
Yes.
Okay, and when was the last time you did an inspection?
The last time I was there was 1/13/22.
Okay, and at the time, was Mr. Stock present?
Yes.
Okay, and did
he was not present that time.
Okay.
One of his workers were present. This is actually the second time I was out there, because I was out there for a reinspection of a case that was from 2021. That was what originally drew me out there to the place. And when I saw, the operation that was going there and that there was, no fire protection, that's when I conferred with my supervisors, and I reached out to Mr. Stock, and I reached out to Mr. Trail to see if I can, get some clarification on what was going on there. I don't know what happened. I had an appointment set for October 14th. I think I may have been sick. And then, it kind of got, lost in translation for a couple weeks until my supervisors told me to reassess what was going on out there. That's when I went out on in January about what was going on out there. And that's when I came back to my supervisors and, you know, brought to them the concerns with regards to the zoning and
Okay.
certificate of occupancy.
Could you just briefly describe what the place looks like, what kind of building it is, and what the Philadelphia salvage operation looked like?
Okay, well, you know, we come in, it's half side of it is like a kind of like a salvage store, or how can I can explain it? It's like a reclamation store. So they have used goods that, you know, people can take in and repair. That's one part. The other part is kind of like a woodworking shop where they stain the wood and work on the wood. And the rear is, I guess, a storage, and there was a ton, you know, a lot of wood and combustibles back in the back. It's also connected to a garage where there's, I mean, a driveway where there's storage on the side of that as well.
Is there a loading dock?
I did not see one. I do believe one might be along the right side, but I did not see one at the time.
Okay, and just for the
Couldn't
board's
access
information.
that right side.
Sure, just for the board's information, loading dock is often a defining feature of whether something is light industrial or medium or larger industrial. So, and was the store cluttered? There was a violation written for obstructing egress. What was obstructing the egress?
Towards the rear door, there was a couple of doors in back of that exit door towards the rear, and that was what was the problem that day.
Okay, now the main area, is it essentially one large space where they just have things in different areas, or are the spaces divided by interior walls?
No, yes, it's just one large space. There are a couple different rows that they have stuff stored on, and you know, those were not bad with regards to walking up and down the aisles, which was from the original case. But the other half of it, the woodworking shop, is just like an open room.
Sure. Now, you had said that it had no fire suppression system. Is there not one installed, or there's one that is installed but is not working?
I did not see any indication of one.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Stock, do you have any specific questions, Mr. Anthony, or would you just like to tell us your side of things?
Just tell my side, I guess.
Okay, please.
So Mr. Williams came in and gave me the first report that he mentioned, I never knew anything about. Those reports must have gone to the owner of the property. So I'm catching up here. So all these reports were going to the owners, and I wasn't getting them until Mr. Williams came in. I think it's January. I wasn't there. He dropped off his card. I called him right away. We went over the report of what he was sending to the owner that I wasn't getting. And I started to address him right away. I started to hit, you know, each line item that was there. And I'm just looking for time because I'm getting caught off guard. We're in a zone, an industrial zone, and I leased the place under the assumption of, you know, I'm not doing any heavy, you know, we're not doing crazy stuff in there. We're doing light woodworking and fixing up antiques.
Okay. Now, have you spoken to the owner, Mr. Stock, regarding the violations?
I did. I forwarded him all the violations that I had available to me. I talked to him and I emailed him and kept reminding him about today's thing. I applied for today's extension because he was not doing it.
Okay. Did have you reached any agreement with him as in terms of his willingness to submit the documentation for zoning and use registration?
I have not, although I will say, I said that's his responsibility, but that's it. This has all just happened. In my world, it's all just happened in the last month, and I've been trying to, I'm on top of it, and I've addressed everything. I'm trying to move forward and try to do the right thing, and I think I can come to an agreement with him. I'm just looking for time.
Okay, Mr. Trails, you are listening in as a spectator, but are you willing to be put under oath and testify?
Yes, of course.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that that all that you say in this hearing will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I do have a question for you, sir. Are you aware of the fact that you need a particular zoning and use registration for this use of the property?
My understanding of our lease is a triple net lease, and I do remember it was quite some years ago where whatever uses he needed for the property, and obviously at some point one of the two of us can produce the lease. It's my understanding that he was responsible for all the ongoing issues arising from his use of the building. Now, obviously, I think I repeat, Chris, we're both very committed to maintaining our ongoing responsibilities, and I think it's not ultimately going to be an issue. From what I'm understanding, it's been a very educational thing, very eye-opening. But
well, why hasn't any action been taken to date by yourself?
It's coming to me that he's thinking that I'm responsible, and I'm thinking he's responsible.
But didn't the two of you talk? Didn't the two of you have a conversation as to who's responsible?
He's been a tenant for 7 years. We've not talked 7 times.
And I just asked him if he talked to you about these violations. He said he had.
No. Well,
he had.
Wait,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me correct that. Yes, he's talked to me about it after I called him and said, are you not aware of this? And he, I think very honestly, said he wasn't aware of it. And I think since I made him aware of it, he's been on it. And again, I definitely agree. The city's approach has been to me, and that has always been, I was always assuming that he was aware of it as well. So to be very honest, I was not, I thought the city would be looking at both, and that is totally my.
So the question I have, who's going to take the action regarding the zoning from this point forward? Who's going to do what, when?
Hopefully we both will take full responsibility for it.
That isn't answering my question. I want to know who's going to submit the applications. Which one of you will do that?
You understand, Mr. Kroll, do you understand how simple this issue is, Mr. Stock? Do you understand all you had to do was read your lease agreement, look at it, see who's responsible for obtaining, and these leases aren't that complicated. I've reviewed like several 150 years of practicing law. They're very simple. They say who's responsible for getting what. And then either way, one of you has to give authorization to the other to make the application. This has been pending for 4 months. So all you had to do was either read it yourself, or go to an attorney, sit down, have a meeting, and agree who would proceed. Now, do you think you can do that within the next 10 days to 2 weeks, and then get it resolved and get an application made to the Department of Licenses and Inspections for the use that you've had in the property for 8 years, and get it resolved within 30 to maybe 60 days? Do you think?
Mr. Pincus.
No, let him answer it first. Let Mr. Trails answer. Let him answer.
Yes, I mean, that's definitely on the review of the lease. I very firmly believe that it is going to be on the business renting the property. And I certainly, for the record, give him full permission to do whatever is necessary with the city. There's that's wise advice, and you're right, it should never have gotten to this point. We will correct it between the two of us. There's no doubt about that.
Mr. Stock? Mr. Stock, you had your hand up.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to reiterate that I just became aware of this, and if you can talk to Mr. Williams, I've been in communication and trying to move things forward. I'm not a slacker. I was not getting any documentation.
Okay, but you understand this is a cease operations hearing, and this was something that was added as an emergency hearing. So our day has been extended from about 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. So that's a major inconvenience, and it's a very serious matter for your business and the operation of this building. You understand?
I do.
So it is not about we'll consider it. It's about who's going to do it, or else everything gets shut down. Mr. Rauter, what is your preference here? How do we
I'll
move
do it.
forward?
Well, I mean, again, I think I don't have an objection giving them time to submit a zoning permit application. And again, Mr. Stock can do that. Again, if the lease does in fact have the language, he can simply produce a copy of the lease and the clause with the to the Department of Licenses and Inspections when that application is submitted. You could do that. You know, you could just photocopy the proper page and upload that when you submit the application on Eclipse, or Mr. Trail can simply submit a writing, just a letter with a signature on it that says he gives Mr. Stock authority to submit the permit application. The zoning, like as I've been trying to intimate, though, isn't the real problem because I think it would be relatively simple to get. Even if they needed a variance, I don't think it would be a very heavy lift. The problem is getting the certificate of occupancy for the property. It is very unlikely that a certificate of occupancy can be issued for this property without a sprinkler system installed. It's a very large property, and that's a very expensive proposition. You can try to get a variance from the Board of Building Standards. So what we're talking about is to remove the violations could be a substantial amount of time. I'm willing to give time to get the zoning permits and then to submit some kind of permit application, you know, get the other violations corrected with respect to the combustible materials and whatnot, but get the, but, you know, in order to get the certificate of occupancy, it's not just simply trying to fix it. You have to have an engineer or an architect or somebody who specializes in essentially repurposing a building of this nature for you know, contemporary use. Even though, yes, it's a type of industrial use. This was an industrial building at one point. It's a different type of thing than it was, and that is more than likely going to need a new certificate of occupancy. And Mr. Trell, can I ask, was this building vacant prior to Mr. Stock leasing it from you, or was there another operation in there?
No, it was, you know, pretty much vacant. I purchased it in 1996 and just had it for my own purposes and, you know, let other people, you know, store stuff in there. There was really no business activity going on.
Okay, so again, the point I'm making then is that does mean that there's almost certainly would be considered a change of occupancy, which then again would trigger basically compliance with, you know, the current International Building Code under, you know, so, but again, I mean, like I said,
Mr. Rauter, how about this?
We'll give them time to start submitting the applications. It's just that I don't know how much time we can afford to give because the real issue here is ultimately the fire hazard.
And that's where I'm headed. Given that there's a fire safety issues here, and it's a large building, and that location, are there residential properties nearby?
There are not.
Then what's the uses on either side and across the street?
Across the street is about 40 feet away. The large street is they do recycling of some sort.
Okay.
And then but there's no residents anywhere around.
The entire area is zoned I-1 and there's some I-2, so there's no residential.
Okay.
I mean, unless somebody happens to have residential, you know, by variance in one of the structures or non-conforming.
The issue though becomes the fact that you're doing staining and restoring and work. That means you have oily rags and using chemicals. Do you have fire cabinets and that sort of thing? And
I do. I have fire cabinets and fire extinguishers and smoke alarms and whatnot detectors built into my alarm system, but I do not have a sprinkler system.
Yeah, and that means Mr. Trails or you, I'm not sure who's responsible for making a substantial investment in a fire suppression system. And
Well, that
that's
would put me
something.
out of business.
Well, it may or may not. I can't speak to that, but the issue is that in order to operate safely with the use you currently placing in the building requires it. So one of you need to hire an architect engineer to give you some advice on how to proceed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. But again, I think that's maybe what we do here. I mean, again, we're willing to give them, say, 30 days to get a zoning permit application submitted. And then, some additional time after that to try to, again, either get the CO with a fire suppression system, which seems unlikely, or to try to get again, they'd have to submit the permit applications and get those reviewed. That takes time for a building of this size and use. It will take at least 20 days for the permit application to be even reviewed by L&I. Not the zoning application, but the when they get to the building, the CO application. Yeah, they're going to have to talk with an architect or an engineer and make a determination if it's even worth doing this. But we will.
Okay, Mr. Rada, we understand all of that, and they will have to discover that as the building owners. Where we are tonight, though, given that this is a cease operations that was brought to us as an emergency case, I would think that my colleagues and I aren't willing to make this an indefinite experience. It has to be brought to a head fairly quickly because none of us want to wake up tomorrow to an industrial disaster, whether or not it was intentional or not, or whatever. Mr. Stock, there's no knock on you or your business operation. It's just the reality of the use that you have and the fact that you need fire suppression systems. So unless are there any new facts to be presented before we get to a point of decision?
I don't have anything else. No.
Okay, Mr. Stock, do you have anything else that you'd like to offer before we decide?
Nope, it was a good 9-year run.
Okay, because I'm looking at board members no more than 60 days for compliance.
That's fine.
Okay, then with regard then to HA-2022-0001020, Chris Stock, 2234 Westmoreland Street, city affirmed 60-day stay.
City affirmed 60-day stay.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Stock, you understand that this is very serious and the dollars required to install that fire suppression system may be substantial.
Yeah.
And that's something that you and Mr. Trails need to discuss in terms of who's going to pay the bill. Okay?
All right. So again, what that means, gentlemen, is that you have 60 days to, like I said, the zoning permit application won't take that long, but to at least get something in there to satisfy us that you are moving towards compliance. So,
okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next matter.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I cannot write much longer, so I'm just giving you guys a heads up.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. We may have 3 cases left. So we apologize, but unfortunately we run into a marathon that no one anticipated.
Okay, I'm just telling you, I don't know how long I can write.
Okay. If we need to take a break, would that help?
Yes.
Are
Okay.
any of those 3 cases requests for continuances or withdrawals? Then
If the board would indulge for a second, this is Christopher Johnson for the city. I'm representing the city on the remaining 3 cases. I believe that 2 of them are corporations where there's been no attorney that's entered their appearance.
Okay.
If that helps.
Yes, that helps a lot. Have you spoken to either of those appellants and let them know that we can't hear them if they don't have a lawyer with
The
them?
only one was for JC Contractors that had interrupted about 3:30.
DJ
Contractors. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, let's do this. Ms. Murphy, what I'm going to attempt to do here is take very limited testimony from each of these, see if we can dispose of them so we don't have a full hearing.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do this. For purposes of just identifying whether we move forward or not, let's call each of these remaining matters in order and determine whether we will have a hearing or not before we do that, okay? So let's start with 29.
29, yes. The attorney for 29 has withdrawn the appeal, but I'll read that into the record.
Yeah, please.
Case number 29, appeal number HA-2022-000968. Joy Kennedy, intent to cease, 1708 Diamond Street. Holly Beck is the attorney. They submitted a withdrawal to board's administration. So that's withdrawn.
Okay, all right, thank you. Number 30.
Case number 30, appeal number HA-2022-000844. Labio Matos, intent to seize 150
Yes, hi.
Avenue.
Okay, before you say anything, Mr. Johnson, what's the status here? What's the situation here?
So this is an appeal of a cease of a restaurant that's located at 115 West Westmoreland Street. And Livio Matos filed the appeal in his own name. The property is owned by Del Orbe and Sons Incorporated.
21 days.
Okay, so do they have an attorney representing them?
I don't believe so.
Okay, is the city's position that can we continue this, or do we need to just, what do we do?
If we continue this, because it's an intent to cease, I would ask that we continue it for only 2 weeks to the next listing.
Okay.
Can the owner speak?
Your name
My name is E.B. Reyes, and I'm
and your relationship to this property?
his granddaughter. The
Well,
owner's
okay,
here.
we need him to speak.
He doesn't speak. He's almost 80 years old, and he doesn't speak English. He speaks only Spanish.
Okay, in the future, the answer to your question is you can give us general information, but you can't represent him. If he is going to be, listen to me, we will have to have an interpreter assigned, and also you need a lawyer to represent you. We want to continue your case for 2 weeks. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
All right, we're going to continue this for 2 weeks. Thank you very much. Let's go on to 31.
Case number 31, appeal number HA-2022-001134. Ricky Transport and Recovery, 2705 Black Lake Place, Suite 300. And there is an attorney listed.
Mr. Johnson, what's happening here?
So this is a cease of an auto repair shop, and Mr. DeRizio represents the shop and is prepared to proceed, I believe.
Okay, what
Yes,
if we
that's
continue
correct.
this?
Good evening.
Mr. DeRizzo, how are you? What if we continue this?
The city would agree to a brief continuance,
Okay,
but again, brief, maybe 30 days.
okay. Mr. DeRizio, you comfortable with that?
That's fine.
Okay, we continue it for no more than 30 days.
30 days from today. Okay.
Great, thank you. Number 32.
Case
May I be
number
excused?
32. I'm sorry.
Am I
read it in.
excused? Thank you.
Now, please read it in, Ms. Richardson.
Case number 32, appeal number HA-2022-001261. DJ Contractors LLC, 3400 Barring Street.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, what's happening here?
This is an appeal of a violation issued to JC Contractors. Sorry, DJ. Sorry. And it's an appeal. Basically, the city had found violations on a work site that they were involved in performing underpinning, and the fines on the violation were listed as $4,000. Now, the contractors is an LLC, and I don't believe they're represented by counsel.
Okay, is anyone here for DJ Contractors?
Yes, may I speak freely, Mr. Chairman?
Who are, identify yourself, please.
My name is Anton, and I'm the owner of the property at 3400 Bering Street.
Okay,
And
I need someone, no, sir. I need someone from DJ Contractors to speak.
DJ Contractors, you're also on the phone. Please speak. Hello? We just wanted to continue because we need an attorney, and we.
Okay.
I see a DJ Contractors that's muted on the screen.
He
Hold on a
unmuted
sec.
now. I asked him to unmute.
Okay, he's muted again.
I didn't do it. Okay.
I didn't do it either.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's wait to Mr.
Darwin Garcia.
Okay, DJ Contractors. I need someone to speak for that company.
DJ.
Darwin.
You're muted.
I believe his name is Darwin Carvajal.
Yeah, if someone can call him or do something.
Needs to unmute.
I did. I asked him. He did unmute for a minute and then it got back on, so.
Oh,
Here he is.
okay, DJ Contractors.
Yes.
Oh, your name, sir?
Darwin.
Okay,
I'm
Darwin,
sorry, I didn't hear that.
speak up. Speak
Hello?
louder. DJ Contractor, speak louder, please.
What is your name?
Darwin Garcia.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, do you have a lawyer representing your company for this hearing?
Give me 1 second. I did something in my car. Give me a sec.
The court reporter can't hear you. You need to speak up a little
Well,
loud.
he hasn't said anything just yet. He's
Oh, I thought he
finding.
said something. I'm sorry.
Oh, he's trying to get on board. I have to be answered later, Mr. Johnson, and I see Mr. Fernandez. Do we have a safety issue here?
Thank you, Mr. Pincus. There's a little bit of a.
Yeah, let's do this. I got Mr. Darwin present. Sir, do you have a lawyer representing you?
No, that's why we're asking for continuance.
Okay. We're going to continue the case, but we want to hear Mr. Fernandez tell us whether or not he's with the city of Philadelphia. Mr. Fernandez, what's the status?
Thank you, Chairman Woodson. So first, I want to state that this is a appeal of license violations, not title violations. The violations were issued to DJ General Contractors for violating the terms of their license. The violations were issued in April 2020. We were unaware that Mr. Carvajal had submitted an appeal until his appeal was just found last week. Subsequent to the April 2020 violations, we issued another set of violations to DJ General Contractors in July of 2020 at the same site, and then a third set of violation to DJ General Contractors in October 2020 at a separate site. All three sets of those violations included a violation for performing underpinning without an engineer on site, which is considered an inherently dangerous activity. As a result of those three instances, the city issued a notice of intent to suspend his license concurrently with the third set of violations that were issued in October. At the time, we were unaware that he had submitted an appeal for the very first set of violations. Again, the appeal wasn't logged or processed or filed.
Okay.
My understanding is that nobody knew it had been made. All of that is to say, Mr. Carvajal and DJ General Contractors is currently under suspension. They did not appeal either the second or third set of violations or the notice of intent to suspend that was issued in October. We are currently investigating a new incident that we picked up on earlier this month that may involve further violations. And so the reason I went through this whole history is because I just want to make it very clear on the record that Mr. Carvajal and DJ General Contractors is currently under a license suspension and is not authorized to perform construction work in Philadelphia.
Okay, we will continue this matter then. Given the circumstances, we can continue this matter. I think that's the last case for today.
Yes, it is, Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you everyone for your participation and your cooperation and your patience. Have a good night. Ms. Murphy, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Okay,
Thank
if
you.
the board
So-
who can stand around for a minute, everybody else, please have a good night.
Thank you, members of the board.
You too.
And
Thank you so
everyone
much,
else.
Michelle.
Thank you, court reporter. Yes.
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
so sorry.
It's okay.
You never volunteer.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, Will.
Okay.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Thanks. Okay, I appreciate it. We're done.
Wait a minute.
Is it dinner time?
Oh, man, it's snack time and cocktail time all at the same time. Thank you, everyone, for your patience in doing this.
Thanks,
That's a
Sarah.
lesson. Please, we can't schedule that many cases again. And these cease operations and intent to cease is a problem. And these emergency cases, we can't put them all on the same day like this. It's just not going to work. So thank you. Is anything that we missed, Ed, that we need to deal with? You muted, Ed. Still muted.
No, but it's very, I think it's fundamental that,
Hold on.